most that you are, excited for?
I can go.
Yeah.
I think right now we were working on kind of just understanding how to play a controlled game, because at the beginning of the split, I think we were very willing to hands check people, and that wasn't working for us. So right now we were, over the past month, I would say, adapting to play a more controlled style. And I think right now we're finally reaching a point where our practice is getting pretty consistent and our stage games are getting consistent. In the early game, at least. So right now it's a lot about setting up objectives and just playing around the dragons, because I think we were just faltering even getting to that point before. But now we're actually approaching, okay, this is actually getting replicated every day, all day. So now let's really dial in how these sequences look.
Yeah. I think for us, it's like, I think someone's mentioned it before, but they're on the nail with, like, we have been working a lot on trying to play super fast tempo. And be like really aggressive, because in split 1 we found that we were like, we would win scrims through being aggressive and looking for skirmishes, but then when we would show up to the stage, like nothing would happen. So for us it was about like making it obvious to ourselves of how to be aggressive, so that when we get on stage we can have a plan and understand of like, how can we make action happen in the game without just like doing it instinctively. So that's been the biggest one for us.
I need to ask you, the kill in game 3 where Jose, Core, and Quid got the kill basically in the base. Like, I've never seen a game where every turret is alive and a double kill happens between mid-tier 2 and the inhibitor turret. How in the world?
I just remember Yon was like, damn, you guys are deep. That was his comms. I think we saw someone topside, I believe.
They just did a 3-man dive, so Palafox was gone, so Quid could walk through the turret.
So I mean, we were just talking about like cross-mapping fast, so we just entered really fast, and then it's just, I think it's just a product of our champions, to be honest. Like Jarvan, Ari, Rakan, you just have so much mobility, you have the ability to punish easier. So that's kind of how that one happened, I guess.
Ended up taking that Bard portal too, so like sent
getting
them all
a
the way
little
to
bit
the
more
gate.
mobility. We get the getting the Uber.
I challenge anyone to show me like kills happening in that location in like the history of League of Legends with all 6 turrets up. It just blew my mind that somehow I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, we're good at breaking records.
You know what's funny? I'm about to do another like Caps talk randomly, but I remember when I went to Worlds in 2019, I scrimmed Caps, and it felt like I was just getting dove behind my tier 2 mid at like 6 minutes all the time, and I'm like, what the hell?
That happened to me against Bangkok Titans when we were qualifying for Worlds.
Oh yeah,
this was a Raz question actually.
That's crazy, actually.
I asked him what I could ask you guys to get you, and he says, he just says, ask them about Bangkok Titans.
No, I literally, I
got traumatized during that series as well.
Tell me about it. The best example of what happened in that series is I was pathing from my wolf.
This was an IWC qualifier in Turkey.
Yeah.
Right?
So we were in the final to make it to Worlds, and I was pathing from my wolves to Raptors on red side, and Simon was leaning against Yasuo, and the Yasuo E'd through the wave, through Simon, and killed me in my tier 2 turret. And I was like, that was the end of that series. We lost right then and there. I was just like, how did this happen to me? I'm just trying to clear my camps, man. This guy just dove me in my tier 2.
Yeah.
I was the jungler. I'm supposed to be ganking this guy.
No, yeah, I got gapped. I got gapped.
Mid gap.
Yeah, do you think if your jungler was Juves instead, you would have won?
I don't think we would have been there.
Juves randomly gets tagged in this. He's like, what are they doing? Why are they talking about this? I mean, that's pretty much it. I didn't hear what you're working on for the rest of the year, though.
We're just trying to work on basically like win condition in the game, and then adaptation if something goes awry. Being dynamic, one might say. In a way, being dynamic. I mean, we have a real tempo issue at the moment where like I think it's a product of losing a lot as well. It's like once you get an opportunity in the game, you don't really want to relinquish it. It's like so you just stay with bad condition. You keep looking, like all that kind of stuff. It's like you could chalk it up to just lack of discipline, to be honest. But I think it's like a reprioritization or prioritization actually on like if you reset something else good can happen, right? Rather than just like sitting there forever.
Yeah.
Or like relinquishing things. I think it's just we have like quite aggressive players.
Yeah.
And I think like reining them in is like the biggest challenge.
It's kind of funny because you have like a boomer team.
Yeah, I know.
Like, can they just chill out?
That's what I'm saying.
Ignar is never going to chill, man.
I'm just saying, like,
Just
with the
wants to fight.
boomers at some point, like, you're not going to win on the keyboard.
Yeah.
So just like, yeah, as you said to me before, Simon, the old people have to use their brain to win
I
the
did
game.
say that, yeah. I was like, you can't keep up with hands anymore.
Yeah.
It's better to just be first.
That was me my whole career. Never had a keyboard.
What do you define as a boomer nowadays, though? Because Faker's like 30, Chovy's been playing
Yeah,
like
Faker's
8-9 years.
Faker's a true boomer. He's like
Yeah.
the goat of boomers.
Mm.
Boomer is just like someone who can't play Yone, so just ends up playing like when Faker locks in TF, it's like, yeah, you don't have to lane, and he uses his wisdom to affect side lanes and they win the game. That's how a boomer should play.
Uses his wisdom.
Right.
Yeah.
Gets
Yeah,
out
but that-
free.
Can't play
it's true.
Aurora, still not that good at Yone.
Yeah.
But
It's like, why
every world
would
champion.
you hands check people when you're smarter than them? Yeah, you can just red card, cue the wave, run away, attack side, GG.
Yeah.
That's a boomer.
it is crazy. League is a lot more about when to fight than actually fighting. Like you need to be, I mean, at the highest level, you're still needing to get hands checked in all these situations, but there's
Yeah.
plenty of games where you don't get hand checked at all.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, to Faker, he has very good hands still. It's just maybe not as good as like Zeka and Chovy. I don't know if that's a hot take, but like,
You're gonna have T1 fans coming at you.
I'm actually I'm a T1 fan. I just think that
Saving
Zeka
yourself.
and Chovy are better
Would you say that last
At-
year?
at hitting their keyboard and mouse. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
think
I have
it
no
depends
horse
on
in
the
this
day.
race.
I will say though, on this note, I have the fastest reaction speed on Team Liquid. We did like the reaction speed test. I'm the oldest.
Okay, these reaction speed tests. I'm actually interested in this. Where did you do them? Because I felt like there's such a big gear component to this. Did you do them here on those PCs
No,
out
no,
there?
it was at TL. We all used the same PC to make
Okay.
sure it was good data.
Give me the millisecond readout. for
My
Team
average
Liquid.
was like a 168. I think one of our players, it might have been Jose or something, had like a 200 average.
No.
I'm like, how does this happen? Like, where's the reaction? Maybe it wasn't Jose. I don't want to throw Jose under the bus. Who was it? Who was the boomer?
If you don't put another name forward now, it's like
It's
I'm
just
just
gonna
gonna.
be
The
Jose.
safe bet is Core because he's also old. So maybe it was Core.
Core was really good at the pattern recognition games. If you did them on the like human benchmark test, is that where you did them?
Yeah, that was exactly what we did.
He
it,
smurfs those.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've gotten as low as like 160 on the PCs out there and like 220 on my phone. I don't understand it.
So maybe age isn't the biggest factor,
No.
or maybe it is with mouse precision. I don't know.
I think
Couldn't tell you.
we're out of topics, except for next week of LCS. I'm gonna let you guys go home real quick.
Let's end this.
I'm gonna read the schedule real quick, and you just tell me the game that you're most excited to watch. So you can't pick your own team.
oh, okay.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Fly Dig, C9 Shopify, Lion DSG, and Team Liquid Sentinels.
Oh yeah.
For me, it's actually Team Liquid Sentinels because
I
Sentinels won that
agree
last
with that.
time.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you have to pick a different one.
Oh.
Yeah, Fly.
C9 shop could honor is C9 shop, right?
Yeah,
I think actually low key it could be interesting. I think that shop is like leveling up a little bit because we streamed them this week. You could tell they made like a good amount of progress, and I don't think C9 is like insurmountable. So my hot series of the week is that one.
nice. Hot series of the week.
Hot
What
series
about
of the
Fly-
week.
appreciate
Sam's
that.
hot
Fly
series of the
Dig?
week. Fly Dig.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. I mean,
Ooh.
That's a
guys-
good angle for Dig's
yeah,
first
yeah,
win.
Yeah, no flame. I think Dig is solid as well. I was telling
Thanks,
Spawn, I think Dig is at least top 8 in the league. No, top six.
Classic.
No flame. I think Dig could win that series as well.
I think you guys are gonna win. That's
Oh.
my take.
Really?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that like? Do you have like a reasoning behind that? or is
Yeah,
it
I was
just a
watching
feel?
Dignitas today, and their aura felt positive. So
So it's about the
just going off
the
that.
aura. Okay.
I think FlyQuest
Yeah.
is going to play too crazy, and I think Palafox is going to put him in their place.
They have really strong lanes.
Palafox is playing well at the
do.
moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he also said he's the best Orianna Azir player in the world.
Well,
He said that in an article.
I did see that.
Yeah.
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 I agree with him.
You agree with him?
Yeah, that's
me
why we
too.
played Ori Azir today. I was just
That's good.
testing
Yeah,
the
just
sentiment.
testing it.
And he won. And he won. So
He
my
won
man.
the game.
My man. We had to put it to the test.
And conclusion?
Yeah, he's the best Orianna
Yeah,
player
nice,
in the
okay.
world. I agree.
Liquid's a 0. Okay, thank you for watching, coaches. We did it again. We may never do it again. It depends on if the comments enjoyed
Cool.
this dynamic. But
Thanks
thank
for
you all
having
for
me.
joining me.
Likewise.
Thanks for coming.
Thank
you
you.
guys
Thanks.
go through a hard week. We farm your reaction cams like crazy, especially Swiffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
it's
safe.
been,
Good
it's been a
reactions.
hard.
You're
it's
very
been a hard-
charismatic, Simon.
Thank you, Sam. It's been a rough
Even when
one.
you're winning, you look stressed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wonder what angle we're gonna throw on. I'm just thinking about it, but it's all right. It's all right. We'll get there.
All right. This podcast is weekly on the LCS YouTube channel. We're going to see you for the next one. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. I
He's good now.
genuinely
He's
agree
great
with these
now.
guys.
We
Like
all
he is
know.
probably the best person that I've worked with in esports as a team member these days. But back when he was like at his peak, when he had like a huge ego, he was just a diva. If things didn't go the way he wanted, he could be a bit of a sassy little Sasquatch,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word.
Welcome back to another episode of Pros. I have an intro to read and another coach-isode. We've heard your feedback that you really enjoy the coach episodes and will try to do more of them this year. Today, I'm joined by Shopify Rebellion's DeMonte, Team Liquid Alienware's Spooks,
Howdy.
and Dignitas's Swiffer.
Hello.
Before we get started, YouTube analytics show at the beginning of videos have the best viewership. So I have been asked to take this opportunity to remind everyone the LCS Spring Finals is going to ASU's Mullet Arena, and tickets are now on sale. Order them on Ticketmaster.com or click the link in the description.
Cool.
But welcome to coaches.
Thank you.
Thanks
We
for
do have
having
like
me.
a strong Team Liquid contingent here.
Yeah.
I do realize
Yeah.
this
I feel left out.
a little bit.
Yeah.
You
never-
could be the next one. Simo, I replace Simo, and then you
Yeah.
take my job.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Get through
Think
it
that
all
could work.
fast.
You're next in line, Dana.
Yeah. Dodo told me.
Let me think about this. Maybe.
Real quick before we get into the games, because you two played against each other today, I don't think that many people know how far back your history goes. Can you explain? I think starting from Chiefs, or does it go back further than that?
Further. Do you want me to go, Simo?
I only met you last year.
Okay. Perfect.
No, I'm joking. Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah.
So actually, I used to play solo queue with Simon. Actually, initially what happened was 2012. I was on the league forums, and I was 1400
Wow.
rating. And I
Which wasn't good back then.
yeah, it wasn't too
Yeah.
hot. And I was looking on like online posts, and I see OTF 1750 Elo streamer, and I replied to the forum. I was like, "Hey man, you want to add me? Like we can play." And then he didn't respond to my
I didn't
post.
respond.
And then all those months later, I eventually climbed through playing Talon ADC back in the
Talon
day.
ADC.
Well, it's
Yeah.
2012. That wasn't even
It was a wild one.
that weird. Yeah, you could just play
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was melee bowling. And then I eventually met him in solo queue. And then through there, we started duoing. And then we were just on every team together from then for like 8 years, basically.
Basically that. I've never worked with any other jungler.
Yeah,
Oh,
actually,
sorry,
we
That's
didn't.
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were the longest duo for league history, I think. At
So
the end.
you retired and he was still your jungler.
Yeah.
yeah.
You
Oh.
never wondered what it would be like with a different jungler.
No, I did. Of
No, but I
course you always have to wonder, but no. I always really enjoyed playing with Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, even when I thought I didn't.
Yeah.
I really actually really liked playing with him.
You
No,
got
it
to
was
play with
like-
Carbon one time.
Yeah, I did play with Carvin
Yeah.
once or twice. It was
Yeah.
like we would do those all-star things. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played with a different jungler then.
When was the last? This is kind of for all three. When was the last professional game you guys played as a player?
It was against Fudge
Oh yeah, in the finals.
in 20. No,
Yeah.
it wasn't finals. It was semis.
It was
Like no, we didn't make it
2019 before. Yeah, his team went to Worlds.
Yeah.
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 We got pentakilled by his Aatrox.
Yeah,
Because
we
you
did.
were on order with Spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fudge retired us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was the
that's what happened.
17-year-old Aatrox.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Aatrox Yumi. I actually remember that game.
Yeah.
When you get
Oh, do
outplayed
you?
that hard,
Yeah.
when you get outplayed that hard, you just know it's time to hang up the
I
keyboard.
was like, okay. I actually retired 15 minutes into that game.
I think mine was you guys remember the Bud Light Ace on CLG?
Oh no.
Yeah, so I replaced
Oh.
I replaced Pobelter after the Bud Light
Oh
Ace.
yeah, I remember this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I played 3 weeks of like the summer split because at that time I was like streaming in 2021.
Yeah.
And then, I think Tafo called me after the Bud Light Ace, and then they're like, "Yo, come
Can
save
you,
us."
can
And
you
I was like,
explain
"All
the
right."
Bud Light Ace? Because that was 5 years ago at this point.
Yeah, I don't remember all the context, but I think CLG was
disaster,
sponsored
man.
by Bud Light.
It was a disaster.
and there was some Bud Light Ace like framing or whatever. Yeah, and then there was a video of the general manager flaming all of his players, something like this. And then it was sponsored by Bud Light Ace, and then the team imploded.
It was a docu-series where they were trying to give like actual behind the scenes content of like, you haven't been performing well, we're gonna have to make some changes. And then someone was like, wait, we need to put in the Bud Light sponsorship somewhere.
Yeah.
So they did it right at the worst possible time. Yeah, ship it.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing, DeMonte, do you want to explain the sausage?
I mean, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're in the middle, so it makes sense.
And I have to touch it again?
I mean, yeah, we have a fresh
Did
sausage.
you
in
say
the bag.
sausage?
Do you guys know about the sausage?
We were talking we were talking today
No.
about the parity in the LCS, right? And how everyone would power rank like Team Liquid right near the top and Dignitas right at the bottom.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So pull the sausage out.
That's
so
that's
fans
a
can see it.
rather lengthy.
I mean, it's a long.
That's
it's
a
a long
long-
year.
I've touched
It's a
the
long year.
sausage too many
But
times.
what,
today.
but what
I've seen some
happens? What
sausages in my
happens
time,
You wanna hold
but-
it?
is actually if you
it's an actual sausage.
touch
Yeah,
the
you can
tips
smell it.
together,
Oh.
right? Even though it seems like it's
okay.
far away,
Do you want
actually,
to touch it?
It's like an Ouroboros.
if it comes close, you're not touching this. You're not touching the tips of the sausage.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. This is the whole
Yeah,
shtick.
the
is
whole
like
shtick.
the last place. you
Actually,
gotta
Dig and TL
yeah.
are closer than it would seem.
You got to touch the
I
tips.
see.
Yeah,
I
the
see.
teams are even though one is 0-3 and one is 3-0, they're much closer than they seem, as was witnessed today.
Yeah. No, it's nice that you put us that far up the sausage.
That's really actually quite a condescending statement, isn't it?
That you're
No,
close
I
to Team
think
Liquid.
I-
No, from him.
I think Dignitas is great.
Thank you, Sam.
I genuinely think they're not as bad as what people say they are.
Okay.
Dignitas.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're doing what we can.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yep.
Cool.
How are things going?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, not
Y- y-
not so
like-
much this week, but it was actually rather tumultuous this week. We had obviously the EWC qualifier matches, which were
Which Dig and Shopify are eliminated
Yeah.
already?
yeah, we played pretty badly.
Mhm.
And
DSG,
very
right?
very like small amounts of redeeming gameplay, to be honest. In that
Mhm.
lack of prep, obviously on one hand, I think that we were also just in a real funk after maybe the first day of scrims, and didn't bounce back at all going into that. And I think after the first game that we played, it was just downhill from that. I think everyone just wanted to get eliminated from that
Get
tournament
through it.
ASAP. Yeah.
Jeez.
Our games are pretty similar, honestly, because we played Lyon 4 games this week. For anyone who
Oh,
doesn't
right.
know, yeah, we played them on Tuesday, and it was disgusting. It was real bad. Kind of just like lack of prep, bad we were just not ready to play.
Right.
And then our games against Lyon, at least today, were better.
Yeah, I mean, actually, all three of you kind of had a rough go in EWC because you guys lost to FlyQuest.
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about it if you don't want to. We're just,
Yeah.
we
I
can
mean,
only focus on the loss today.
Yeah.
you know?
I mean, we've had honestly, a pretty rough week, I would say. In terms of like up to what we think our standard is. I don't think we've played as good as we'd hoped. It felt like we were making a lot of progress like at the start of the year. And then it feels like we've gone backwards a little bit, especially like you could probably see today, our gameplay was definitely unorganized. So yeah, not feeling the best at the moment.
What feels good and bad about the series today for TL?
Good.
Probably
I think
winning.
we won. Yeah. No, I think our bot lane, I honestly would say our bot lane played pretty well overall. I think honestly, like Core kind of carried through his leadership today because I think there was not much back and forth in the communication. Like our side laners weren't really, so I'm just like putting them out in the public, but they just weren't really feeding much information back and forth. And it was kind of up to Core to like carry the boat in that sense. So I was really pleased with bot lane, but yeah, just our coordination between side lanes and mids and like ping-ponging across the map was pretty bad. So that's kind of why the game looked pretty bad. And you could probably see it through the game one, like the ARAM kind of game. I think when we're playing at our worst, we just overgroup. Like we had our analysts actually look at the data like super in depth, and he said we were the most grouped team in Split 1 of any team in the world, which is kind of interesting for anyone to hear, I guess. But
I need this spreadsheet now. Like that's
no, Hatham has some really like good data for
Yeah.
us to like kind of understand what's going wrong with our team. So yeah, it kind of felt like we went backwards a little bit today on that kind of thing. So yeah.
Yeah. And then on a positive note, what do you feel like went well in game 2?
Just I think cleaner execution in game 1. I think that I think that game one we should have been able to close that out.
Right.
And then I think we just, I mean, you guys played well to come back, obviously. I think that we just got really excited in the game.
Yeah, all this respect all of a sudden. It's nice to see.
Yeah, didn't play the back half of the game really well. And then game two, I think we just felt like we'd warmed up into the series. And then, I mean, I think like the beginning of it didn't go according to plan. Like, I think actually it was almost like a reverse game. I think like the first 10 or 15 minutes were not in our control. Yeah. And then clawed it back and then felt like we could close that out. And like chilled the comms and everything as we were going into the back half of that game. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the drafts did seem a little bit different. Like already in game two, pulling out Senna Alistair. I always feel like FBI Senna is just insane.
Yeah, it is.
Whenever he can find the angle for it. And then he got a little bit fed. I'm like, oh no, he's going to carry this game.
FBI Senna is terrifying.
It is actually.
Yeah.
So
I know all
scary.
about the FBI Senna.
It's the most threatening center you've ever seen. Usually I see it and I'm like, okay, well, I guess we're going topside. But no, we just played the 3v3.
Is it like a conscious choice to get Ignar on engagers, or is it just look good in that angle?
Yeah, I mean both. Like he's looked good on that, and like we're working on like other stuff, obviously. But I think when the pressure's on, like the comfort really shines through. Yeah.
Yeah, FBI's got to be a link for like all three of you guys. You had FBI on energy. Yeah.
FBI is great.
Yeah, he's really great.
Yeah. I think with Vic, because I had him in 2023. I also played with Vic as on Golden Guardians and 100 Thieves back when I was a pro player.
I was also on that Golden Guardians team.
Yeah, you're the coach. You were coaching me back then. But
we played with him as well in 2018.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean like Not, yeah.
But the most incredible thing about FBI, I think, is back then in 2020, 2021, I feel like he was a big kid still. But I feel like in 2023, when I went to coaching and then he came to NRG, I credit a lot of us winning the trophy that year due to Vic kind of like growing up. He became an emotional rock for our team, and he drove a lot of the VOD reviews forward, which we really needed. Like there's the infamous story, I think, Palafox and FBI were talking about, where FBI just straight up flamed Palafox. And it was like that moment was the lowest of the lows on our team. And then it led us to the championship. And like that was a lot to do with Vic.
Yeah.
No, it's the same thing now. Like he sees the game very, very clearly. And he is incredibly mature. And then the moments that he's not, he's very quick to catch himself.
Yeah.
Like maybe indulges in it for a little bit, but then he's like, nah, I'm better than that, and just snaps himself out of it.
It's impressive because he was not a great teammate when I was playing with him.
Oh, yes.
And then like within like 3 years, he just like he understood, which was awesome to see.
Give me an example now that he's a good teammate. You said a bunch of nice things about him. Give me like a toxic FBI interaction when he was a teammate.
He was just a diva. Like sorry, Vic, but like I genuinely agree with these guys. Like he is probably the best person that I've worked with in esports as a team member these days. But back when he was like at his peak, when he had like a huge ego, he was just a diva. Like if anything didn't go his way, or like Tanner didn't pick Galio and old bot on cooldown, or TF, because we had like 2 champions back then, we had to like push mid and roam bot. He would just be like tilted that we don't dive bot. No offense to him. No, I'm just saying it was like we had to do everything around Vic and honestly close at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Or the team couldn't function, so everyone else had to like sacrifice themselves for those two. And honestly, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing because it gave us like a pretty clear
we had an identity.
Yeah. But if things didn't go the way he wanted, he could be a bit of a sassy little Sasquatch.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word.
I think that's a really good word, actually. I'm impressed by it. Yeah, and he also would watch, when he watched like Ruler Pro Review like every morning, he was just obsessed with the top creep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he probably still does it, right?
Does.
Yeah, he is the epitome of like, he watches Ruler Viper and exactly their trade patterns, what champions they're playing, what rune setup, what builds they're doing. He really wants to aspire to. I know it's like something that's kind of frowned upon generally. It's like, why do we copy Korea? Like, blah, blah, blah. But like, if someone is doing the work outside of the game and learning from other players, and then you can have your own spin or interpretation of what they're doing, that is like the best thing you can do, in my opinion. So
I agree. Like imitate first, and then if you're able to imitate, great. Now you can then add your own spin.
It's all you don't just like exactly.
So much of the work has been done for you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We haven't talked. I haven't heard your opinion on the TL dig game. I know you're casting it, but pretend I didn't hear your cast.
Dignitas is looking a lot better, I would say, especially from when we played each other in week 1. It was just a complete disaster, if I'm being honest. Like, you guys didn't even show up, really. No. But I feel like Palafox played pretty well. He's soaked a lot of pressure in those games. Ignar Alistar is obviously insane. He's just so good at this kind of champion. I even said it in the draft because I was casting. I wanted to give you guys the win right away because I just felt like Ignar Alistar just breeds so much confidence.
Yeah, it does. He like, and you can hear it in how he plays as well. Yeah, it's just so like, this is what we're doing. Like, give me this. Like, yeah. He becomes like a carrier of the team. Yeah, I'm interested on your opinion on this because when I was watching your game, I actually felt like our teams are very similar. And then we played against Lion today, and obviously you guys played against Team Liquid. It feels like our teams really are scratching at trying to win so badly, while the other teams are almost doing less to do more. Yeah. Like we're trying so hard to win that it's shooting ourselves in the foot sometimes. Yeah. And yeah, it just feels like the other team are so much more confident with how they play. So they don't need to worry about these small details as much. Yeah. It's almost like it's like words per minute. It's all related, right? But it's like if you're a really cool-headed team or you're confident or whatever, you can kind of step back and just assess the game, and you can tell when the enemy team is inting. Yeah. And you don't have to really do anything, and you can just punish accordingly. But when you're in a frenzy and trying to claw the win, no one knows who's inting, and if you have two teams like that, it's like it looks like a real mess. Yeah, like most of the time. So I mean, like, no, I completely agree with that assessment. Yeah.
How do you get out of it? Like, what do you work on?
You either have someone that chills you out in the game, or you get confidence from your practice, or you get confidence from a game plan, or you have something else that, like, obviously you always have to problem solve something in the game. Like, someone's always going to do something that is unexpected. Yeah. And it's okay to miss opportunities. It's just not okay to miss the opportunity and then try claw it back. Right? Like, you're always going to get another one. Like, it's okay to be patient.
I think there's there's one more big one, which we kind of had on 100 Thieves last year, which was like enjoyment. I think like it kind of like the opposite of what Tan is saying. It's like when you're trying so hard to win, it gets so serious. There's so much pressure on every decision you make. When you can find a way to take that pressure off and enjoy the game and have fun playing the game, you look for more plays and the map becomes wider, you see more opportunities, and the game feels more natural. Like if you played Pro League of Legends, it's like there's that feeling in the game where it's like when it's super tense and serious and you feel like you can't make a play, it doesn't feel like you're playing League of Legends. It just feels like you're just hoping the enemy makes a mistake. But if you have someone, and I think FBI does generally a good job of this, that can like take that extra pressure off in the game and make sure everyone's enjoying it, that's when people play their natural game.
Yeah, it's crazy. Somehow that made me think of, this is a very deep cut, 2011, my first LAN was IPL 3.
Is that when you played Udyr?
Yeah, I did play Udyr. So the first game we played at that LAN was actually against Steve and Doublelift on Curse.
Yeah, you're rock solid, right?
We smashed them. We're rock solid. We switched Dignitas like the week before that tournament. Yeah. But I remember game 2 was close, and I didn't feel super tunnel vision in the game, but I watched the VOD back, and the reason I couldn't complete my Sunfire cape was because I built 2 chain vests. And they were just sitting on my inventory for like 10 minutes. Yeah. Because I was so locked into the game. So it makes perfect sense that just like finding the joy, finding that relaxation can be a really important thing. And then we'll get back to the other LCS teams because I want to touch on the other 4 in power rankings and stuff. But I want to hear from you guys, since you've both, all 3 of you have been coaching for so long, and my coaching experience was pretty short. And I always felt like when I was on Team Liquid, we were a pretty good scrim team. Probably won like 60 to 70% of scrims. And even with that, the bad days always felt really bad, and you needed to kind of claw your way back. And it just made me wonder like how you deal with teams that lose so many scrims, because you really do derive confidence from winning scrims. So like, what are some strategies to claw out of those?
Perfect question for you,
Simon.
Sam.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take this. You go first. I think there's like, okay, you can kind of go 2 ways with it. Yeah. You can kind of, if the team responds to it well, you can kind of really crack down, and then you can
be a firm coach.
Yeah, do all that. I tend to go like, there's light in the darkness type of thing. Yeah. Like even in terrible games, you have sequences that you play probably pretty decently, right? I think that it depends on what the mood is, right? If you need, which is something I think, that's just, I think, how I coach. It's like, if you just try to assess, I think everyone does it. You just try to assess the mood and then see what people need. And I think that if things are going really badly, but everyone just kind of needs to see the positive, it's quite easy to just point them in the right direction, because ultimately, like, you control what people look at after the game,
You're
right?
running the
So there's that. Then there's, okay, we're just going to do this simple thing and like just try execute, and I don't care if we win or lose, like just do this thing. And you just need to feel like you're making progress sometimes.
Right.
And I think that's a comfort to people, even if the defeat screen pops up. So you don't need the win to like hope. I mean, eventually you need the win, but like to get there, you can do a lot of like really small things to try to recover like how people see it.
Yeah.
And then when you do win, you just try to capitalize on it.
Right.
That rare game.
DeMonte, because I know Energy, even when you guys won the title, a lot of that year was probably like 50-50, maybe even 40% scrim win rate.
Yeah, and even right now, I think we're probably in the same boat as Dignitas. Pretty low win rate in scrims, which is rough. Yeah. But I think it all comes down to intention and what you're trying to accomplish within the week, within the day, whatever time frame the coaches set up. You have to make sure that you are aiming for something, and if you can accomplish that, it feels good. Even if you do end up going 0-6 in a scrim day, you could be like, okay, at the end of the day, we do a recap. We actually worked on the things we were talking about working on. And I mean, the biggest thing, honestly, is making sure the games are just not completely nonsensical. Yeah. Because I think once the games make no sense in practice, even if you win that day, it honestly feels like shit still. Yeah. So it's just getting everyone aligned on the same values and having intention with your practice.
Yeah. Anything?
Yeah, I mean, I just agree with what these guys are saying. I think generally these days, I think teams have gotten pretty good at structuring like and achieving like small goals within the game, as opposed to just like 2xing the VOD, which I feel like people back in the day used to do. So like 2xing the VOD and looking at every single mistake that happens.
Are 45-minute reviews no longer the norm?
Oh, I've done that this year.
Yeah.
They happen. Guilty. They for sure happen.
Definitely like, guilty of that.
There are certain players that have insane attention spans that want to stay locked in for an hour in a review. Call JJ, just saying. But the majority of the players generally want to take away like one or two things from the VOD. So you have to do a good job of like finding a middle ground, because like some people want to see everything that happens. Yeah. But if you aren't like efficient about what you're going to lose the rest of the team, and then no one's going to be on the same page. So the structure and like what these guys are saying, I'm just not going to repeat the exact same thing they're saying, but just achieving those small goals every day is like eventually what's going to build you into a better team.
Yeah. It's hopefully not too boring for people, but like the amount of different things you want to try in reviews is so dependent on the mood of the day, the types of players you have, the results of the games. So League of Legends is a game where you need to practice against other teams that are in your league. Like no other professional sports have that weird dynamic. So it's always this negotiation you have with other teams, which makes it like super fascinating. Moving on though, power rankings of the league from your perspective, because you have more inside knowledge. It feels to me, and I want to get your take on this, I thought we have the top three, which are C9, TL, Lion. And then I had FlyQuest and Sentinels as the middle. And then I had Dig, DSG, Shopify as the other three, with the idea that the middle can win or lose against anyone in theory. And I mean, you proved today that maybe even the bottom three can beat the top three. But it would have been, I'd say, classified as like a big upset if that happens. Sure. How do you feel about that classification? And feel free to completely disagree.
Yeah, I would say it's like a relatively fair assessment, like the kind of breaking it into those three groups. I would say I genuinely think anyone can beat anyone. Like even today when I'm watching Shopify Lion series, like Shopify made a couple of crucial mistakes, but the plays they were making were actually very good. Like they used their Pantheon Rise to like snowball into bottom like really well. They're using their turns perfectly. They just make like fumbling a little bit. Maybe it's like a bit to do with what Tanner was saying earlier, where it's like they want to win too badly. Like if they can stay calm in those games, I think they could have easily closed out against Lion today. And I feel the same for us. Like I am not super calm going into any series against any team. Like we have to make sure our prep is good, because I just feel like it's possible to lose against anyone. I don't know how you guys feel.
No, I actually echo. I think the rankings are they make sense. The thing is, it just feels like there's not really a team that's untouchable. I know that, like, based on our scrim results, that might be really funny to say, but it genuinely feels like there's no one that's like so. The only time I've actually ever really felt like that was when we would scrim, like G2 were just untouchable. It's like,
and was this back when you were on SK?
Like, yeah. It was 2023, 2024. Like, I mean, you guys, you probably scrimmed them at Worlds, but like it would have been different. Like maybe, you guys actually had some success. It just felt like the vast majority of teams it was like no matter what you did in the game, you would lose.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that.
I mean, was FlyQuest like that at all last year in North America, or not the same?
In my opinion, FlyQuest last year were really insane. Yeah. I think even based off statistics and feeling, I think that might have been one of the best teams we've ever had in NA.
That's actually true.
I thought 2020 C9 was like that as well for the little bit of summer split before they actually collapsed and didn't make Worlds, which is a whole nother story.
Yeah, I think Fly felt very oppressive to play against.
Yeah,
like they just had their own distinct style. There's like the 1-2-2 style with like Buzio covering weak side, Inspired attacking Bwipo side. And it was like, you knew what they were going to do every game, but it felt so hard to break. And I honestly think Inspired kind of brings that style to most teams that he's on. But if you don't play really cleanly against Inspired type of teams, it's like so oppressive because he's like, they're just slowly getting ahead. They're like slow pushing, freezing side waves. You have to be super decisive and play well to beat that type of team.
Yeah.
So.
I think this is what I was going to say on the power rankings discussion, because I agree with the power rankings that we're given, but I feel like there's also two distinct styles of gameplay right now, where I feel like you have FlyQuest, and I would say Team Liquid lays on this side a little bit too, of like faster play and less coordinated, less investment into the later game. Although I do think you guys do this, obviously. But I think with the Jose Diodo and Quid, you guys actually have like this mid jungle who wants to play really fast. And then FlyQuest, who I think are just really insane all the time. They play super fast, really prone to throwing games. And then I think you have Lion, who is, I would say, the king of calculated play, and then C9 right below them. So it's like, to add to the conversation, it feels like there's two play styles being played in NA.
And then what is Shopify closer to of those two play styles?
I would say we're trying to push being a controlled team more than playing a more crazy styled game.
Yeah. I didn't want to cut you off with your G2 story if you had.
Oh, no. I'm actually, no.
Okay,
that was basically, they actually did feel like Fly last year.
Okay.
Like quite creative. And then as soon as you make a mistake, like you just lose control of the game.
Right.
Yeah.
I think to add to that, I think scrimming caps is, I mean, this is like complete random topic, but it's like
totally fine.
It feels like when he's inting that he's like got way more pressure than your mid laner. Like, I don't know how to describe it. He can be 0-7 on his year. And it's like, why does he have so much pressure in the game? Like, it doesn't make any, like, he can be winning side pro down like 1,000 goals.
It's crazy because if you made like, he's like 0-6, and if he ever 1-for-1s you, the game's over.
Yeah. It's actually.
He collects a bounty.
Yeah. It's so frustrating.
He dies, but like their whole team is just ready. Like, it's crazy. Anyway, well, I haven't scrimmed them for a while, to be honest. But
hopefully he's fallen off.
He's washed, actually. Yeah, don't worry about it. First hand didn't happen. The game today. I don't know if you saw Berserker's post-game interview, but he was actually saying that game one felt like really, really hard.
Yeah.
Like the hardest game that he's played because of what happened early on in the game. Like the first gank happened and then you guys just kept like hammering it home. I mean, a lot of like good building blocks in that.
Yeah.
And we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about your series a little bit more in depth. What were your takeaways?
I mean, game one, we played the Rise Pantheon, which is very global heavy comp. We need to not fist fight the enemies. We need to play well with our ultimates. And I think Contracts, honestly, both games had a better early game than Inspired. Both games, he kind of came out with a lead. Game one, it was the bot gank that I think really set the tempo for everything. And then game two, I think Inspired was calculating some kind of bot dive. So he did some weird clear where Contracts just got ahead naturally. But I feel like our games today were great until they weren't. And in both of the games, there was one fight on bot river where Zinni kind of rise ulted right in the middle of 4 people and killed himself.
Oopsie.
Where I think if that doesn't happen, we've all done it. Yeah. But I think if that doesn't happen and we can play out that fight naturally, we will win that fight. And then in game 2, the same kind of thing. We were invading Inspired's red buff, and it was a great play. We got the red buff, and then we fought, and our target selection was just poor. Yunara ends up getting 3 kills after they were behind in bot lane.
Yeah.
And then, from that moment, the whole game dynamic has just changed. So even though we had a great first 10 minutes, one play just almost deletes a lot of that progress. So yeah, that's how it felt.
Yeah. I mean, building blocks, at least.
Yeah.
With, I have too many questions in my head, so I just lost track of what I want to talk about. I want to finish the point on Lion, because we're talking about Inspired, and last year, how FlyQuest felt so insane to play against, and this year they're trying to do the same thing. What isn't connecting in the same way for them that makes it feel like a much closer league? Because I completely agree that our behemoth team, our G2 level team, doesn't exist this year, which does make it actually really wide open. I think you can look at it and say, oh, nobody's that exciting because nobody's dominant, but that in the past can also lead to more competition and more growth. But I'd agree right now, our best team is not as good as our best team last year. So what's lacking on the Lion team, even though they have Inspired?
I think Bwipo was a pretty key piece on FlyQuest. Their ball lane did a good job with not many resources, and I think Buzio is a very smart player with just good mechanics. He's very well rounded,
super good skirmisher.
But I think Bwipo was the guy that kind of broke the game open. And I don't know if you ever, I mean, Tanner can probably speak on it better than I can because he worked with him, but it just feels like anytime there's a slight crack on the top side of the map, they could just explode the map so easily through top. Whereas I think this year with Lion, they're solid, but they just don't have the same. You don't feel the same level of pressure that you felt against FlyQuest. I don't know how you feel.
No, yeah, I mean, when I was coaching FlyQuest, even it's just Bwipo and Inspired worked really, really well together. They're both very fiery personalities, but they had a lot of mutual respect for each other's game. So I think, the kind of what you said before, the 2-1-2 system they developed where Quad and Masu weren't getting many resources, but Bwipo had a lot invested into him. Yeah. They just found their identity and it worked in that meta, especially. Yeah. I do think meta probably has a lot to do with it as well. The fact that they have Berserker and Isles, I think the mage supports that are happening right now, it makes the game very volatile. So it's just different than it was last year.
Man, okay, that's good, because the next question I was going to have was on meta, since I thought Split 1, Lock-In, or LCK Cup or LEC Versus were very fast tournaments with a lot of volatility, and you weren't really sure what the meta was going to be. And then around the time of First Stand, it really felt like we were starting to settle on these bot lane pairs of we're going to pick Ashe Seraphine, we're going to pick Corki Nami, we're just going to pick our enchanter pair with the AD carry that fits best, and top laners just get to exist, and they're going to join up later, and we're all going to play Center Sky junglers, and that's kind of the whole game. But then, in a sense, BLG won in a slightly different way. They were going down 1,000 or 2,000 gold bot lane each game, and then they'd keep it close, Spin would carry. I'm seeing a little bit of experimentation out of T1 last night played Camille in game 1. They're really trying to bend things a little bit. Yeah. But how do you guys feel like the game is developing now that we're 4 months into role quests and the new season?
Yeah, I just think right now I think the jungle picks are arguably the most important thing. Sundered Sky junglers, Jarvan, Xin Pantheon are a lot stronger than the tank junglers like Maokai, Sejuani. So naturally you want to pick AP mid with that. Yeah. And then bot lane priority matters so much because of Dragon. Dragon stacking is the easiest way to win the game at the moment. And then because you can't lane swap anymore, top lane, range counter picks are pretty important. So a lot of the time it feels like taking second side can be better because you see stuff like Vayne, that kind of thing. So lane priority, strong mid jungle and being able to stack dragons is the easiest way to win the game.
Which has kind of been true for 10 years, 14 years.
Yeah. But it's it felt before when lane swaps are in the meta, if you didn't just pick Alistar or something, you actually would just feel like you get outscaled and you couldn't punish bot lane as hard. Right. Whereas now it's it feels pretty bad in especially game 1 to play a melee support into Ashe Seraphine. Yeah. You can't there's no way around it. You just have to face that lane unless you cheese them early. So that's kind of the direction, in my opinion, of the meta.
I think it's cool. I think the more things kind of settle, I think that you actually get a lot of innovation in how people like. I think a lot of like the early part, like you can see it, you know, in LC, like you can see it in every region. It's like, oh, okay, we know that like the game, because like you play out a sequence enough, you know that it's like what you're saying, Sam, like Ash Seraphine get the prior into like Ali. It's like we can't break the, like you can't do anything. They get the dragon stack, like they threaten dive, like jungle gets tempo. It just feels like this insurmountable kind of pressure. But then you see people doing things like level 1 invading more often now, or like trying to break like the lane, like throwing the tempo of the game off.
There's way more jungle invades.
Yeah, I think it's really cool how that develops. And it's like, oh, so you know that this sequence is kind of inevitable. Like, how do you alter it before it happens? Or are you okay just giving one thing for it and then doing something else? I think that's...
I like it.
Yeah, I really like how the game's developing like that.
Actually, Jose was talking about it today. He was showing that like junglers are so paranoid about the early invades nowadays that they're like starting blue, like pathing wolves, like getting their red and then like pathing back to bottom, that kind of stuff, just to evade what happened to essentially break the bot prior, which was like invading with Xin Zhao kind of play. So we're at like the third evolution of the meta. Like if you just watch on the minimap like any LCK game, you're gonna watch any weak jungler like Vi just do some very strange path just to not get invaded. So that's kind of like the step of the meta we're at the moment.
They're very willing to do an incredibly slow full clear and then reset for an item, even like not even try and collect their crab sometimes.
Exactly.
And then they'll usually end up getting the crab because the other guy like doesn't know for sure if he did the slow clear. So he's going to base anyway because he doesn't want to mess up his tempo.
And then doing that,
the Raptors. Oh, you go.
Oh, I was just going to say, doing that opens up like potential bot dives and stuff because you have to like potentially path top to not die your blue, and then your bot lane can get stacked on and dove. So it's like every step has like a weakness to it, so you have to just stay ahead of like what the next weak point is essentially.
Any thoughts on this, Demonte?
Yeah, I mean, I think early game jungling is super exciting right now. I feel like you see a lot of interesting adaptations and just how it impacts everything. I feel like you're very right where it feels almost solved in the instance of like, if I do this and they do that, then this will happen a minute later, which, I mean, I think it happened a lot before, but right now, especially with the enchanters support, I feel like it matters so much more. And then the other thing that I think is good is no Otacon. I feel
I actually just relaxed when you said that. It's not every game you don't have to get really tense at 20 minutes.
I love Otacon.
I hate Otacon.
The 100 Thieves, we won like the most of our games Otacon.
I just like the sequence of how to end the game now. It reminds me of when we were pro players. You know, it's just like
wait for Soul, like 25-minute Baron.
Let's crack the tier 2s with the Baron and then get the second Baron and we can win the game.
And let's open 2 lanes.
Man. Okay. Is it too much strategy to give away what you guys are trying to improve the most before playoffs? Or is that something we can talk about? Because I'm curious, like, if you have something you're looking forward to in the rest of the split, but I think more importantly, like, what are you working on the most that you are, excited for?
I can go.
Yeah.
I think right now we were working on kind of just understanding how to play a controlled game because at the beginning of the split, I think we were very willing to hand strike people and that wasn't working for us. So right now we were over the past month, I would say, adapting to play a more controlled style. And I think right now we're finally reaching a point where our practice is getting pretty consistent and our stage games are getting consistent in the early game, at least. So right now it's a lot about setting up objectives and just playing around the dragons, because I think we were just faltering even getting to that point before. But now we're actually approaching, okay, this is actually getting replicated every day, all day. So now let's really dial in how these sequences look.
Yeah. I think for us, it's like, I think someone's mentioned it before, but they're on the nail with like, we have been working a lot on trying to play super fast tempo and be like really aggressive, because in split 1, we found that we were like, we would win scrims through being aggressive and looking for skirmishes. But then when we would show up to the stage, like nothing would happen. So for us, it was about like making it obvious to ourselves of how to be aggressive, so that when we get on stage, we can have a plan and understand of like, how can we make action happen in the game without just like doing it instinctively. So that's been the biggest one for us.
I need to ask you, the kill in game 3 where Jose, Core, and Quid got the kill basically in the base. Like, I've never seen a game where every turret is alive and a double kill happens between mid-tier 2 and the inhibitor turret. How in the world?
I just remember Yon was like, damn, you guys are deep. That was his comms. I think we saw someone topside, I believe.
They just did a 3-man dive, so Palafox was gone, so Quid could walk through the turret.
So, I mean, we were just talking about like cross-mapping fast, so we just entered really fast, and then it's just, I think it's just a product of our champions, to be honest. Like, Jarvan, Ari, Rakan, you just have so much mobility, of the ability to punish easier. So that's kind of how that one happened, I guess.
Ended up taking that Bard portal too, so like it sent them all the way to the gate.
Mobility. We get the getting the Uber.
I challenge anyone to show me like kills happening in that location in like the history of League of Legends with all 6 turrets up. It just blew my mind that somehow I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, we're good at breaking records.
You know what's funny? I'm about to do another like Caps talk randomly, but I remember when I went to Worlds in 2019, I scrimmed Caps, and it felt like I was just getting dove behind my tier 2 mid at like 6 minutes all the time, and I'm like, what the hell?
That happened to me against Bangkok Titans when we were qualifying for Worlds.
Oh yeah,
this was a Raz question actually.
That's crazy, actually.
I asked him what I could ask you guys to get you, and he says, he just says, ask them about Bangkok Titans.
No, I literally I
got traumatized during that series as well.
Tell me about it. The best example of what happened in that series is I was pathing from my wolves.
This was an IWC qualifier in Turkey.
Yeah.
Right?
So we were in the final to make it to Worlds, and I was pathing from my wolves to Raptors on red side, and Simon was leaning against Yasuo, and the Yasuo E'd through the wave, through Simon, and killed me in my tier 2 turret. And I was like, that was the end of that series. We lost right then and there. I was just like, how did this happen to me? I'm just trying to clear my camps, man. This guy just dove me in my tier 2. I was the jungler. I'm supposed to be ganking this guy.
No, I got gapped. I got gapped.
Mid gap.
Yeah, do you think if your jungler was Juves instead, you would have won?
I don't think we would have been there.
Oh, shit.
Jews randomly gets tagged in this. He's like, what are they doing? Why are they talking about this? I mean, that's pretty much it. I didn't hear what you're working on for the rest of the year, though.
We're just trying to work on basically like win condition in the game, and then adaptation if something goes awry.
Being dynamic, one might say.
In a way, being dynamic. I mean, we have a real tempo issue at the moment where like I think it's a product of losing a lot as well. It's like once you get an opportunity in the game, you don't really want to relinquish it. It's like so you just stay with bad condition. You keep looking, like all that kind of stuff. It's like you could chalk it up to just lack of discipline, to be honest. But I think it's like a reprioritization or prioritization actually on like if you reset, something else good can happen, right? Rather than just like sitting there forever.
Yeah.
Or like relinquishing things. I think it's just we have like quite aggressive players.
Yeah.
And I think like reining them in is like the biggest challenge.
It's kind of funny because you have like a boomer team.
Yeah, I know.
Like, can they just chill out?
That's what I'm saying.
Ignar is never going to chill, man.
I'm just saying, like, with the boomers at some point, like, you're not going to win on the keyboard.
Yeah.
So just like, as you said to me before, you know, the old people have to use their brain to win the game.
I did say that, yeah. I was like, you can't keep up with hands anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to just be first.
That was me my whole career. Never had a keyboard.
What do you define as a boomer nowadays, though? Because Faker's like 30. Chovy's been playing like 8-9 years.
Faker's a true boomer. He's like the goat of boomers. Boomer is just like someone who can't play Yone, so just ends up playing like when Faker locks in TF, it's like you don't have to lane, and he uses his wisdom to affect side lanes, and they win the game. That's how a boomer should play.
Uses his wisdom.
Right.
But can't play Aurora. Still not that good at Yone.
Yeah, it's like why would you hands check people when you're smarter than them? Yeah, you can just red card, cue the wave, run away, attack side, GG.
Yeah,
that's a boomer.
It is crazy. League is a lot more about when to fight than actually fighting. Like you need to be, I mean, at the highest level, you're still needing to get hands checked in all these situations, but there's plenty of games where you don't get hand checked at all.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Faker, he has very good hands still. It's just maybe not as good as like Zeka and Chovy. I don't know if that's a hot take, but like
you're gonna have T1 fans coming at you.
I'm a T1 fan. I just think that Zeka and Chovy are better.
Would you say that last year?
At hitting their keyboard and mouse.
Hmm.
Am I wrong?
I don't know.
I
I have no
depends
horse
on
in
the
this
day.
race.
I will say though, on this note, I have the fastest reaction speed on Team Liquid. We did like the reaction speed test. I'm the oldest.
Okay, these reaction speed tests. I'm actually interested in this. Where did you do them? Because I felt like there's such a big gear component to this. Did you do them here on those PCs out there?
No, it was at TL. We all used the same PC to make sure it was good data.
Give me the millisecond readout. For
My
Team
average
Liquid.
was like a 168. I think one of our players, it might have been Jose or something, had like a 200 average.
No.
I'm like, how does this happen? Where's the reaction? Maybe it wasn't Jose. I don't want to throw Jose under the bus. Who was it? Who was the boomer?
If you don't put another name forward now, it's like...
It's
I'm just
gonna
gonna.
be Jose.
The safe bet is Core because he's also old. So maybe it was Core.
Core was really good at the pattern recognition games. If you did them on the human benchmark test, is that where you did them?
Yeah, that was exactly what we did.
He smurfs those.
Yeah.
No, I've gotten as low as like 160 on the PCs out there and like 220 on my phone. I don't understand it.
So maybe age isn't the biggest factor, or maybe it is with mouse precision. I don't know.
I think we're out of topics, except for next week of LCS. I'm gonna let you guys go home real quick.
Let's end this.
I'm gonna read the schedule real quick, and you just tell me the game that you're most excited to watch. So you can't pick your own team.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
Fly Dig, C9 Shopify, Lion DSG, and Team Liquid Sentinels.
Oh yeah.
For me, it's actually Team Liquid Sentinels because Sentinels won that
agree
last
with that.
time.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you have to pick a different one.
Oh.
Yeah.
C9 Shop could is C9 Shop, right?
Yeah.
I think actually low-key it could be interesting. I think that Shop is like leveling up a little bit because we streamed them this week. You could tell they made like a good amount of progress, and I don't think C9 is like insurmountable. So my hot series of the week is that one.
Nice. Hot series of the week.
Hot
What
series of
about
the week.
Fly- appreciate
Sam's
that.
hot series of the
Dig?
week. Fly Dig?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. I mean,
Ooh.
That's a good angle for Dig's first win.
Yeah, no flame. I think Dig is solid as well. I was telling
Thanks,
Spawn, I think Dig is at least top 8 in the league. No, top six.
Classic.
No flame. I think Dig could win that series as well.
I think you guys are gonna win. That's my take.
Really?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that like do you have like a reasoning behind that? or is
Yeah,
it
I was
just a
watching
feel?
Dignitas today, and their aura felt positive. So
it's about
just going off
the
that.
aura. Okay.
I think FlyQuest is going to play too crazy, and I think Palafox is going to put them in their place.
They have really strong lanes.
Palafox is playing well at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he also said he's the best Orianna Azir player in the world.
Well,
He said that in an article.
I did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with him.
you agree with him?
Yeah, that's
me
why we
too.
played Ori Azir today. I was just
That's good.
testing
Yeah,
the
just
sentiment.
testing him.
And he won. So
He
my
won
man.
the game.
My man. Oh, we had to put it to the test.
And conclusion?
Yeah, he's the best Orianna
Yeah,
player
nice,
in the
okay.
world. I agree.
Liquid's a 0. Okay, thank you for watching, coaches. We did it again. We may never do it again. It depends on if the comments enjoyed
Cool.
this dynamic. But
Thanks
thank
for
you all
having
for
me.
joining me.
Likewise.
Thanks for coming.
Thank
you
you.
guys
Thanks.
go through a hard week. We farm your reaction cams like crazy, especially Swiffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
it's
saying
been-
good
it's been a
reactions.
hard-
You're
it's
very
been a hard-
charismatic, Simon.
Thank you, Sam. It's been a rough
Even when
one.
you're winning, you look stressed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wonder what angle we're gonna throw on. I'm just thinking about it, but it's all right. It's all right. We'll get there.
All right. This podcast is weekly on the LCS YouTube channel. We're going to see you for the next one. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Part of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play. This is excellence personified. Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
We're on it. Looking Nar. Nar's done.
Nar's done.
We win.
Block.
Okay.
Careful, Jin. I don't know mana.
No flash. I can kill. Give me the kill, please.
Go top. Okay, it's going.
Okay, go top.
I cannot believe it. FlyQuest, it looked like they were out of this game, but Dignitas tried to go too far, looked for the big play, and FlyQuest outplay them in the fight once again and will take the series 2-0.
I'm gonna ult in, guys. I'm just going in. I'm coming. Look me, guys. Look me. Nice. MF look, guys. MF look, guys. I'm looking at MF. I'm looking at MF. I don't care. No one care. I'm chasing. Yeah. I'm looking rise, guys. Wow. Coming, Laura. Beast mode. Yeah. I got him. Unless he has ult.
I'm gonna come.
Go for bench.
Nah,
GG 21-5, C9 sweep the series.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are officially halfway through the regular season.
That's true.
Woohoo!
Halfway. That's pretty good.
Oh, no, yeah. I had no idea until producers just told me. Let's go.
There we go. The
playoffs. I don't know anything about the passage of time.
All I'm saying is the halfway mark to anything that I'm doing is when I realize I'm either succeeding at it or I'm quitting.
Wait, what? Those are the only options?
He hasn't quit, so
Success or
here.
quit. You're still here, Raz. Let's go. All right, let's check the standings.
Let's get it going.
Great transition to see where we are at halfway through the split. And
yeah, bad
news. Surprise! Cloud9 Kia is up on top.
They're succeeding. They have not quit, Raz. Yeah, that's the positive. Bad news for Sentinels. But it's bad news only because they looked so good at the end of last split, and they're in the position that they are, and they can easily be 1-3. And I say that because if you look at today's matchups, yeah, they got to go up against the Law.
TLAW.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, Team Liquid, I do expect them to continue with their winning ways this split and remain like tied with Cloud9 up at the very top. I thought you were gonna start talking about Dignitas as far as the not so happy story.
Yeah, I mean, I could go with any of those names.
Oh man, because we just replayed the crushing.
They could have taken that game.
They should have won that game.
They could have taken that game. They definitely want that one back.
They were so close. They were almost there, but close does not count.
That's when you just got to be like, hey, let's just hit whoever's in front of us. Make it simple, guys. Make it simple.
If you want to be close to the spring finals, then you better go to Arizona, because that's where we're going. Arizona State University's Mullet Arena from June 13th to 14th. Tickets are now on sale. Head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets today.
I heard you're donning a mullet for the occasion.
You know, we may or may not be having
meetup.
a mega mullet meetup. If you want to join that as well, then DM DeMonte on Twitter.
Yeah. He started it. Kenga started it, but DeMonte also started
I think I have to commit now.
Yeah,
so
I think you do too.
I was gonna get a haircut actually yesterday, and I didn't do it because of the mullet. So it's starting already.
Gross.
There we go.
We are each going to spin a wheel.
Oh.
A wheel of your takes, your fan takes, your genius fan takes, and then whatever take that you get, you spun on the wheel, You have to defend with your life, okay? I don't want to hear any, nah, I don't believe it. Nah, this is a bad take, okay?
The wheel's behind us.
Whatever take you get, you're going to have to.
You're going up. You go up
first. You go
first.
Get in there, Kobe.
I believe in you. I believe in your ability.
All right,
to
we have
deliver the
takes from Koji, Trinical. We got a lot of takes. Let's see. I'm spinning the wheel.
One from Reckless Driver. That's a great name.
I got Reckless Driver. Hey! Good call, Raz. Blabber is the best player NA has ever produced. What? I mean, I don't even have to defend this. Blabber is the GOAT. How many people have brands built around them that have sold thousands of t-shirts, Raz?
Double it.
Very, well, he doesn't play. He doesn't play anymore. Well, you know what? I'm going to pivot then. The Cloud9 Blabber Crabber shirts are still positive.
Sick. They are sick.
But how many people actually have a jungle camp that is named after them, Emily? Doublelift doesn't have that.
He doesn't have
Blabbers, Crabbers, everybody knows what that means.
That's true.
You're flashing and you probably are dying for a crab. Blabber, world-renowned jungler.
Yeah, but does he have double evolution though?
Yeah, he also has a crazy win rate on Maokai. It's like 97.
His Maokai actually is really sick.
Okay, no one has ever said those two words together.
He hasn't brought it out recently. Maybe they maybe they should.
Let me get up there.
You're up next.
Let me get up there. I feel like I can do a better job.
Yeah, it's a tough thing.
Emily instantly.
I'm sorry. We're supposed to rip apart each other's takes.
Emily instantly cracked
Do it to me when I have
the
to
finger
do it.
of power. Boom.
Okay.
All right, who do we got? Is it Gordo? Is it Sammy? I think it's Sammy.
Hey,
okay.
me.
Dignitas 2026 is the best last place team in the history of the LCS. Have you ever believed in a team that was in last place like you believed in Dignitas? I haven't personally. When I looked at a last place team, any prior Dignitas team, either Dignitas 2025, 2024, 2023, I look at that team and I was like, I don't think you can take a game.
What year did you coach Dignitas?
Yeah, are you skipping
because I
your
definitely did not believe in the Dignitas that
We weren't
Raz
last
coached.
place. We weren't last place, so that doesn't count.
Okay.
And the beauty about this team, has a last place team beat the reigning LCS champions like they did in one game versus Line? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And then who else did they beat? Team Liquid? They almost beat Team Liquid again in Split 1. They're beating teams. They just can't take it serious. If this was best of one back in the day, like back in the day, your time in the prehistoric era in the LCS, when it was best of ones, guess what would happen? Dignitas wouldn't be last place. It is the system that is holding them down and keeping them in being a last place team. One day, they'll break out and they'll show themselves as a middle-of-the-card team when we go back to best of ones. Everyone's booing after that moment. That statement, everyone's booing.
We're not going back to best
Sammy,
of
you
ones.
have a perfect
Well
take.
done. Well done.
Our producer does say you did convince him.
Yes.
So congratulations.
There it is.
All right.
All right, let's see what you got.
Martin Webb.
That's a great name. That's probably his literal name.
doesn't need more imports. It needs better coaches.
Blame all the coaches. Blame them all. Give me names.
Okay.
Vaughn, where are you at, bro?
Hey.
So I'm not going to blame any individual coaches, but I do think
Just blame them all in a bundle, okay?
No.
The humble bundle.
I do think we need better coaching because I feel like a lot of times when people step into a coaching role, there are two things that I really highly value in coaches. One is like the in-game stuff. Obviously, you have to know the game of League of Legends very, very well. I actually feel like we have that covered. Most people who step into coaching positions a lot of the times are former players. They understand the game really well. But what I think we have a failing on in NA coaches, and actually a lot of coaches, is in the people part. So I think another really valuable thing.
I agree, Emily.
Wow, you're making this so easy. I think the biggest thing though is like when you're working with a team, right? In a team environment, you're gonna have to mitigate conflict. You're gonna have to understand how people take information in. You're gonna have to understand how they receive information and kind of mitigate that. Because you have someone like me, for example, who's kind of an asshole sometimes, and is just gonna say things.
Sometimes.
Valid, yeah, I can definitely vouch for that.
And sometimes people can take that seriously, okay? Right? So, like, sometimes they can take that to heart, and it can be hurtful. And then you have to mitigate that, because I'm not meaning to hurt your feelings, I'm just saying what I think is wrong.
So NA players are soft.
And
No,
our coaches
oh my
are
God.
a-holes.
That's what I heard too.
Wow.
All right, my
you
turn
guys,
again?
You guys agree with my take, but then you're just making me look worse as innocent person. I appreciate you both. We're still doing more takes. Get up there. Get up there.
We have so many good ones here.
All right, let's see what we got here.
I want the duck one. What was his name, Raz?
There's a quacks. Quack.
Quacks.
But he's a caster.
You got Wreck.
Okay, Wreck. A Team Liquid that could consistently show up on stage.
Oh, that's an easy
like we hear about every single freaking day in scrims, would be the strongest team that we have ever had.
You just triggered Kobe. This is the thing he hates the most.
I mean, this is actually just gospel right here. I don't even have to do anything. I'm pretty sure you all believe that because we hear every single day. Doesn't matter what team, what coach, what player you talk to. They're like, oh, Team Liquid beat us up. Oh no, Team Liquid, they're 100 and 0 in scrims. Honestly,
best team we've ever had.
They would be the best team ever.
What, the 4P Team Liquid?
Scrim team.
About 20. So was it 2016 TSM?
I mean, that team lost some games at least. Scrim TL have never lost.
You know what? That one's a weak. That one's a weak take, Rec.
Yeah, I would have defended the take better. I blame Kobe.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the idea of blaming Kobe. We got a few takes left.
Yeah.
I want the Quacks one. I want to see what his take is.
You get Tropical Armor 23.
That's a good one. C9 is actually the 3rd best team.
All right, Raz.
I believe it. Because right now in the regular season, they may be doing well, but are you going to believe
Because
the
my
regular
team,
season
Scrim
standings?
Team Liquid, is #1. That's what.
Yeah, exactly. I think Team Liquid. I actually have that as in my power rankings because when I think about playoffs, I don't think about C9 doing well in the regular season. That is never truthful, really. What about Lion? Oh, are we going to believe that Lion is actually like a 3rd or 4th place team based on the regular season standings? We believe that in Split 1. What happened in Split 1? What happened in Split 1, huh?
Well, they won, Raz, and so how is TL and Lion both going to be #1 in your new ranking?
No, but like Team Liquid is going to be #1, Lion is going to be #2, and then guess who's going to be #3? Cloud9.
You don't believe? Right now they're #1, bro.
Yeah.
That's C9?
4-0, yeah.
Oh, and then what's going to happen in playoffs?
They're 4-0.
What's going to happen in playoffs? They're going to face DSG
Yeah,
again.
but this doesn't give you a time limit. It doesn't say by playoffs, C9 will be 3rd place.
What, you're gonna just randomly stop the vote, stop the count during the regular season? No, you gotta wait until the entire season goes. Why are you gonna have standings if you're gonna wait and cut it in the halfway point? Never stop the count.
Oh my God.
If you're saying Lion are better than Cloud9, then why did Lion beat Cloud9 this split?
True. Wait.
Wait, no, Cloud9 beat Lion first of all, so you're going crazy on that one.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
okay.
These are easy takes to take, but I appreciate you, brother.
Gordo, what's your take?
Pretty sure that's another caster too.
Dignitas will make spring playoffs. Okay, so this ties into what Raz was saying. All they have to do is get a series. And I'm going to look at Ignar,
I said they're the best last place team.
I didn't listen to you. Dignitas have what it takes. You heard Ignar on stage. He's like, sometimes we just are clowns.
Yeah.
They need to stop. I think the biggest clown. Yeah. They just need to stop the clown, and suddenly they're a playoff team.
The inner clown.
Did they stop
we all have an inner clown. Currently, my hockey team has an inner clown. They're losing, and I'm very mad about it. And I had to bring that up. But no, Dignitas, like, they have it. We've seen them put together good games. I feel like they just throw the meta out. They play Alistar. They play engaged supports. They play comfort. We've seen it work for other teams in other regions currently right now, and that's how they make playoffs.
Who are they beating to make into playoffs?
Shopify.
Who's not?
When was the last time Dignitas made it to playoffs?
Well, look, don't six.
That's a historical precedent. It's not gonna happen.
Sorry, I have a bit of a cold. Don't 6 teams make playoffs?
It sounds like you're coughing up because you can't answer
all
the
they have to do is finish ahead of Shopify, and that was a rhetorical question, guys. 6 teams make playoffs. Goddamn.
All right, calm down.
He's getting a little flustered.
Dignitas can get above Shopify and DSG. That's how they do it. Thank you, fans, for having us defend your takes.
That clearly I succeeded on in being able to defend, and Emily was coughing up because she couldn't answer. She was like, "Oh, these."
I have a cold.
The last time that DSG and Lion played, DSG pulled off a big upset. Okay,
that's true.
A big upset that we all predicted against.
True.
Do you think it will happen again, though? Will they repeat?
Emily?
I think it's going to be a little more difficult this time. It was really great to watch this though, because it felt like everything was clicking for the side of DSG. I really loved the compositions they put together. This was Kryra's kind of giant debut, right? And so to come out and be inspired and have such strong games, like as you can see his scoreline right there as they were finishing off the Nexus. And he even brought this up where he was like, Inspired is my big role model, and I feel like I did pretty well against him. So I'm really happy, question mark. I think he was really happy because after that game, I don't know why we added the question mark. He was
he
on
knew about the times to come.
Yeah, I know. I was really happy.
Winter is coming.
But yeah, he was really happy because we got to talk to him afterwards, and he was so jazzed and so like excited to move forward with this LCS split because his debut against Inspired went so well.
Yeah, my favorite part was the coach or the player cams during the game.
Yeah.
Every play that went well, he was popping off. He was so excited. Yeah, definitely looks up to Inspired. Lots of junglers, world round even.
Yes.
Inspired.
And I think what really worked for that team was basically the idea and playstyle of being able to like, hey, Castle on a carry. Because Castle is an incredibly good carry top laner, and he has a lot of flexibility. The fact that he played Nasus when he was like, didn't even practice it with the team, right? Like the trust that they had in him being able to do that. And then you look towards Call Me, who was a real connector or glue on the map. Like, I felt like they played their roles as a team pretty succinctly. And I think that has been lost along the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm glad you brought that up because I feel like with this disguised team, when we have seen them win, like you said, it's been, I don't even know if comfort is the word, but it's been entrusting in their own picks, right?
Yeah.
Like, we all remember the trust me dead ass quote that Ido gave us, and then we managed to listen into
Nasus
their
top,
comms.
baby.
Yeah, for the Nasus top. We also saw Sajed, who's really well known for his Vayne. I know we've seen a lot of Vayne tops, but they played it in the bot lane, and that game was really, really good for them, right? Like at the beginning of the split. And so I think Sajed himself has had overall like a rough split since that kind of series. So I think now it is in trusting themselves and playing comfort, but also not getting too lost in the sauce because some of their drafts end up being a little wonky when they full default to comfort. Here is some of that highlights from that Vayne game though, because I was so happy that he brought this out. He played it in tier 2 as well, and it's one of his signature picks.
Yeah, and I will say what has really been suffering for this team has been the laning phase. If you were just to think about the competition that's happening within this league, this is kind of like goes back from the take that I had earlier, which is even some of the worst team in the league has great pieces that will do well in lane. Like even take Dignitas as an example, right? You have Photon top lane, FBI bot lane. You're going to suffer in lane if you're not up to snuff going up against them. Even Sentinels that are right now 1 and 2, you have what is, sure, Impact isn't like performing as well, but recently he's been performing really well in lane as a top laner. Meanwhile, you have to go up against Rahel and Puhi bot lane, right? Even the teams that are struggling in the bot, in the standings have incredibly strong laners, and so Sajed and Lions has to pick it up in lane for them to be able to perform. So while we look at Split 1 and said, this is the peak that we want them to go back to, we must also remember in playoffs, that was a major fall from the upper bracket, and I feel like they haven't recovered since.
Yeah, I think a lot of my criticism is for the early game and for the bottom lane, but if they also need to fix up their team fights. Like they've had a lot of errors in some of the team fights. That's one of the things they did well at the very beginning. We're actually ready with an interview already, so we're going to send it over to Jat, who is with Kryra.
Thanks, Kobe. Kryra, just asked you how you're doing. You said you're chilling. How are the nerves the second time going up against Inspired on stage? Because I know the first time it was a big deal.
Actually, not the same thing. I don't mind. Like, I'm just going to play my game and win again.
How we had the quote that Inspired was someone you looked up to as a jungler and it felt really good to beat him. But I also imagine this split, it would also feel really good to get another win since the start of the split hasn't been going the way you would have wanted. What needs to be better to pick up the win today?
I think we just need to play all on the same page because I feel like sometimes we can be really good, but we can also be really bad. We just have to show our really good side and we should pick up the win again, like against Lion, and I just hope I can play well again, like against Spirit. Yeah.
Is there something we'd be able to point out in game if things are going well for you guys that hasn't been going well?
I guess good early game. Like we need good early game, and then we can play the game. Like we can play team fight, we can play, you know, objective. But if bad early game, then it's hard, I think.
All right, Cryer, I'll let you get back to it. Early game's a name. Back to the lounge.
Well, that's exactly what we're hitting on right
Just that simple. Yeah, literally.
I did think it was funny. It was like, oh yeah, you know, we have a good side and a bad side. So hopefully our good side shows up and then we can win. Right? That's all you need to do. Good side show up.
Good side shows up.
I will say though, I actually think that they could have an early game advantage in the castle lane. I think castle versus Dokla very well could be castle advantage, at least for laning phase. I think castle has been quite good. Yeah, he did have a couple of bad games, but that might be an area they could try and attack. Again, like the bottom lane is really hard when you're Berserker versus Sajed. It does it seems like it might be hard. And as junglers, you usually are like,
it is
can you guys just let me be safe?
In my mind, and I guess also in the stats,
Yeah.
quite literally the strongest bot lane versus the weakest bot lane at the moment. And you must deal with that if you want to be able to get to where you want to be.
Or, as a jungler, maybe I just don't deal with it and I just say, farm safe,
own,
guys,
go
play safe,
top.
guys. Go top. Maybe I'll go get some kills up top with Castle and some 2v2s, and I'll see you after I have an item or two, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is not only have Sajed and Lions kind of struggled in lane, like we already pointed out, but on the flip side, Berserker and Isles have just been really, really good. And from their debut together, we kind of knew that they were going to be really, really good, but I know like they themselves have both talked about their improvement, more specifically Isles' kind of improvement and synergy with Berserker.
Yes.
That I know, Raz, you had some things to say about this after we chatted with Berserker for a bit.
Yes, I mean, like, let's just talk about Isles, because like I feel like we hit on Berserker quite a lot in the success that he has had in lane, but I feel like oftentimes with Lion as a team not playing as well individually, you forget about how Isles is doing individually in lane alongside Berserker. And so I wanted to touch on just a little bit how he has been consistent in every series that they've played so far. So number one, he's playing Caitlyn and the Lux lane. This is an Ignar engage, so the problem is they go straight in for the engage, on towards him, roots Berserker as well. The only issue is there's not really going to be much follow-up from FBI, so immediately what you will see is Ignar say, never mind, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not playing my Alistar, I'm going to walk away. What did we just see there? What just happened? The immediate follow-up from Isles, immediately recognizing that this is actually a better fight for them, so if we slow-mo it, the fact that he was able to quickly flash, Q.
I don't know if that was slow-mo.
You just have to have better eyes. You just have to have better eyes. You need better eyes for that one. Check your eyesight first.
Let me slow this one
Don't
down.
attack my eyesight. It's doing its best.
He's gaslighting us.
Yeah,
That wasn't
no,
slow-mo.
right? What the heck?
And this is the second fight as they're trying to get what's called walk into the vision for C9. This is the first series, of course, that happened in the split. This was a loss for Lion, but the fact that they were trying to get vision and walk in to C9 and their team, I think the major component in why they ended up winning this fight was, of course, the big elephant in the room is Isles. Isles, major Nico ult. I feel like Nico has been his best champion so far this split, even though we got to see the Lux and how strong he was able to perform in that series prior. This one was ridiculous. This was just the game-winning fight for them, and it allowed for the rest of the team to be able to follow in, lock in, and I think a lot of compliments were made from the Lion roster when interviewed when they were talking about Isles specifically for this game. And then you go into the next game. Another series entirely versus Shopify Rebellion. This is their only 2-0 that they had. And immediately, great ulti from Rumble that locks and damages a lot of the members from Shopify Rebellion. But it's this Seraphine ulti that gets 4 members of
Juicy.
Incredibly juicy, that allows them to be able to follow up, win the rest of the fight, even though it doesn't immediately result in like every kill coming down, but this is just like, solidifies, like create Dragon Vision, so they can get the next Drake. It is what ends up winning them the next couple fights, and this is just 3 different series. I had multiple examples, but I wanted to make this one as short as possible.
What about this time period though? He says now I can trust Alice. What about before then?
Yes, and so like I think, this is just how Berserker talks. He's very straightforward, he's very blunt. What he really meant to say is, wow, I heart. That's the worst heart of all time.
Yeah.
That's the worst heart of all time. I heart.
I'm glad the camera didn't catch that, but it's very funny.
I heart Isles. That's what he truly meant. Isles is such a great AD carry.
You're Berserker, like what? This is your...
Yes, that's exactly what he meant to say. I love Isles. He's performing incredibly well so far this split.
But I actually do agree also with like the time period, because I remember I was casting their playoff game where Isles in lock-in playoffs, he had the Poppy game.
Yes. Yeah.
And he was just popping off. He was the best player on the team. He's making all these plays, getting all these kills for Berserker. And I feel like ever since that moment, that kind of watershed moment in lock-in playoffs for Isles, he has been able to keep that level. And that's one of the biggest things to me. And yeah, so now Berserker, he's got full trust in him.
Yeah.
From here on out, he's golden.
True. Here's the issue, though. He's always tough at being able to accept praise. He's always incredibly self-critical. So now it's going to be on Jat, who's with Isles currently, to face him with that reality. Tell him, Jat.
Thanks, Raz. We were discussing the interview we had with Berserker last week where he said, now I can trust Isles, almost implying that at the start of the year he wasn't trusting Isles. I want to hear from you how the relationship has been progressing from the start of the year to now.
I don't think it's unfair. I do think I've done some very questionable things, most of experience on stage, but there are some games I can think of, namely a bot game maybe last split where some questionable things happened, so nothing to complain about.
You seem in good spirits, and I feel like you've been playing well. I'd say the community is also giving you a lot of praise so far this split. What are some of your thoughts on the way your gameplay has been developing so far in Spring?
I don't know. I think maybe things are just coming together a little bit more naturally on stage. When you have such great infrastructure around you, naturally I think I will start to play a little bit better. But yeah, just grateful for the opportunity as usual, and I think nothing more to say on that really.
Raz was also saying that he thinks Nico's your best champion, maybe Lux. What do you think your best champion is that you've played so far in Spring?
Best champion? I don't know. I think on Nico, I just had good showings. I'm not sure I would say it's my best champion. I think sometimes in laning phase, I tend to overreach on Nico, but I don't know. I wouldn't say I have like a best champion per se, but it is easy to look good on Nico, I will say, so.
Yeah, I thought the Lux was the coolest champion. Just to talk quickly about DSG, what needs to go well for you guys to win the series today?
I think DSG is a good team, specifically in their mid-jungle. I think they make decisions really quickly, and they don't tend to hesitate, which is something that's uncommon, I think, of new players. I think Ryra is very quick to pull the trigger when he sees the angle, and I think that's some of his greatest strengths. But I do think sometimes their team pulls the trigger in the wrong way. They don't hesitate, but sometimes they find the wrong play, and I think sometimes just by playing your own game, by playing a bit standard, sometimes they'll tend to overreach at the wrong time. I think their bot lane is kind of weaker than us in lane, so I expect that Berserker and I will find some advantage in the early game, and we'll just snowball through that.
Sounds good. I'll let you continue warming up. We're going to send it back to the lounge.
Thank you.
This man will not compliment himself at all.
Yeah,
ever.
It is. No, that's true.
Yeah, that was just all self-criticism.
Even when Jat was like, "You've been playing really well in community,"
he's like, I don't know about that.
I'm normal. I'm about the same.
Yeah, it is what it is. This guy is way too critical, which is, I think, a great mentality to have for growth.
Yeah.
And I think it's really worth noting that the bot lane for Berserker and Isles has just been probably the best bot lane in the league at the moment, and it's something that Lion can consistently look towards in finding success in.
And we joked about the Berserker quote, but the fact that now they can trust each other and not have to for example, like in a lot of those plays, Raz, you brought up, like it's a lot of snap engages or 2v2 plays where they are relying on each other to both do a thing. If you don't have to think about doing that thing, it helps out a lot. But now we're going to take a look at our predictions.
What in the heck?
What a surprise.
You seem surprised.
No one even giving DSG a game?
Emily,
No?
you're usually the one that gives
No,
games to...
I just think the bot lane's too good.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even the
You
fans
didn't give
out
them
there?
a game either.
I'm just saying, like,
After all we talked about with the jungle going top,
Yeah.
you're gonna get a game?
yeah, it's surely somebody, and not me. What about you at
I was like, Raz, you flip-flop. This is on you.
Hey, I need one game to flip-flop, all right? You needed a success to flip-flop, but I'm going to say right now,
Somebody
the people at home, hopefully someone loudly will state that DSG will take at least one game. Let's take it to the games and find out.
Welcome to day 2 of week 4 of the LCS Spring Split. We've reached the halfway point of the regular season and have 4 more teams looking to pick up a win here today. Later today, Team Liquid puts their undefeated record on the line against a Sentinels team that has been getting better and better week by week. But first, it's Disguised, looking to recapture the magic they had in the lock-in tournament, where they took down the now defending champions Lion. Azael here, joined by Jat for this first matchup of the day. Lion versus Disguised, which in lock-in went away that people didn't really expect, but it feels like things have been going more to our initial expectations here in this Spring Split.
It really does. The lock-in series feels so far away because Kryra was amazing in that series, and looking back at some of the clips from Waiting Room, their bottom lane was doing well in that series too, and I think that's been the biggest difference for me this split with DSG is Sajet and Lions have not been able to get the upper hand, which then will pull Kryra bottom lane, but Kryra has been playing a lot of lower CC, more power farming junglers, and they just haven't been able to find the right footing. So we'll see if they make tweaks to fix that today.
Yep, it'll be interesting to see if they can perform. I mean, I think the discussion about Sajet and Lions in lock-in was, okay, they're not a great 2v2 laning, 2v2, but they team fight really well. And Sajet's mechanics in the team fights have looked really good. And look at his Kaisa, he's popping off. And we just kind of haven't really gotten that part for DSG. Really, the only player that I feel like has been super kind of standing out individually has been Castle. And people have been talking a lot about Castle. He's had some very good games. But DSG definitely struggling compared to where they were at this point during lock-in.
They really are. They had the week 1 series win against Sentinels, have lost the next 2 series, so they sit at 1 and 2. And already a somewhat standard draft, but it's a little bit flipped to what we normally see. I would say normally when Lion has Orianna in the game, they kind of let the other team choose, and they'll just take the Nocturne side because Inspired likes playing that against control mages. But very clearly, Orianna goes unbanned here. Lion first picked it very quickly, and then DSG quickly responded with their Nocturne call.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the big mix-up here is that Orianna is by far the most banned champion right now. It's almost always getting perma-banned. So the fact that they actually banned out Seraphine instead of that is interesting to me. Seraphine, almost always, if it is banned, is going to be a second-round ban. So kind of interesting to see that they did decide to let that through. They obviously want to break up the knock wave combo, so they take that Nocturne away. Very aggressive soul lane picks here for DSG. You have Jace as well as that Akali. They're going to be playing Dive for sure. But Lulu here as well as the Yunara for Berserker. This feels like absolute comfort for Lion. Hyper carries in mid and bot. They have a lot of shielding, a lot of peeling that is going to make things difficult, both for the Nocturne and the Akali. It's just tough to deal with Lulu.
It really is. On the side of DSG, I would say there's a slight possibility that they can still flex that Akali Jace between mid jungle, because the last time the DSG played Lion, they did win with mid Jace. And Akali mid on the other side, if they play that mid, has been a champion that they're 2-1 on the year, which, considering they have a 38% win rate or so, these are champions they're pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, and Castle's a super flexible player, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if he was comfortable playing, Akali if the matchup does call for it. Obviously, people like to play Akali into things like Gwen in top lane, but generally isn't played a lot up in the top lane. And it is really just kind of protection bans for bot side now, as Lion are throwing out the Nautilus ban. I wouldn't be surprised to see another bot lane ban, but it looks like they actually missed their ban, unless that is a UI bug. We will get an update on that for you.
It's Caitlyn.
Okay, so just a UI bug. So Caitlyn was banned out. Makes sense. I expected double bot lane bans just kind of protect. They are considering Kalista, which obviously fits with the theme of the comp, but Corki, you could just play Corki Nami. That is very, very standard. I will say they don't have a lot of CC on this GSG side whatsoever. You do have a lot of go buttons. You can send in the Akali, send in the Nocturne, send in the Nami wave. But there's not really a lot of pick potential, I will say, because they don't have any hard CC, really.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I am okay with it when you pair Akali with Nocturne, because they can be dive buddies, and they'll have enough combined damage to have a chance at executing. When you're up against Orianna and Lulu shields, maybe not, but that's the theory. I would be comfortable playing Nocturne as long as I had Akali, even if I didn't have strong CC, so makes sense for them, and they'll likely just do the Corki Nami, as you mentioned, to handshake it.
Yeah, it's very, very likely. Sion obviously making sense here. Regardless of which lane you're going to be going into, you are going to be getting very, very tanky, and you're just kind of playing the role of keeping your backline safe. Just trying to walk at the Jace, walk at the Corki, push them back. Obviously, Xin, great pairing with the Lulu, always works well with enchanters. And this is about as standard gets here. You have two hyper carries, you have a really good front line with the Xin as well as the Sion that are difficult to fight through. And then you have that paired alongside this Lulu that is going to be peeling for you. Corki Nami does in fact come through. Two very different style of compositions. I think Lion is going to be happy to play really slow and steady. Their 5v5 front to back is going to be unbeatable. And for DSG, it's going to be about creating a lot of chaos, getting, unique angles of engage.
And I think the Lion draft mirrors what Isles said about DSG in the interview that we just had, where he thinks they're mid-jungle, make very quick, aggressive decisions, so it makes sense that they'd want to play something like Akali Nocturne. But then he also says sometimes they make a bad decision. So Lion is just set up to have strong 5v5 team fighting, rely on either Saint or Berserker to get fed enough, and everybody else can just set them up.
Yeah, and I think the real question is, can DSG's bot lane step up and punish this relatively weak duo of Yunara and Lulu? People I feel like have kind of solved how to play against it. When it first started getting popular in lock-in, it was all about these level 1s, and we saw a lot of Yunara Lulus win the lane at level 1, get lethal tempo stacked up, get the Q stacks, and they'd take these big trades at level 1 where they're using heal for move speed, and they would just win a 2v2 at level 1. As people got more and more comfortable against that, and they aren't getting caught in these kind of like extended trades, we've seen Lulu Yunara getting pounded in most of the lanes. It has really, really struggled in 2v2. So we will see if a Lion can overcome that. Obviously a very heavily favored bot lane as far as the players are concerned, but champion-wise, you would expect DSG's champions to get an advantage.
For sure. I mean, the last two patches, Yunara Lulu has been sitting at about a 35% win rate in Tier 1, to echo what you were just talking about, even if he had started out with a few wins. So I'm okay with it if it's Berserker playing the Yunara, because even just last week, he was able to carry game 2 of their series by getting fed on Yunara with the Lulu. So it makes sense that they'd lock that in again.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to put things into perspective, so in lock-in, Yunara is averaging almost 850 gold down to 15.
That's not a lot of gold. Yeah.
That's not a lot?
But Sajed...
Negative 850?
Okay, sorry. I was going to say, like, that's not good.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I said a lot.
I was like, that's quite a bit.
Weirdly enough, it's about the same as what Sajed is averaging in lane on everything.
So maybe it'll go even.
To speak to the early game. Maybe it would go even. Or maybe Berserker Isles are going to win this lane.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, Berserker and Isles obviously very, very strong duo here. And we will see how Sajed and Lions can play this out. Corki Nami, you just want to take quick trades. You're looking to poke and prod, utilize the healing that Nami has, and just try to land boss bombs. But You see Isles backstepping on that, and so far we haven't seen Nami be able to get any double bounces on the heel, which is really important. But remember, this is a lock-in rematch. We saw Kryra get to take down Inspired in what was actually, I think, his debut match, because he wasn't there at the very beginning of lock-in, and he was pumped up about it.
Man, the Kryra hype was so big back then, all 6 weeks ago. Then they lost through the upper and lower brackets of the playoffs, and it started a little bit slow. But we'll get it back in this series with him going up against Inspired. Inspired, as well as Isles, have really good things to say about Kryra, being a smart jungler, making good decisions. So Nocturne with Akali and a lot of side lanes to potentially play through, even if he's going to have a hard time converting in late-game teamfights, which I see with all the shields that Lion is going to have, I can see him making a lot of impact in the early game. Yeah, and that's definitely the hope. You know, try to play through side lanes, get advantages there, split the map, where these types of champions really can succeed. You know, you expect them to be favored in both side lanes, regardless of the matchup. And Lion's here taking a pretty bad trade, as Isles has been doing a really good job spacing. You know, even when he gets hit by that ebb and flow, the Nami W, he's always backing up, so the bounce doesn't actually come back for the heal onto Lions, where Nami can start going really health positive in these trades, and as a result, Lion comfortably winning in that 2v2. I think Isles is really good at Enchanters, so I'm really happy to see them on this Yunara Lulu, even if it's not the agreed upon global meta, because I think it fits them in this game and this matchup. And both junglers did the full clear into Crab. Inspire's just getting a little bit of extra vision, and he's going to know that the Nocturne path was a little different by getting that vision, so he sees the respawn timer, but that's not going to change his plan. He's just going to reset. Yep, not too big of a deal. You can see Saint here bullying Call Me a bit, but Call Me CSing really well. He's dead even as far as all the CS is concerned, so is down on health, but not going to be too worried about that. Castle getting the push here on Dokla, creating a nice early advantage. You know, yes, you do expect to be down a bit on the Scion, but this is already 13 CS with a couple more there for Dokla to farm, but Inspired here up towards that top side. Interesting that he showed in this moment, just to make sure that Castle had to show a little bit of respect. This lane, it is very difficult for the Jace to actually get a kill against the Scion. Yeah, Berserker just running past that bubble as Lions through it, predicting them to backstep, and both of the Lion members are able to just go forward and avoid it. Absolutely. Just get back to that top lane matchup. When you do the Resolve tree with Second Wind and a Doran Shield and Biscuits, he's expecting to get poked a lot in this lane, but he's very good at regenning from low health as long as he doesn't get executed, so I just expect him to kind of be under his turret for most of this early laning phase until he gets armor. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a lot of people in this matchup, you're just going to rush Warden's Mail, and then once you have that armor, it is just so efficient. It becomes very difficult to push the Scion out. He's got ultimate, he's got TP, but of course, the trade-off is you're going to get pushed back. Call Me getting very low here. Saint out of mana, will not be able to finish him off. And that is kind of how this matchup goes in the early levels. It's really Akali's health versus the Orianna's mana, because Orianna is going to have the push, is going to be able to bully, but Call Me laning very, very well here. Even though you're down health, it doesn't matter because you are dead even in the farm. It's kind of funny. Akali's the one that takes the Second Wind Doran Shield when Scion's the one that takes the Second Wind Doran Shield up on the top side, but they all get to their first reset. Saint going a little bit defensive here with the Catalyst first buy-in. Really poor teleport choice there. Should have just gone to his turret, but greeds it on the mid lane and has to burn Flash in half his health. Yeah, that is honestly a really nice gank there from Kryra, and I agree. You know, people do just sometimes kind of autopilot to TPing right back to the minions, but jungler is there. You can't cancel the TP once it's started, so Saint does lose a lot of health and is going to be going for that more defensive Roa build like we talked about. Obviously, a lot of dive here on that side as Berserker sidesteps the bubble, going forward here onto Lions. Heal's going to have to be used. Will not have to flash, but bot lane definitely looking problematic already here for DSG. Despite the fact that the CS is even, this is going to be a lane that is going to become more and more difficult for them to deal with as time goes on. As we've got to pause here, and we'll update you as soon as we find out what is going on. Heals on both sides, burned in that last trade. I'm just looking at Sajed's first buy, and I understand why Berserker all-in him. Sajed has a tier and a glowing moat in his inventory. So he's got short cooldowns and lots of mana. He's got it going on. He's just going to be poking with Q. It was Call Me who initiated the pause, so hopefully that is going to be quick. He pings Orianna's flash and then shortly after pauses the game. So okay, so got an update. Call Me says he's reporting that he is stuck on locked camera and is unable to unlock, so he can't actually look around at all. Which turns out it's important at the pro level. Off the top of your head, w's the hotkey? I think it's Q or something like that. No,
Well, no, it can't be. What is it? No, is it shift something or?
So I've literally, this actually happens to me in solo queue sometimes because I'll fat finger it and I haven't been playing enough to know what the hotkey should actually be.
Is it like P or? I never used that.
I
never
think
used
it's
the
something
hotkey.
like P. There's also a spot in the interface that you can click.
I have no clue. Yeah, I know that. I know that you can click the little camera. Of course, it's not Q because that's your main ability.
Yeah. I think it's Y.
I don't know. Yeah, it is.
I can't even check from this, but I want chat to tell me what it is.
It should be under camera controls probably.
Well, I'm in spec client. You think?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I never use lock camera.
It is Y. Toggle camera lock is Y.
I never use lock camera, so I have no idea.
I would imagine they probably told him it was Y and it wasn't actually working. But I think there's a chance. If I was on stage and I got lock camera, I would pause immediately just to have someone say, "Have you tried pressing Y?" Like, oh, okay, it's fixed.
Yeah, you should just be able to unclick it, but
He's
maybe
just,
I'm sure he tries. I'm sure he tried unclicking.
He's disconnecting and reconnecting. I imagine that will probably fix the issue.
Yeah, but some people do like lock camera. I know some pros use lock camera, but they use it sparingly. Like they'll toggle it in team fights. I know some AD carries play that way, where they'll toggle on lock camera in team fights, and some people obviously just hold space, which is what I do. If I need to actually center my camera, I'll just hold space for a second. But generally speaking, you need to be looking around a lot, especially at the pro level.
That's what Double Lift did, though. He would hold space during team fights just to stay centered on your character.
Yeah, it can make it easier. Sometimes people find that the camera is just kind of like falling away from their camera, especially if you're kiting and you're trying to actually like orbok on an AD carry. It can be a little bit more difficult with the camera sometimes. So it is always interesting. Speaking of camera controls, one of the things that I think a lot of people sometimes don't use is target champions only, which you do see those mistakes even at pro level, which is always a really useful toggle. So if you guys don't have target champions only, I just use that on Tilde. I don't actually know what the default is, but that's what I use. And you can have it as an actual toggle, or you can have it as like a hold down. And very, very useful for when people are hiding behind a tower, or when you're actually fighting in the middle of a minion wave, where an all-in can easily be decided by a wrong auto attacker too.
That's a very good idea, especially on turret dives.
Yep.
If you're playing a lot of Renekton or something.
Yeah, when people are behind the tower and you misclick. And you see it at the pro level, not that much, but it does happen where people misclick on a minion. It's always especially funny too when Vayne top was really popular and people misclick one time and you lose your silver bolt stacks and then they lose the all-in because of it. So looks like we are fixed. So we're getting on pause, going back into it. And Call Me, I'm assuming his camera is working fine because we didn't instantly repause, so should be no more issues.
I hope that's not a bug on live, because that would be really tilting if you got permalock camera in a game.
Yeah, you can't pause and reconnect. Well, you can, but you can reconnect.
Get leave a penalty.
Might be dead when you come back.
Oh, Castle. 600 gold lead at 6 minutes. I'd say that's above average.
Yeah, for sure. Very above average, I think. Definitely doing really well in this 1v1. And sending Dokla back to base already. Of course, Dokla can ult back to lane. They're going to pop the Nocturne ult here on Orianna with no flash. They take him down easily with the perfect execution of the Paranoia. Nicely done here by Call Me and Kryra. The regank on that missing flash is punished big time.
It's so nice as a Nocturne if you can get a flash pre-6, because then post-6 you can just probably kill that person unless they're completely hugging your turret. So that's a perfect start for both Kryra and Call Me. All thanks to a combination of Saint being greedy with his TP, but also just Kryra being in the right spot when the TP was going to come through to burn the flash in the first place.
Yep, really well done there. And now Berserker back on this bot side, still farming it up. And it is a 1,000 gold lead here for DSG because of that kill they got in that mid lane, as well as the really nice early advantage here for Castle, who has gone back to base and does have quite a nice advantage. Dokla ended up staying around on that top side to soak one more wave, so he'll go back and will not really be punished for this at all, just working in towards some tabbies.
You can see Kryra and Inspired both kind of respecting each other's game at the moment. Inspired knows that Akali Nocturne ult are down, so he's just going to take this Drake solo. Potentially, if Kryra and Call Me had decided to move into River, they could stop him, but it would just be a losing percentage play if Berserker and Isles were to cover, so that's why no one is stopping Inspired from taking that Drake, and that's essentially the trade.
Yep, no Nocturne ult, no Akali ult would be tough to stop as Kryra heading up towards that top side, right there as the grubs do spawn, and is going to be able to likely grab, we'll see if he gets all three, but Lion's going to be slowed down, and immediately Berserker just dashing forward with the Transcend oneself. They were trying to get in onto Lions to have the knock up with the Wild Growth, but Lions did flash early enough. with that XP disadvantage, knew there was no chance of a fight. Berserker and Isles playing this very well, as Kryra will claim all 3 of those grubs, and that is going to be nice for Castle on the top side, who has perma push, but bot lane is becoming a bit of a problem, and Saint uses his shockwave for a couple melee minions.
Yeah.
He is very scared of walking up.
Well, he knows Akali ult is back up. Kryra's ult is going to be soon, and it's pushing away from him, so he's really just trying to shove the whole wave in before his reset. Respectable, I think. That's a decent ultimate to do unless you're trying to bait a 2v2 later, but Inspired wouldn't want to do that against the Akali Nocturne because it's likely a losing 2v2, so probably ends up getting him a little bit extra gold.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a couple more minions before he bases, but that's the problem. Yeah, exactly. The Akali's just going to hold the wave.
Yeah,
and
now everyone's coming.
Exactly. They're going to send 3 there to make sure that they can unfreeze this. So Isles and Inspired are behind him. They want to make sure he can fully push this in. Call Me trying to threaten the all-in as Nocturne is around, but if they go for this, everyone is going to be here. There's the perfect execution. The shockwave comes out. The polymorph is going to be shrouded off. Kryra arrives. Lions is here to back them up, but Lions still not 6, and Isles is 7. So this Nami, way down in experience, can't really contribute a lot to the fight, and as a result, Saint does survive.
The 2-level gap on supports is crazy. 7 to 5 at this stage in the game. That's the whole reason I feel like that play was able to be salvaged. No Shockwave, no Lulu ultimate. So even, I can understand why DSG would be so aggressive there. Even if 3 are here, we'll probably still win the fight, but it ends up a 0 for 0, and it'll relieve a little bit of pressure for Saint now that those ults are down.
Yeah, if you had Tidal Wave, maybe it would make the difference. Castle is just destroying Dokla right now on the top side. 1,000 gold up, does actually spot Inspired as he drops a pink ward there in the Tri-Brush. Castle does have to be a bit careful. One overextension in a matchup like this and you die, and all of a sudden the sign is kind of right back into it. But he is that point of power, wants to be continuing the push, and of course we do know that Inspired did go back to base.
Yeah.
That is going to be the teleport out there from Dokla, who finishes his steel caps, and Castle just doing really well, utilizing those grubs, non-stop pushing, is going to try to be that point of power.
Pretty difficult early game for Inspired to play here, with Dokla being perma under his turret, Saint having his flash burned early and dying to that first Nocturne ultimate. And then he has a pushing bot lane, but they're not really setting up any gank or dive opportunities. So just got to be patient and continue to scale up.
Yep, Castle just going forward to the skies, taking another really good trade here onto Dokla, who has just gotten back to lane. Roll quest already complete. Daejeon taking a fight here onto Isles. Isles has got to be careful. He's going to flash out of there. Look at the wild growth. Cool. Knocks them both up, and Lions has no flash and no chance to survive. Berserker and Isles with the big outplay in the 2v2. It costs him a flash, but it is well worth it.
Kryra has ult in 3 seconds, though. He's hoping that Lions moves a little bit further up.
Inspired is here, too, though. I don't even think he can go for it, and Inspired, right place, right time, is going to dissuade Kryra from going in, and that was just really well done there with a double knock-up on the wild growth as Berserker dashed into both Daejeon and Lions.
And that's trust in your 2v2 right here. Berserker goes beast mode, so that's Yunara ult plus Lulu ult, and you're in. You would imagine Isles would self-ult in a lot of situations, but he waits till the last moment to flash sideways, which baits DSG up in the lane, and then Berserker flies in with his ult E very quickly to get in range for the ult knockup. Just beautifully done by those two.
Yeah, really well played, and I think great by Isles. He does not panic, he doesn't self-shield or self-wild growth. And this was a quote from Inspired talking about how they want to go for a bit more chaotic plays. It is interesting because this is obviously not a chaotic draft. It's very, very standard. But, you know, when I was asking about some of their losses in games, the teams that are ranked below them, he was saying, hey, we have been really good in stable games and controlled environments. But when the chaos starts, he felt like that's where they're struggling. So they have been trying to create that a bit. And as a result, we have seen, you know, they're a little bit more activity here in lock-in versus Spring. Obviously, it's not massive numbers, but a bit higher as far as the combined kills a minute, a bit higher kills at 14, and it's something that they're trying to work on at least.
It completely makes sense, and I feel like it's been true in the other games that we've seen from them so far this split. This game in particular, though, I just don't know where they're going to find the chaos with 2 losing solo lanes, aside from just creating crazy conditions bottom lane.
Berserker will flash in.
That's chaos enough. That's more just being good. They're just dominating this 2v2 lane down bot.
Yep, absolutely. Have been playing really well, but no, I agree. It's a very, 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 very standard slow-paced draft.
Saint, why did you TP on mid? Creating chaos.
Trying to mix up the variables a little bit here. But Solo lanes, definitely huge advantage for DSG. It is Berserker getting very far ahead, though. Has not yet cashed out his call and is up 750 gold. The tower is going to fall here already as Castle, just walking past it, is up nearly 2,000 gold individually. He is blasting Dokla. This is a crazy advantage. He has 152 CS at 13 minutes and took a solo first tower in the Scion's face.
That's very impressive.
That is a stomp.
That's a standout performance right there from Castle so far. And now he's going to move. He has the threat to move bot and completely shut off whatever Inspired would want to do here.
Yeah, DSG, they are the ones starting this up. You can see Call Me trying to position on the side to look for an angle to engage. Lion, though, I think they're just going to back it up. Inspired is just heading back into his jungle, wants to continue farming. So Lion decides, you know what? We don't need to fight it. It's just one dragon. We got the first one, so who cares? Inspired does have to be a little bit careful in his jungle, though, as Castle's here. Is walking forward. Wanted to move that advantage around the map, but you also have to be a little bit careful about not over-roaming and allowing Sion to get back in, so I expect him to TP top, yeah.
Yeah, Castle's going to be a little disappointed with what he was able to accomplish there. They do secure the Drake, but Dokla is able to clear out the wave. If DSG would find a way to actually get, I'd say the Jace even into the Orianna and then the Akali into the Sion, they can continue to just really push the tempo. I don't like having Castle in this lane, to be completely honest. I want him pushing advantages elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it'll just be where they can get vision set up. I think at this point, I think at a certain point, you're going to move your bot lane mid, which it looks like that's what they're doing now, and then the soul lanes will be in the side. And then it's just Nocturne kind of bouncing around between lanes, and you're trying to find those advantages. Look for all-ins with the Akali into the Orianna. Look for plays where you can potentially kill off this Sion. And it does look like Sion is the one who's going to be heading out towards top once again. Was considering a roam towards bot as he was walking out that way, but Castle definitely looking strong in this 1v1, and Call Me just kind of trying to hold the line here against Berserker and Isles.
A little bit tough for Call Me in this side lane when he's in the 2v1. It should help Sajed Lions temporarily, but Lion just wants to stay down here to funnel even more gold onto Berserker. Will likely give up this Rift Herald, but I'm okay if I'm Lion and I'm giving gold onto Berserker because of what happened last week. The games themselves were very close, and in game 1, Saint got a triple kill early. In game 2, Berserker got a triple kill early, and it just led to a very strong carry performance later on in the game for them.
And those were games where it didn't look like Lion was in control or anything, and then only takes one fight when you have these guys on a hyper carry. We know how good Berserker is at this style of champion. I feel like this is basically the modern Zeri when he was dominating before. This is those plays you were talking about. Yeah. These were pretty even games and even losing states. In game 1, Saint gets this really good fight where he gets a triple kill. All of a sudden, he's thousands of gold ahead and just takes over the game. And then game 2, it was Berserker who was able to get that big play on this exact champion, get a couple kills, and then just completely take over. So Lion gonna have the utmost confidence that Berserker can get it done, even if the soul laners are behind.
They have to be mid here to defend against the Rift Herald crash. It is giving Akali some free time on the side wave. And as much as Lion was talking about wanting to play with Chaos, that's not the way they win this game. It's similar to the game that we're seeing down bot there where Berserker got 3 early kills, because he has 1 early kill, but early turret, cashed in his call, and they really just kind of have to play around him. And with Nocturne in the game, if they're trying to do crazy things while that ult is available, it's usually not going to work out.
Call Me having to flash there as Inspired had caught him in transition. There's no tier 1 tower. Made a nice juke up towards mid, but Isles and Berserker are there to meet him, and with no Shroud available, just has to spend the flash, so that is a nice little playmaking tool down. Inspired also back up towards this top side to be able to defend here, and Dokla's in the brush. They didn't see him coming. Kryra does have the spell shield available for the knockup. Sajed just gets rocked by Berserker. He is pushed back, and that means you're not going to have the AD carry in the fight. Castle is here, though, and is trying to get a big shock blast in onto Lulu. They're going to try to knock down Isles. Isles with the self-wild growth and the shockwave. It's a bounce house as everyone is just knocking Kryra up time and time again. In goes Call Me to the back line, though, but can't get to Inspired or Isles to finish him off. Dokla flashes out with no health. Lion survive with barely any health as another shock blast lands, but just can't get the kill.
And that was a 4v5 the entire time. Saint free pushing bot lane on Orianna, so that is a bold fight for Lion to take. They will likely lose the turret, but it's still a big win overall.
Yeah, I mean, it was just nonstop knockups on Akrira, the knockup from Inspired, the Wild Growth knockup, the Decimating Smash knockup from Dokla. Everything was just hitting him up over and over and over there. And that has got to be so frustrating for DSG. That could have easily been 3 kills, and instead it was nothing.
I mean, that's one of those fights where the lack of CC is going to be most apparent. I'd also say Berserker at the start of this fight pushed Sajed completely back in the mid lane, which then, like, even though the TP's going to come in and it's technically 5v4, Sajed can't really step up, so it's harder for DSG to follow through. And as they fly in here, Castle doesn't get as much done as I would think early on in that fight, but Crowder completely chain CC'd, and Calmy could never really get the execute off that he would have desired.
Yeah, Dokla and Inspired just soaked so much damage there. They didn't really allow Castle to get through them.
Oh. Shit.
Oh, they barely live with a little bit of health, and you can see a little smirk on his face as he knows they maybe snuck away with one there. Berserker now, though, on 2 completed items. Calmy does have the Seekers, and looks like they want to fight. The Dragon has been leashed here. Should reset shortly as Castle was looking for some Shock Blast poke, and bot lane is being pushed up by Calmy right now.
Yeah, Lion has some patience here, knew the waves were in a bad spot, so they would have likely had a bad angle for that fight. Opts to not give Calmy the free turret bottom. So Lion's sending 2 people bot here to try and push Calmy back, and then they're more likely to try and move in.
You can see DSG now the ones pulling the Dragon. Lion lacking a bit of vision, has mostly been cleared out. They do now spot that Dragon with their blue orb. As Castle's going to get engaged on. He is getting knocked up, and he's now polymorphed, but into the backline goes Kryra, flashing in onto Berserker. The barrier is popped, but Berserker is feared, and Berserker is finished off. Kryra going to be traded back on the other side. It's Sajed and Lions alive, though, and it's only the 1 kill. They lose Castle so early as he was positioned so aggressively in that brush, and ended up just being food for Lion.
Lion takes those. I had eyes locked on Berserker the whole time, and Kryra did barely get the execution, but it's 2 for 1 and will lead to another Lion Drake. So slow and steady right now, starting to win the race.
Yeah, and Castle, I think, just positioned too far forward.
He did.
Got CC'd so heavily there. Lion has been really good with their knockups. Look at the CC on a Castle.
Castle with a big early game lead. Felt like he wanted to make something happen, but CC'd into Polymorphed, into Scion Ult, into Scion Q. Can't really do anything. And then Calmy Saint had a skirmish in the bottom lane. Doesn't matter that Calmy wins that duel because he doesn't kill him, and they both weren't involved in the fight.
Yeah, exactly. And it's tough for Castle. I mean, probably shouldn't have been positioned in that brush, but at the same time, you don't really have any traditional front line, so it's harder to actually hold space. But had he been able to get more done in that fight, it could have been a pretty dominating win for them. And those are the fights that are so important because Dokla just got 2 kills, right? So now Dokla's still down 1,000 gold, but now it's not this like overwhelming advantage where you can just completely decimate the guy in a side lane. Scion hits a point where if you don't keep extending that lead, you just can't do anything anymore. He becomes a brick wall where he's just killing the wave too fast, and you can't actually, really punish him.
Now with Unending Despair as well, and then also the fact that DSG is the dive buddy type of team composition, so it's not like a Kali Nocturne or putting any damage into the Scion. It's just the Corki Jace that he's itemizing against.
Yeah.
So that armor is going to go a very long way in living through those 2.
Tower is knocked down. Calmy's down here, but Inspired again, hovering behind Dokla, trying to keep him safe. Dokla definitely has been dominated by Castle in the 1v1, but yet to die, and really, that's kind of all they've needed from him. He has been able to keep it relatively stable, and that 1 death from Castle definitely hurts them quite a lot, as it is now that 2 Dragon advantage for Lion to just the 1 from DSG. And they are happy to just continue slowly scaling it up and working towards a potential Hextech Soul.
And I want to give credit to Saint for only having 1 death. I'd say in a lot of any Control Mage versus Akali matchups, if the Akali gets a little bit ahead early, you see some really bad outcomes. I believe last night, actually, Faker died about 7 times to an Akali early on in the game before winning. The day before, he had 9 deaths. So Akalis can really get out of hand in the side lane, but Saint just hasn't really let that happen. Lions played very conservatively, which, to their point earlier, has been their strength, but they're doing what they need to do to get through 2 badly losing solo lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting the build here from Saint as well. It goes to the Actualizer second. A very unpopular build for Orianna. You see it occasionally, but this is like just tiny fraction of the time that you're actually seeing it built. For solo queue data, it's as a second item, it's built 0.19% of the time. So it's just almost never actually purchased. Of course, you do have the potential to get a really nice burst combo. If you actually pop the equalizer and get your full combo with that actualizer on your shockwave, can be quite nice. Kryra does not know that he is on vision, and all of Lion are here. The lights get turned out by the paranoia, but that is just kind of defensive. I think they're going to have to try to back it up. The tidal wave used there as Castle TP's in the middle of the whole team, and he is being focused immediately, does knock them back, but Berserker goes in. Berserker has them so low, and this feels like a pentakill waiting to happen. Call Me is running, goes back in, uses the perfect execution to dive back out once again. Berserker, though, dashing forward to Jed low, Castle low, Call Me low. DSG do survive, but that war did a lot. Call Me TPing back in, though. Will they actually go for a re-engage here? Berserker is low in health, but everyone else on Lion is looking pretty healthy. Cannot believe we didn't get a single kill on either side.
I'm shocked right there. Normally when you engage on the Nocturne, that's the best outcome. So finding him on vision to get the Nocturne ultimate, I thought DSG was just gonna walk away. Instead, they decide to just send it in with the Castle teleport. Saint doesn't use his actualizer in that fight. Because I was just gonna make the point that
might actually kill them.
Well, he's building so much around the Nocturne ult.
Yeah.
The Rod of Ages for extra durability, and then if Nocturne ults has his point of power, okay, I'm gonna create my own point of power for when these Nocturne ults happen, and then he just doesn't press the button.
Yeah, I mean, if he actually used the actualizer on his shockwave,
I think it wins.
They not get a kill?
I think they get a kill.
They had some really low health bars on the side of DSG, so it would be interesting to actually watch that back and see if it would have made the difference. But that is one of the things, you know, when you actually are playing a build that is less common that you're not as used to, you don't have the muscle memory. So let's see this one more time. As Call Me, of course, you know, and Kryra took a lot of damage early on, but they had to stay around to try to defend Castle.
Yeah, the overshield definitely helping Castle not die here as he flashes over the wall. And the Call Me fight at the end there, that's when the shockwave, no, that's not when the shockwave came through.
The shockwave looked like it snapped back to Inspired. That looked weird.
And then I checked the cooldown and it didn't match up when it snapped back, so I just got a little bit confused watching that.
Yeah, it was a bit strange as Dokla now TP's back in. Lion trying to set up here to move towards Soul Point. Call Me threatening on the flank as DSG don't want to just give a free Soul Point, but Lion only a couple hundred gold behind now, and they're just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, but really important they don't get flanked here. There's no barrier, no heal, so it's a decent timing for DSG to fight. The amount of shields a Berserker can have is a bit lower. It is just getting harder and harder to get on top of him, though, with the Orianna and the Lulu shields being possible.
Berserker goes forward there, takes a ton of damage, though, as Sejed able to disengage that and trade back effectively. Call Me now going to get spotted. Berserker is going to be looking for him as well, but they're going to be engaging on a Berserker, and he is just dead already. Call Me falls at the same time. Another kill going the way of a Lion as they get two. Kryra and Call Me both down. Sejed going to have to flash up the wall. Dokla flashing to follow. They're going to be able to finish off Sejed as Castle trying to re-engage onto Isles and Saint, who are low health, but he just can't close the gap, and Inspired is still full health, and Dokla is not going to be knocked down to this one. DSG running for it. Lions has to flash. They do survive. It will mean they lose the Dragon, though, as Castle trying to keep them interested, trying to get something done here, but Inspired has his eyes on the Dragon, and again, Inspired showing his class, just finding that flank from Call Me and starting off the fight effectively.
And it's just such a huge play from Inspired. I feel like he does this more than any other jungler in the LCS. Find the flanker. He's on a ward when he does this, but he just guesses with the blast cone that he's going to be able to find him. Everyone collapses towards him. Yes, they do lose Berserker, but here is an actualized Orianna. We checked, he pressed the button with his burst in this case. So when they dove on top of that Orianna ball. Sejed also pretty exposed when he flies in, so Saint can finish him off over the wall, and that's the fight.
I mean, you just run away from me, bro.
Sounds like Berserker ran away from him.
Yeah, I guess he just got out of range, so he couldn't heal him, couldn't shield him. But that was a nice play. They're able to knock down Call Me. Call Me really did nothing. I mean, he went into the Shroud, but he just pretty much got 100 to 0'd. Yeah. Inspired got him so low, and then he gets Actualizer shockwaved in that Shroud, burst down incredibly low. And had Call Me been able to actually participate in that fight, Saint was low, Isles was low. It could be a completely different story if the Akali does not get picked there. But Inspired just playing this out really, really well. And at this point in the game, it's not a 1v1 that the Akali really wants to take at all against Inspired, who's working towards his third item. And you can't burst him down, and you don't really win in the sustained fight. So Call Me just can't really do anything about Inspired marking him like that.
DSG's got to be getting fairly frustrated. I talked to Kryra in the pregame interview. He was mentioning how they really need the early game to go well because then they can play out the rest of the game. The early game did go well, but they're just having slight fumbles in these team fights, either having Kryra get caught on vision or Call Me caught out before that fight. Even the Drake before that, Castle was the one taking early damage. And it's against a low engaged team composition for Lions, so you'd like DSG to be the ones pulling the trigger, but they're consistently doing defensive engagements.
Oh, Berserker getting rocked here. Kryra's gonna go in. They're trying to knock him down. The barrier, though, the flash keeps him alive. Berserker barely survives, but now Call Me is here. And Castle has found Saint on the side. Saint getting chunked down, but Isles there to peel. Berserker barely survives. Going for these aggressive trades, though, getting risky as Saint gets hit by a shock blast. Berserker had been smacking Sajet on all of those, dashes forward that he was looking for earlier, but Sajet is starting to really hit pretty hard here, despite the fact that he's still down a lot of gold. And Berserker was lucky to get out of that one. That was heal, barrier, flash, wild growth, shield, everything, and the kitchen sink, and Berserker barely survived.
But he did.
He did.
And you know who didn't? Kryra.
True.
One fight for Lion. We did it. Just chalk it up for another victory for them right there.
Yeah.
Kryra still not able to have quite enough punch when he flies in, and Berserker getting closer and closer to that IE. The shields from Saint and Isles are getting stronger, so Lion continuing the really slow progression towards being a late game team fighting powerhouse.
Yep, I mean, we talked a lot about Castle in the early game, but at this point, look at all the free health that Daejeon has. Almost 1,200 free health from Soul Furnace. Sion is going to become Sion, regardless of how bad the early laning does go. And they are scaling up very, very effectively. Berserker, when he gets that IE that you had called out as that fourth item, he is going to be so powerful. Sajet just finished his third, obviously quite behind as far as the itemization is concerned. And definitely better scaling on the Lion side. But if DSG can find that perfect engage, it really has to be Call Me syncing up with the rest of the team, because it just feels like he has struggled to find purchase in a lot of these team fights, and now it is a two-man Baron start for DSG.
Yeah, trying to sneak it a little bit here, and if Lion contest lazily, I'd expect Kryra to send it, but it's a smart contest. Daejeon as the tank over the wall, and both of them have to back away. They lose tempo.
Yeah, they are not very tanky members, so while they have a lot of damage there, you're taking a lot of damage if you're doing that Baron, so if anyone shows up, you are kind of screwed. And it is now a minute until a potential soul here for Lion. DSG will have to try to stop this. You cannot afford to give over that Hextech soul, I think, and realistically expect to win this game. Saint now on 3 items as has caught up and is now 8 gold ahead of Call Me.
We did it.
Yeah, exactly. Scaling. He's online. Oh, that was actually really risky.
That was really close to Isles going down. Okay, as you mentioned, Drake coming up soon. We're going to see a very similar situation to all the other Drakes. DSG needs to pull it off this time. They have mid push. They have bot push. Lion's going to try and walk in with their Scion. And at that point, I'd love it if the Akali and Nocturne could find and engage together. I want to see DSG engage first the moment that Lion steps into the river. That would be the most ideal play for them.
Oh, interesting though. Berserker actually decided to go for BT here, so I think that's actually really smart. He knows if he doesn't get one shot, they're going to win the fight. He has enough damage already, so doesn't need the Infinity Edge, goes for the Bloodthirster instead. And just like that, Lion easily pushed in mid lane and take control of that river. Call Me still trying to threaten on a potential flank, but you can see Inspired already moving over to that side of the map.
Yeah.
He's going to play towards the right because he knows they win the 4v4. Sajet has to Valk back, and Inspired is just hunting for Call Me, now gets eyes on it.
He sees him, so Inspired completely marking the Akali. Everyone else feels confident in the 4v4, and they don't crucially have vision of the river. Daejeon bought enough space for them. I'd want to see him just throw down a Scryer's Bloom and press Nocturne though.
Daejeon taking a lot of free damage. This is a bit risky. Kryra going to get spotted, pops the Paranoia, has to flash out though as they're going in aggressive. You can see all the damage getting put down onto Daejeon. Call Me trying to find an angle, but still, Inspired will not let him. Inspired going in onto Call Me. Call Me uses the Shroud. Berserker is getting kind of pushed back towards Call Me, but he's got to run for it as he gets Polymorph. Castle goes in. Inspired jumps right on him as the Crescent Guard is popped, and the big shutdown there on a Berserker. Call Me finally is online and getting something done in this fight. Sajet now looking for more. Saint is low. All of these health bars blinking red for Lion, but time and time again, they always seem to survive with low health bars. This time it will be the Dragon, though, for DSG as they do win the fight.
Call Me found the damage onto Berserker, finally, and this could be a big swing in this game. They're going to stay on the map. teleport up and likely try and force this Baron. The Nocturne Ultimate is going to be up fairly soon as well. Jace can take the Hex Gates to redeploy. The death timer on Berserker is still pretty long, and he's the majority of their damage.
Yeah, they're going to be able to work away on this. It's going down pretty slow, though. This could be a bit risky. Inspired still has his Guardian Angel. Will not have Crescent Guard. Shockwave is up and available. So let's see how the contest
gotta
looks.
go faster.
Lions
They
is
gotta
kind
go
of getting
faster.
low, and this is taking so long to get knocked down. Berserker is Hex getting out. Remember, this is the Rift that is up and available. It's down to 6K. They need to try to decide, are we bursting or not? Calmy's going to the back line. Here comes the Paranoia, but the big Shockwave from Saint pushes them back, and Lion knocked down the enemy jungler. Calmy incredibly low. Inspired just going on a solo mission, kills off the jungler, and now he wants Castle next. Gonna be chasing in after him, dashing in. Castle does not look like he is winning this fight. Inspired goes unstoppable. Berserker knocks down Sajed, and the wheels fall off for DSG.
Well, that was a fun 35 seconds that DSG had the upper hand. They throw it all the way as soon as they walk back to the Baron. After that, Drake, not everyone, so either you burst the Baron or you're ready to peel for the Baron, but as we mentioned before, they have no tanks, so the longer they're on Baron, the more poke they get, and then Berserker arrives as they decide to engage on, crucially, not Berserker. So that means when the engage isn't super clean, Berserker is able to free hit. Shockwave was perfect. I believe that was actualized as well from Saint, and then Inspired just knows his limits with this later duel he has onto Castle as the bot side of the fight wipes as well. Beautifully played. End of sequence by Lion.
Yeah, that Shockwave was sick from Saint right as they engage. He nails both of those divers, and they were already kind of softened up before they even went in. You know, Kryra ulting in is about half health.
You know, flash, okay, huge.
All right, just tracking summoners, and
I guess they got the Berserker Flash.
Yeah, so they got Berserker Flash, so they're going to be keeping their eyes on the prize. We'll see if they can get something done with this, as now Lion going to be pushing up, and the wave clear, not the best from DSG. We'll see how many turrets they do lose, as it is going to be Castle pushing down mid lane, and it looks like Inspired is the one there to respond. Inspired is just so ridiculously strong that he is the one looking for 1v1s against the Soul Laners all game long. It's 35 minutes in, and Castle is running from the 1v1 as Dokla arrives here with the teleport, trying to find him. On the other side, though, they are looking for the engage. Kryra just getting destroyed by Saint and Berserker. He goes in, and he regrets it very quickly. The bubble comes out, not going to be able to find anything, though. Berserker is just completely unconcerned with everything that DSG can do. Just pushing forward non-stop here. Lion feels like they are getting very close to closing this one.
Even a Knight's Vow to reduce the damage that Berserker takes. He is really becoming an even bigger problem. They might try and just push all the way to the Nexus here if things go right.
Yep, they do still have quite a while on this. Calmy, though, very deep on a flank, was spotted on the ward, and of course, Inspired is the closest one to him. Inspired gonna go hunting once again for the Akali here as the rest of the team does push in. Berserker dueling with Castle, and it looks like he's gonna get the better of him. The wild growth comes through for Miles, as he's always got the Lulu in his back pocket. Inspired still just chasing out Calmy, and Lion win the 4v4 when the Akali is not there so easily.
Inspired is just a menace for Calmy. Calmy can't even get back to base as Lion is just collecting these inhibitors.
He is level 18 on the Xin Zhao, 270 CS at this point of the game. Inspired on a mission in this one has been incredible. Lion knock down the mid lane inhib, take the top lane inhib, and they're looking to finish off the game as Lions gets the lead. It's a Jed follows quickly. Kryra's into the back line, but he's got no chance. Call Me, the last one standing, is sure to fall quickly. He gets polymorphed and knocked down once more. DSG made him work for it, but Lion showed their class, and Inspired just dominated this game.
7-0-6. When's the last time you saw both solo laners lose lane pretty badly, and then the jungler just says, okay, I'll take them both on? Whenever they were trying to flank, he shut it down. There was that one brief moment where it looked like DSG was able to find an angle, but Lion was solid the entire game. Lounge, what are your thoughts?
Jungle and support. Neither of them died, right?
You surmised my thoughts. You surmised my thoughts.
I mean, I thought that was actually way more of a banger than we expected.
Yes.
Because even though none of us gave DSG a game, I was actually looking at the top lane as like, oh, this is going to be one of the lanes that they can win in the lane phase. Of course, it also helps when you're going to get the Jace matchup into Sion. But Casa absolutely blasted him. Way more. Taking the whole tower, huge advantage. And then it just came down to the team fights, though, and Lion was able to win team fight after team fight after team fight still. The bottom lane, though, it went as expected, okay? We set it up as the biggest mismatch, and let's take a look and break down this week's Pagoda moment. It is the bottom lane, and it's the 2v2 kill at the very beginning here. And this one I just thought was so good. Isles, he waits till the last second, he flashes away, he saves all his spells for Berserker. They're timing on going in, and we had the quote at the beginning of the day, just wraps it all up, where Berserker was like, yeah, you know, I can trust Isles now, and you see that trust is there. He's drawing them into good position, and you get this kind of like signature Yunara play now that so many AD carries do, with Yunara Lulu, and you dash in, and you get the knock up on them, they can't get away, and getting the kill. And the bottom lane was the big carry for Lion in the team fights, the damage that they needed. And they really did need it because the solo lanes were losing a lot early.
And if you guys do see a Pagoda-worthy play, of course, spam that Pagoda emote in the chat, because that one is a good one.
Yeah. And I mean, you already set it up, but Berserker then became the raid boss that DSG wanted to attack in some of these team fights. I know, Raz, you had some pulled up that you're going to break down for us.
Gonna hit a few fights for you guys because I thought they were really impressive. Now for this one, let's talk about this fight immediately, because this is a situation that DSG were really, I think, in a good position, right? They're doing second dragon. Now they immediately, off of this blue trinket, catch the Jace in this banana bush, and so immediately recognizes them, gets him with a slurkle, and then immediately pops him up. So like, this was a great situation where Jace was so far ahead and then dies for his troubles. I want to go to the next dragon fight because this was another situation, once again, in which I felt like Lion did really well in being able to catch enemy members from DSG in vision. Really important, you see call me on side. That's going to be important because Lion puts that in the back of their head. They're fighting for vision around mid. They're trying to get positioning. Inspired is like, I don't really like this position that we're currently in because we 100% are dealing with a flanker. If there's 4 people here and we just saw Kali on the bot side basically in vision, I'm pretty sure you're in this bush. Catches call me immediately. And it's very important when you catch a flank, go directly to that flank, and they were able to immediately pop it. 2 people at the beginning of the fight. So this is 2 different dragon fights, dragon situations in which DHC had a lead, had an idea, but then it immediately gets usurped by Lion's, I think, better expertise in how to handle dragon situations.
And player of the game for Inspired for constantly looking for the enemy threats and seeking them out beforehand in these team fights. I really thought the bottom lane did a lot of work also, so I give my shout out to Isles. I think he has continued to play really well and you know, performed his Lulu duties.
And one thing I will say that I keep hammering home as to what successful teams kind of have, as you see, most of the vote that didn't go to Inspired did go to Isles Kobe, so the people are on your side. But the big thing for me is the fact that jungle support isn't necessarily a duo that we talk about as much, but is super, super important. And with Isles kind of leveling up his performance, with Inspired still being the best jungler in the LCS, that is what makes Lion such a formidable team. However, if you want to see potentially them or another team on a trip during the LCS Spring Split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event like the Spring Finals at Mullet Arena. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. As we head to break, here is a clip from our latest episode of Missing Ping, which is super fun, featuring Lions Isles.
This is Missing Ping, a League of Legends challenge show where professional gamers try and solve problems that shouldn't exist that they've never seen before. The challenge is simple. Read the note, hop into game, and try and solve whatever is put in front of you as efficiently and creatively as you can. Which pro will push the limits of their league IQ, and who's getting hit with the ping? Let's find out.
Let's see.
Kill the dragon as fast as possible. You have 10k gold, max level, 5 minutes to prepare for the battle.
You may not auto-attack or cast damaging spells of any kind on the dragon,
including skill shots in AoE.
Summons are not allowed, smite is not allowed. So how am I supposed to kill it?
Time starts when you aggro the dragon, fastest time wins.
I have to kill the dragon without touching it, basically.
This one is gonna be tough. What if I like Teamer Shroom off another Teamer Shroom and it happens to go into the Drake? I'm going in. I've gotta get a pet. That's just a given. We're gonna go back with the Sunfire strat, and we're gonna also use the Teamer Shrooms. But the Drake might just kill me. I need to spawn some bots and get some Medjay stacks. I want Medjays, and I want Leandries, and I can't afford CDR boots, which makes me very sad. We need to kill this guy. Random. Just order the minion. There has to be a way better plan than whatever this is. I have to like try my bounce trajectory here. Ooh, that's not great. Okay, that's what I want. Okay. Wait, I should have been farming jungle monsters. Okay. Doesn't this give me, like, this makes the jungle pet do more damage, or? I don't know how jungle works. All right, here we go. That didn't work? Ooh, this is tough. It's gonna like... What? Okay, this is good enough. It's gonna die. We did it. I think Maokai, full tank into the jungle pet, spawn 100 saplings with like 10k HP, and I should have just farmed Grasp or something to get my base HP up. Would have worked best.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at a turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
I'm just looking. Oh, look, don't turn. I'm coming. 6k, yeah. They'll play for.
They playing for 5.
Don't turn. Don't die.
I'm taking the gate.
Take it over.
No, come.
I'm coming. We can look Nami.
Nami flash.
I'm looking.
We're not with you, Casper.
Okay, come to me. Corki flash. Akali 1 HP.
Oh, okay. I think go Nesher.
DSG made them work for it, but Lion showed their class, and Inspired just dominated this game. Welcome back to the LCS, where we are heading on into Game 2 here, DSG versus Lion. Lion took over late in this one, and Inspired, I think, really looked incredible.
He did.
How often do you see 30, 40 minutes into the game, the junglers just 1v1ing the enemy solo laners that were fed?
Very, very rarely.
Yeah.
But if it's gonna happen, I would expect Inspired to be involved in this game.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. I mean, he played it very, very well. Always the one marking Castle and Call Me, finding them in pivotal moments and winning them a lot of team fights after some pretty big advantages were gained by DSG on the top side. But Lion was stalwart, had a great scaling comp, and did kind of play towards their win conditions.
But to the loudest point, it was a bit of a surprise banger there. It's expected to be a one-sided series, could still end up as a 2-0, but DSG had a lot of lines they could have played within that game that would have led to victory. It's just Lion continued to outperform them team fight after team fight.
It is one of those things where you sometimes realize when you watch these games that the gap between the best and the bottom teams is not always as big as you might think initially. Yeah. You know, it's a lot of little things that Lion did better. There was wards that weren't swept out by DSG. Their vision control was kind of worse, and that actually caused a lot of teamfight losses. When you think about Cryer getting caught on the enemy red buff, you know, he's warded over the wall. When you think about sometimes Call Me getting spotted out on his flanks because of vision, and the fact that they had no deep vision, so it wasn't safe for him to approach and avoid Inspired. I really do feel like in a game like that, you can pinpoint small vision advantages that changed it completely.
You can, or you can just point out individual clicks in team fights. If we would have sidestepped a little bit to the left, if I wouldn't have checked this bush at this moment, and the whole game is different. But into this game, Dokla's back to his old tricks. Scion, Rumble. First 2 games, lock it in.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's been working pretty well for Lion, even though the early game 1v1, he did get absolutely slammed. So looking for a better early game performance from Dokla, and I think you will probably be ending up with a more one-sided game, because Castle does feel like the big hope for DSG in a lot of their series.
He really does. Also, Call Me taking the Azir away from Saint. You could see the record below Azir right there at 1-7. That one win was Saint's Azir last week. So Call Me going to have to perform pretty well to get the win with this pick.
Bard going to be grabbed up here relatively early. Is a lot of focus on these enchanters, because obviously we had both the Nami and the Lulu picked, and then we have Karma as well as Seraphine banned, and then Bard is taken. Those are the top 5 supports right now in pro play. After that, it becomes mostly engaged support. So I'm kind of curious to see, will Isles go like Lucian Melio? Is he going to try to force his way onto an enchanter, or is he going to be engaged? And the answer, of course, is going to be Nautilus, which makes a lot of sense, especially alongside that Rumble. It gives you the lockdown of the CC for the equalizer.
It definitely does. Could have gone Nico as well, so a few options, but you can see DSG really prioritizing denial picks, I would say, with the Azir and the Bard going up against Lion. I wasn't a big fan of Lion's Bard the last time he played, but I feel like he's been searching for it a little bit, as we'll see how aggressive this Lion team tries to go. Okay, this is a team comp that can create some chaos.
It is, and this is kind of a classic combination with that Yone as well as the Rumble. You add in some CC, and all of a sudden there is incredible dive, and you can have that face seal coming out, the knock-up with the equalizer over the top, and then the Nautilus ult and the dredge line, and all of these tools to hold someone in place. So it is a very scary comp to play against, and Saint definitely a really strong player when he is on it. So Call Me going to have to be doing well, and it is going to be Castle with the counter pick of the Aurora to answer Dokla. So not deciding to go for the kind of more defensive options of the Galio and the Ornn and those kind of answers. He's looking more to try to dominate in the 1v1. I can understand that, because it feels like he has kind of had to for his team to have a chance.
And he's had some really insane Aurora games, so trying to keep the lane pressure on, as that was something that worked for DSG in Game 1. Just because you didn't win the game doesn't mean you didn't do things well. So it looks like DSG just trying to build on the things that were good in Game 1 by trying to pick some dominant lanes early.
And it was that game against Impact that he played the Aurora in, if I'm recalling correctly. He had, at least a solo killer too. They did not win that game, but he was monstrously ahead in that one. And we'll see if they can.
Gnar, right? He just kept solo killing them.
Yep, and we'll see if he can actually put together another game like that to give them a real good shot in this one. Of course, we do see DSG with double AP soul laners. They really are going to need some sort of AD jungler. They have banned away the Vi, trying to deny some of this potential dive, as well as Kaisa, which is a great pairing with dive that Lion is playing. And Lion, I'm expecting probably just another jungle ban here. They already banned out Jarvan. They already banned out Skarner. Vi and Pantheon have been taken away on the other side, and we had 2 AD junglers played in that first series. So you are pushing them down quite a bit as far as the tier list is concerned. Champions like Wukong really come to mind. That could be pretty high prio in this game. I think really for Inspired especially, it's something that he is comfortable with and does pair well with that Rumble.
He could also just open up his bag of tricks. I feel like whenever you have a mid laner who can do 80 damage, your options as a jungler open up hugely. I feel like you can play most junglers with Yone. So if he really wanted to, he could throw Ivern. He could still go tankier with Sejuani. So this could be a game where Inspired finally gets to experiment a little bit.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Sejuani can be really, really effective, with the double melee soul laners. The Wukong will get taken away by Kryra, so we won't find out if Inspired would have wanted that. But of course, does have Sejuani as an option. I think it is a strong one, as you mention it. There are still a lot of different AD junglers up and available, and as you say, he doesn't necessarily have to go AD, but the reality is, when you look at the prio on junglers in the meta right now, it is like the top 20 are all AD, and then for mid lane, the only one in the top 20 that's not AP is Yone, and they have that, so you have a small chance that you can go outside the meta. But these days, it's kind of just like tier list down your AP's mid and your AD's jungle.
Just saying, Inspired, if you're trying to create chaos.
Let's get a fiddlesticks, Mix it up a bit.
I was going to say Viego just for fun, but the Sejuani is the logical pick because of the double melee soul laners and just strong frontline and team fighting. Maybe they're low on damage, but Yone is going to bring the damage, and same with Rumble. So it's just a good team comp. I can't complain when they pick Standard.
It is a really good team comp. People hate on Jhin, but I mean, it's very cohesive, and we are getting the Vayne. This was the last time Sajed honestly had a super good game. They were able to 2v2 kill very early on in that Vayne game. It was a super pop-off game for him, and it was in a win. So cool to see him bringing this out once again. Vayne as well as that Bard to try to answer this dive. And if you can dodge all the CC that is coming out, then hey, the extended fight could look really good for DSG. The counter engage is pretty good with both the Aurora ult as well as Wukong ult with potential disengage from that Emperor's Divide. Maybe the Vayne then takes over. But of course, if you do get hit by CC, you're probably just instantly dead before you get to move.
And the Jhin can really punish him with range if they get a little bit ahead. That was the last series they won. It was game 3 of their Sentinel series when he played Vayne. That was kind of a win everything game. It's when my hope in DSG was the highest because they'd played super aggressive the whole series.
When I decided I was going to sign Sajed to my fantasy roster.
And it's been a rough go the last few weeks for him.
Yes, yeah. But this is the game.
It could be.
This is why I kept him.
It's actually crazy. I know not everybody plays fantasy, but this is worth the tangent. You start the year with the 100 budget for 5 players and a coach. So on average, you're thinking like 16, 17 for an average player. Sajed is $8.
Yep.
It can only go up.
Last week he got me negative 0.3 points, I think, or something like that. So we'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to battle back here against Lion. At the very least, it is an exciting draft to see that Vayne coming out. Not a lot of players playing Vayne these days, and it feels like a lot of time when it is brought out, it's just brought out as a top lane counter pick.
Yeah.
So it is cool to see him busting this out, and did have a good game, as you said, against Sentinels on it. I'm trying to actually look up what lane they were playing against, because I can't recall exactly what the 2v2 was, but the internet is lagging. So I will find that out in a bit.
Someone needs to attack the people that are DDoSing games of Legends. Our GOAT, Benji, is struggling with that currently.
All right, well, we want to talk a little bit about Inspired and Kryra. Obviously an important matchup here. Kryra did get the best of him in lock-in, but game 1 was Inspired just dominating, and these are the stats before game 1, so keep that in mind. Of course, things will have shifted a little bit, but this is all of this year. This is including lock-in and Spring Split thus far. Inspired obviously has just been so dominant. The only thing that he's not, really kind of topping the table at is KP. But that is really more of a nod to his style. He's such a heavy farming jungler. And sometimes can't be blamed when your 2v2 is just getting kills without you.
Absolutely not. Also, the solo lanes were in Struggle Bus City last game, but they were still able to play the slow path towards victory. I'm always impressed when I watch Inspired Sejuani, though. I feel like he takes up more space than most other Sejuanis that I see play and can really chase a lot of people down for extra kills. See if he can do something similar in the game today.
And something, this may sound funny, but I think one of the things that Inspired does really, really well when he's on tanks is sometimes when you're playing against a Sejuani, the enemy tanks position so aggressively and they're just like, yeah, you're never going to engage on me. Inspired will hard engage on a tank. He calculates damage so well that, you know, sometimes an enemy tank will just get flashed on and CC'd under 0 and burst down because they are positioning so aggressively, kind of flexing, thinking they can't actually be killed. And he is just really, really adept at understanding exactly how much damage he can do, exactly how much damage his teammates can do, and kind of making those calculations, which to me is such an important thing when you're playing a tank, because mechanically Sejuani is not difficult. You know, it's not a tough champion to play. Big trade there in onto Lions as he is put incredibly low.
At least he picked up that one cupcake from Bard Heal. It's going to be a tough lane for them. The last time I was really shocked that they were able to win with the Vayne Alistar, but this time Bard Jhin, they completely lose bot prior. That means that Cryer is actually going to get pushed out of River. Should be able to just collect top grab, though. Will be slightly delayed on his clear.
Yep, just running straight up there, but Isles is
following. Isles just going to follow. So this can be brutal if they pull this off. Bard is going to be from base, able to match this, so there's a decent chance we see a fight here. Inspired Burn Smite.
Yeah.
But they can just walk him out of River.
The question is, can they win the 3v3? And we'll see how confident they are. Also could mean that the top laners do get involved. Castle has push, so I think that is going to be them backing off, and Berserker does finish his base here, gets a pickaxe, so Lion look like they are just going to call this off. They don't want to risk the game when push is going the way of DSG in the top side.
Looks like he's smart casting his portal or something there. Shorted it through the wall. Going to be a little bit slower down to the bottom lane.
That's a tricky one. We saw Kryra, not Kryra, sorry, Cryogen, I think, died to that.
He missed it like mid-fight, though.
Yep.
This was just walking slowly back to lane.
The skinny walls, they get you, you know?
They do. They sneak up on you.
Yeah, you have to have that angle right. But it definitely does look funny.
The thing is, he was in the right place.
Yep.
The reason that Lion had to call that playoff was in part because of the mid prior, but also it was just a check. Did your support deploy mid? Otherwise, you're going to get double crabbed. And he was in the right spot.
And Dokla taking a nice little trade there onto Castle. Castle will actually be the first one heading back to base. So Dokla keeping things very even up on the top side. And it is just that advantage for Berserker for now down on the bot side. The wave pushing towards the Jed, so he will collect some of this and even things out a little bit. But really that one hook just meant a lot for this 2v2. That hook was, I don't know, about 80% of Lion's health off of the hook and Deadly Flourish.
Yep.
And that kind of meant that they were really pushed back.
And even though they're winning the lane early, I got to say, this is why Sajet has played the Vayne. He's historically had a really good record on it. Most of this is from NACL, but he did have that one LCS game. You're not expected to have early shove with Vayne, so they're obviously willing to take a few early deficits in CS, but it's all about being able to hit the right power spikes and teamfight well.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes even when Vayne is down a little bit, as equalizer are going to get dropped on a Castle. Castle may be forced to flash here. He's going to be flash followed by Dokla, and Dokla takes him out. It's a solo kill in the 1v1. Well played by the Lion top laner.
Oh, that's got to feel good for Big Dokes. He had to accept his fate the whole game one as Sion versus Jace. But here on Rumble, the champ that's going to have push into Castle's counter pick, hit 6 first and pulls off the kill. Really, it's just about layering a good equalizer. And once that equalizer, he knew he was dead.
I want to draw your eyes to the minion HP. That one minion didn't die. That would have been level 6.
Yep, that's why Castle was sticking around.
That's why Castle was sticking around. He thought that minion was going to die to his minions. I don't know how much health that minion had, but it was like, I don't know, 15 or something like that. It was a minion auto attack away practically from dying.
Stuff like that is why I don't want to play top lane. Like, that's your whole game.
Yep.
Like, the minion was 5 health, and the other guy knew he could all in.
It is painful, and now Isle's going to surprise Kryra here. He is put low. Castle does have the level 6 advantage. He is coming in, trying to look for a fight, goes across the Veil, just getting cooked up, though, in that Invis, and now Saint arrives. Magical Journey not going to do much. Flash away, but Castle's in trouble. Tries to go back with the Between Worlds, and just gets locked down and killed. Sent back to the base. Kryra getting chased out of his own jungle here as well. Dokla overheating. Not going to be able to actually finish off Kryra, but is sent back, and it's a solo kill on the Vayne, and that is barrier flash used. Berserker gets the 1v1 kills. The wheels have fallen off, and now we're going to watch Calmy probably fall as well. Maybe he'll get one back. The tower doesn't have the damage. Calmy survives, and thank God for that, because this one is already looking completely cooked.
Game one was a warm-up. This is the chaos that Lion has been trying to create. Inspired with the red buff steal as well after Dokla had pushed Wukong back to base. Everyone taking risks and everyone getting outplays. Dokla and Berserker both on their level 6 power spike, all into them right away. They are on point. Sajed was just greedily interrupting a recall, it looks like. How many curtain calls does he land? So he gets 2 Qs off, lands the root, and then just opens up, and now it's about, can you dodge? No, no, no. Yeah, I mean, yes, and then no. Any non-flash he got hit by.
That's brutal. Yeah, that was just pinpoint accuracy and really well-timed deadly flourish, because when Sajed is against the wall, you can't tumble out. You're like, when you're between the tower and the wall, there's no way to actually dodge that. So had the angle really well done, and Sajed probably could have just barriered an earlier shot of the curtain call to keep his health high and tried to save flash for the 4th shot.
Decent chance.
But, of course, it does go bad, and now bot lane is a bit of a disaster here. Down 900 gold, and now Lion's going to get rooted up. Isles decides not to follow through, but Inspired is behind Call Me, and he's going to get the bad news. Call Me flashes, use the Emperor's Divide, does survive, but is incredibly low.
Yeah, gets the flash out, but also got the Sejuani ultimate. Saint looking to just keep the pressure on. Call Me's keeping his CS up pretty well and has actually absorbed a couple of dives without dying.
Saint does have flash and he does have ultimate, and there's no tools for Call Me though. So Call Me has to be really, really careful about how he plays this out and should back off at this point. Not a lot of vision for him either.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty scary. You don't know if Inspired is going to be looking behind you. You know Inspired still has flash, and now this is brutal. Castle starting to get proxied here as Lion's going to move up towards this top side. Has the Tempered Fate, but not going to elect to spend it just yet.
Yeah, this is tough all around for DSG. Every lane is crying. Kryra couldn't gamble, wasn't willing to gamble on that Drake. He would have had the time to take it since Inspired was clearing out the grubs, but now Inspired, he's so fast to the Protoplasm power spike. A lot of times when you're playing non-Sundered Sky junglers, you fall behind early, and then you'll hit a power spike like this with Inspired having the Protoplasm harness, and that'll like equalize you to the more expensive item. But he's just so far ahead, he's just hit the power spike so much faster, and now he's going to be able to go wherever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big advantage of the item. It's so cheap, right? And Wukong's going for Trinity Force, which is very expensive, so you get there a lot faster, and Inspired is happy to fight now. Kryra will be strong with the other Triforce, but that is a ways away, and it is going to be probably an uncontested dragon here for Lion as DSG just trying to hold on. I mean, mid and jungle aren't behind really, but bot lane and top lane is a bit of a canyon, and even from a deficit, Lion was team fighting better, so it is definitely very concerning to find DSG this far behind this early.
Yeah, Saint probably having a lot of fun on Yone as well, off of control mage duty. His Yone career record, 10-3. Pretty good, not amazing, but you're definitely going to take those when you're winning that high of a percentage of your games. We'll see what happens here in the bottom lane as Sajed and Isles are just continuing to keep them pushed in.
Kryra on the side, looking to see if there's an opportunity here. If Saint goes aggressive, they might try to look for this, and now he's going to clone forward, trying to look for him. There's the Emperor's Divide, knocks him back. The Fate is sealed. Call Me's incredibly low, and Saint is just going to take him down. Doesn't even need his jungler. Give him the thumbs up, Saint. Well played, as Lion now getting ahead in the mid lane.
I think 11-3 on Yone is in his future. What an outplay right there. You'd think Kryra thought he was being really cute by like, I'm just going to wait for you to snap back. But that just gave him more time to hit Call Me. He's never going to snap back if he doesn't want to. He snaps back, presses the R to buffer it right back into Call Me, and just perfectly plays that 1v2.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, Call Me was just posturing forward so confidently because he has his jungler there, but Saint just fights it out, takes him down. Sajed trying to get some gold down here on the bot side, but way behind, doesn't have the tier 2 boots, and a fully completed item is already there for Berserker. As Castle does have the push right now on Dokla, trying to keep things as close as he can, but Lion definitely in full control and will just be continuing to push forward. Lions, though, jumping out of the brush, surprises Dokla and forces a flash.
Yeah, Dokla didn't want to have one-shot threat there. If they land the Bard stun, didn't have eyes on Wukong either. He could have easily been in that bush as far as Dokla was concerned, so doesn't want to give over the first death of the game.
Sajed popping the final hour, looking for the 1v1, realizes, you know what, never mind, I can't win it, and is immediately going to have to back off. It was already getting low with that third and fourth shot ready. Berserker probably could have taken him out. A Saint going to look for the plate. Won't quite be able to knock it down, but the minions might do the job for him. And he gets that gold. So Sajet at least stays alive, but it is Berserker up 2,000 gold off of the rare AD carry solo kill in a 1v1.
And Inspired getting the second straight red buff from Kryra. Kryra is going to realize likely that it was just stolen as he walked past with the way the camp cooldown is going to go.
Looking for Berserker here. Tries to go for the flash predict. Can't find a beautiful backstep there from Berserker. Has the fleet footwork pop. Flashing over his Sajet. Should be able to finish him off. The teleport's coming in. Isles does arrive. There's the condemn, but Saint is here to pick up the kill. Isles unfortunately does get it. A nice attempt at a play from DSG, and it does get them the 1-for-1. But Lions, unfortunately, is getting surrounded here and may get chased down. Inspired does have the ult, doesn't really want to use it, and will not have to, as it is going to be another kill going the way of Lion. And Saint is even going to be able to get the bot lane tower.
Yep, they killed Berserker, but it came at great cost. The bot lane turret goes over to Saint. Inspired picks up a kill on the back end. The CC chain from Lion is really so good whenever they get into a chase situation.
Kryra in the area, but this is a 2v3. Call Me has to shift back over the wall as they wanted to try to push in and then realized they were outnumbered as Isles was in that brush also. So Inspired takes away another buff, just constantly playing in the enemy jungle. That is, multiple red buffs, now taking away the blue. He knows he is stronger.
So you can see right here, after Berserker had already essentially pushed Vayne out, he thought he was in a safe spot, not to mention where Isles was, getting deep wards in the jungle. So pretty surprised that there's two people here, and when he's in this situation, I think he plays it as best as he can. Dodges most of the spells, tries to move towards Isles to get the heal, isn't quite enough damage, but with how much DSG had to invest just to get that one kill, they're far too deep, and Lion run down the kills.
Yep, and now Dokla popping the equalizer, but Kryra is in the brush, and Castle and Kryra will be able to team up to knock one down. Saint goes in with the Fate is Sealed. It only finds the clone, looking for Kryra, trying to finish him off with the auto attacks. Doesn't quite have the damage, and does the tower shot on the other side? No. Both of them will be able to walk away to tell the tale after Dokla falls, so DSG not giving up just yet. Inspired going to get shuffled back into that summon turret as a nice little tumble to the side keeps Sajet alive, but he is getting blasted by Berserker. Yeah. And the curtain call is still up and available, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, I think Sajet actually dies there if he doesn't tumble forward there to dodge, even with barrier, because the CC chain would come out from Nautilus and the fourth shot definitely would have landed. But before that, a nice play top lane by DSG, getting the kill back onto Dokla. Just something positive to keep the game moving in the right direction. And the kill going on to Kryra is good as well, since Wukong can actually handle the Jhin decently well in late game teamfights.
Yep, definitely important to be getting those divers strong. Got to be able to threaten on the counter engage here. As Kryra, again, looking up towards top lane. Saint, if he goes aggressive, could be in a little bit of trouble. Has no ult or flash, and they are going to go in here. Pops the Fate Sealed, just trying to be able to actually buy a little bit of time, with that Soul Unbound. Inspired was in the area. They get the teleport. Good play from DSG. I mean, they don't get a kill, but they do get a teleport, and they get some time spent there by Inspired.
Yeah, they're in a really difficult spot in this game, though. Even though they've played a couple of sequences nicely, they're going to lose this Rift Herald. They're likely going to still have to reset because the Vayne has no pressure anywhere on the map, and it's fairly unlikely they're able to secure this Drake unless Lion really invest for a kill on top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. I mean, they're just starting to lose a lot of towers. They already lost that bot tier 1. Now they have the Herald. They're working down that mid tier 1, and Isles is behind Call Me. Dokla trying to soften him up. Call Me is able to sidestep both those Electro Harpoons, but now you see the Herald coming in here. And we'll see how Call Me can try to play this. The teleport going to be coming in from Castle. Nice Emperor's Divide, scoops him back. It does clear out the wave, but the tower is getting low. Isles has the aggro. Castle comes in between worlds, trying to knock down Isles. He's incredibly low. Flash forward, shut down there for Call Me. Now Kryra arrives. Can they get more? The answer looks like it is no, but again, another good play here from DSG, not rolling over. They are not going to give up this game without a fight.
Isles has a bounty, so Call Me a pretty big benefactor of that play. They're going to try to continue the invade, but...
Oh, Sajet, I mean, he escaped from Saint before and then just kind of walks back blind into the jungle and dies.
This keeps happening. DSG makes the big play, and then immediately something good happens for Lion. That dive itself was a little strange to me. I feel like if they just let the Herald crash and Inspired is in on the kill, I think they probably just one-shot Calmy before the TP can arrive, but he spends so much time inside the Rift Herald, they don't have the lockdown to get the kill, and the play ends up going bad.
Yeah, maybe they thought they could slow play it and kill the tower first or something, but it definitely did not work out, and now Isles is going to get spotted here. Saint on the side in the 1v2 against Lions, and Calmy goes back in with the faded seal, and it looks like Calmy is going to be falling again. Saint does it once again in the 1v2, and surely he's going to fall. Does take a while, but is knocked down there by Kryra. Might be Isles falling here too. Kryra trying to stay ahead of him, trying to block the dredge line, can't quite do it, but in comes Castle from the side to help him, finish him off. It's another couple kills going the way of DSG.
And this is the chaos that Lion would like to be better at playing in. They see an opportunity to go for a kill, so Saint flies in, but the numbers just absolutely aren't there. Rumble is bot, Jin is mid, Sejuani's solo killing the Drake, so there's no way there's a legitimate numbers advantage there for Lion. Turns out DSG just have more people towards the top side, so yes, they lose the objectives in the waves, but they get the kills at the end of this fight.
Yeah, and Saint just again, being able to find the play here in the 1v2.
I can't complain about his mechanics on the Yone. He has been smurfing here. Lands basically everything, finishes him off, snaps back, and then makes it really hard to get the kill. Gets the Q as well as the shield before they eventually chase him down.
So Jed able to survive there, but this has just not been a fun game for him. Ever since the beginning of the game, that 2v2, they lost that pretty hard and then get solo killed in a 1v1 by Berserker. And that's kind of why you're picking the Vayne into the Jhin, is to be able to do that the other way, right? You're looking for those 1v1 outplays. They're going to find a dive on the top side. 3v1, no chance for Castle, didn't even get to move.
I think that's what they envisioned when they wanted to dive the Azir, was let's lock him down and then surely we kill him.
Yeah, they got the rare redo.
Yeah, no Rift Herald to mess it up this time.
Exactly, yep. Azir on the other side of the map, though, trying to get some gold back. Calmy will be able to at least take down a tier 1 tower. I don't think there's any objective bounties, though, so not going to be a massive cash-in. There is still that top lane tier 1, which has like a one little tickle of health left on it. There's any auto, any minion, anything is going to kill that. So DSG can get a little bit of that standing gold, but Lion, a couple good plays. Once again, kind of re-extend that gold lead, and it is now up to 4.5K once again.
Yeah, Saint is really becoming a problem in this game. You can see just creating a lot of pressure on his own, making it difficult for Kryra to even kill Krugs, pulling Lions up. That just lets everyone else on the map relax as long as Saint has it under control. And even with all of his aggression, only died once so far this game on the Yone.
You can see Inspired going for that full supportive style item. Has the Bandle Pipes, very good on Sejuani, helps you, even with the attack speed on Sejuani, helps you stack up your passive more quickly. There was some tech for a while, people were doing Bandle Pipe Sejuani top and just utilizing that buff to actually stack it really, really fast. But obviously you're playing with the Yone. The Yone uses that attack speed pretty well, so that's also going to be nice. And it's just another cheap, efficient item as Lion looking for a play here. Kryra will clone for the disengage, but Calmy kind of didn't get the memo that they were backing up, and he's just going to be hit by the Glacial Prison, knocked down in a hurry. As Berserker pops the curtain call and Kryra's got nowhere to go, he's going to die and the Baron just spawned. I think Lion are going to be heading right for it. Sajed looking for that play onto Berserker. Doesn't get rooted up, but it's a beautiful hook resulting in yet another kill. DSG were all over the place in that one. It felt like they all had a different idea of how they wanted to play it out.
And Lion had one singular idea of how to play it out. Their team fighting has been superior this entire series. The timing could also not be better with the Baron spawning at 20 minutes. Even if Jhin is not that good at Baron, the Yone certainly is, and Saint is 2,500 gold ahead of Calmy after that last triple kill.
Yeah, not too bad, and they're going to be able to grab that Baron, reset with lots of time to be able to actually look for the next dragon, which would be soul point for them. Lion up now nearly 7,000 gold as their carries are just dominating, and I mean, Calmy just didn't run. I'm kind of confused. I mean, he had the shift available. Maybe he was thinking that there was no way to actually fully escape, so he had to fight.
That would be the only thing. But then, unfortunately, Kryra also isn't able to escape, and Sajed then panics at the very bottom, but Berserker just walks towards his team, and they can collapse on the first target hooked.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just felt like they were all on a very different page.
Very different pages.
Kryra and Sajed and Lions want to run. Calmy's re-engaging. Then Kryra's like, oh crap, I better stay. But his mid laner's already dead. Then Sajed's like, well, what if I go for a 1v1? You know, it just didn't work out. Doka going to drop the equalizer here. Tempered Fate will find nothing, but at least it looks cool. And Saint going to be heading up towards that top side to reinforce. Isles is coming as well. Magical Journey to try to get them back to safety. We'll see if it does just that, as Saint looking forward with the Soul Unbound, but cannot find them.
Yeah, they are all spread out right now, though, so Lion could look to collapse.
Yeah, Cryra in a lot of trouble, already low here. Castle goes between worlds, but he is CC'd up, barely surviving, gets the shutdown, though, on the other side. Curtain Call going to be popped. Can't quite find Castle, who's looking for the base. A Jet starting to get the damage rolling here. Call Me shifting forward. They get another kill. DSG come to life here. Do get 2 kills. Unfortunately, cannot chase down for more, and there's no objective available to grab.
The Bard trickery comes in clutch in that fight. So the initial pick with the Bard ult missing made Lion extremely confident that they'd push them all back. But then, kind of with the snap of a finger, DSG ended up having 5 people there, and they could get the burst damage down onto Saint. So they collect that bounty. Calmy's trying to collect this turret. Inspired has other ideas.
Yeah, I think he might be getting collected as Dokla just running in. Easy kill for him. It is an objective bounty and a tower, and they're taking the dragon on the other side. So if they get this dragon, it's honestly super worth it.
A couple bounties would be going their way, but Yone's coming in to stop it.
Yep, they are going to be TPing down, and Sajed is just trying to play guard duty here, trying to keep Berserker out. They need to burst this down quick. Will they have the time to do it? Isles is in the pit. We'll see if Cryra can get it. He does secure that bounty, but the question is, can he get out with his life? The rest of DSG should survive. Cryra looks like he will not be so lucky. Saint waiting over the wall. Eventually, he will fall. And that is a couple kills going their way. But honestly, stopping this soul sack, taking the objective bounty off the dragon and the tier 1 top, if they don't lose much more here, that's pretty good for DSG.
I completely agree. It's super worth it. Most situations in this game, they're still going to end up losing, but collecting 2 objective bounties almost always worth it.
Castle going between worlds. The Tempered Fate comes out and misses again. That has been a common sight so far this game. Castle, nice use of Rocket Belt to be able to dodge out on that Glacial Prison. Good hook there over on a Castle, and now the hard engage will land. Call Me trying to shift back to safety, but is anywhere safe. Sidestepping 1, sidestepping 2, sidestepping the dredge line. Still has to dodge the 4-shot, can't do it. Dokla flashes in, it's gonna look to try to finish him off. Carver coming into peel. Call Me's in trouble, he does fall. Dokla is likely to die on the other side. So Jet arrives, they do get 1 back, but Lion make the dive happen, take down the tier 2.
I do want to bring back that inspired quote from earlier on in the day where he's saying that the team needs to try and play with more chaos. I'd say game 1 didn't work in that way, and I wouldn't be surprised if they brought that up with both the draft and the way they're playing for this game, because even if they don't have a huge advantage, they're just going for it. And trying to make outplays happen the whole game.
Ooh, Lion waiting around here as they come through that magical journey. And Lions finds 3 Lion members in the brush there, as this was that initial play. And Castle, with some fancy feet, doing a good job on the initial engage.
Able to sidestep, hop. It doesn't matter that he gets rooted with his ultimate, but then he just kind of sticks around, right? So they still have the Baron buff. They're still trying to defend this without their jungler. And you can't dodge every CC. Once the hook lands, everybody can just chain it on top of him. He gets wiped. And then Lion says, you know what? We don't just want the turret. We want to keep going. DSG actually dodges a bunch of skill shots. That's the majority of the curtain call. That's another dredge line they dodge. He flashes the proto belt just at the right time, but Dokla finishes him off at the end.
Yep, going to be able to finish him off there. And I mean, Castle was just a little bit too close to that brush. He timed the weirding well. You know, he was trying to, I think, maybe bait it and disengage with the weirding, but it was just a little bit too close, and the CC chain was very clean with the Deadly Flourish as well as the ultimate coming through from Saint. And here's that quote you were talking about, Chat.
Yeah, we're trying to play a bit more chaotic and see if we can find ourselves in the environment, which was talking about what happened with some of the teams at first stand. But when the chaos starts, it's good if we are choosing the best decisions possible in those moments. They're getting stage reps of that. Yep. You can see that happen a lot in scrims, but they're definitely flying in, and Saint is excelling in this environment right now.
I mean, it's really important, and when you think back to first stand, Lion had a lot of really good early games, and even against the LPL. As Cryra, taking a ton of damage here, will be forced back. But they weren't able to, you know, when the games got chaotic, necessarily make the right choice. And I think that's what he's trying to train. And it's easy when you're winning the game and you have a lot of time to think about it, and you're kind of, okay, yeah, we're going to do Dragon in 4 minutes. Get ready, guys. We'll reset it this time. We'll get fish in here. But when things are fast, when they're chaotic, it is harder to make that decision correct every single time. So trying to focus on that in the early weeks here in spring, and we'll see if that does pay dividends later on in the split, and potentially if they make the MSI, maybe international.
And if DSG is going to win this game on the other side, it would actually have to be through Sajed. He's on 3 items on Vayne, so even though he's 2,300 gold behind Berserker, it's not manifesting in a huge amount of inventory difference right now. And you're going to give up a lot early when you pick Vayne, but now that he's got 5 points in Silver Bolts, 5 points in Tumble, as well as 3 items, he'll really hurt in team fights if he's able to hit. So that's the one chance they'd have of winning, but if they're getting picked off like this, it's tough.
Yeah, there is a perfect engage onto him. Call Me either didn't have the shift or was too slow to use it, but just gets hit by the equalizer into the deadly flourish and taken out in a hurry. Nice play there from Lion as Dokla and Berserker tag team to take down Call Me.
That was sweet. A lot of times when you're two-manning Baron, you just kind of play a little aggro mid lane, not really looking for a fight. They just get a kill while they're two-manning the Baron. That's crazy.
That is really nicely done, and Dokla's going to be able to respond towards bot, and they are pushing mid here as well as top. Already have 2 lanes. They're not going to reset. They're just staying on the map. They have tempo. Call Me's dead, and he's their best wave clear. So Lion know with the Baron buff, they can do a lot here. Kryra was looking for a potential flank, but not going to go for it just yet. There's pings over there, but they are from DSG. As Lion do knock down that top lane tower. I don't think a flank could work that well, but it is just Isles by himself. Everyone else recalled, so Isles will get caught out and has to flash.
Berserker was sitting on 2,200 gold.
That's quite a bit.
If the team was like, no, we got a good time here, if I'm Berserker, I'm saying, you know, actually, it doesn't look that good. I think it's bad timing. I think I want to buy an item. Let's make sure we go back and collect Drake, because now he's got full 4 items and is ready to go.
As the Saint, full 4 items for both of those carries who are the entire gold lead pretty much, as Lion will grab an uncontested 3rd dragon here. Thankfully for DSG, they were able to sneak away that last one, so this isn't Soul, and DSG will be gifted a little bit more time to try to find a way back into this game, but it is of course going to be incredibly difficult without a big misstep from Lion or some incredible picks there from DSG, but they're going to drop the equalizer once again onto Call Me. In comes a deadly flourish, and it just rinse and repeat once again. He is killed just like that, but they do get one back as Dokla gets deleted. Did not expect the return damage coming out there from Lions and Castle as they burst down that Rumble.
Yeah, nice burst on the counter kill, but that's the Rumble combo. That's why you see it so frequently with the Deadly Flourish able to chain CC, but there's Bardolt.
Yep, going to be able to lock him down. Can they get the follow-up? No, they cannot. Berserker flashes away. Sajed trying to clear this out. Castle going to go between worlds as there is no flash available on Berserker. Do they have the damage to get him? It looks like no. Kryra is down, as is Castle. Sajed goes in, but he is flashed on, CC'd, and dead. Lion will take the fight, will take the game, will take the series. In the time it took you to blink an eye, all of DSG are wiped from the map. DSG made some good plays, but this one was all Lion start to finish. Berserker with an incredible game. Saint with an incredible game. And Lion, slow and steady, will finish this one off, but not before grabbing a couple more kills and securing their clean 2-0 over DSG.
They let Berserker down at the end. They let Call Me kill him at the very end, but overall, Lion should be pretty happy with especially Game 2. Game 1 was very close against DSG, but Game 2, they played very aggressively. They won their lanes, and they pushed their advantage quickly. And by the way, Inspired didn't die that whole series. Perfect Zen game, 4-0-8 on the Sejuani for another match win for Lion.
That guy could be a potential MVP candidate.
He's pretty good.
Just throwing it out there.
The best player.
He's looking very good. Lion dominant Game 2 here. Dokla with a big bounce back in the 1v1, gets the early solo kill onto Castle. Some revenge for getting bullied in the Scion game. Berserker gets a solo kill in a 1v1 as Jin against Vayne on the other side. That is kind of how this one started out in DSG. They did keep looking for plays, to their credit. They did keep it scrappy. They didn't just roll over. But it is another disappointing week here for DSG, as not able to find a series win, and that is now 3 weeks in a row that they have fallen down.
Yeah, DSG moved to 1-3, and we have Saint standing by on stage with Kobe.
Congratulations, Saint. You had a really good Yone game here to find the victory versus DSG. Is there any difference between playing versus Call Me here in North America versus playing against him in Korea?
I guess not that different. Feel like people are just has same schedule and same practice, so I don't think different.
Pretty similar. Inspired was talking last week about how you as a team were practicing more chaotic plays and when lots of stuff is going on, versus he thought you guys were already very good when it's calm. Is that something you're still practicing on as a team, or is there something different this week?
Feel like sometimes we didn't have clear plan, so I think if we match it, if we make same page, then we will be better.
make some clear plans. That's always good. People also always like to hear your evaluations of enemy mid laners. So I want to ask you, who do you think, besides yourself, is a mid laner in the LCS that has the best mechanics, hands? And then who of your opponents would maybe have the best mind and be the smartest mid laner?
I think Quid is best mechanical player beside me, and the smartest player is Quad, I guess.
All right, Quid and Quad. Thank you, Lounge. Take it away. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom. The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life. Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to our final series of the week. Team Liquid Alienware versus Sentinels.
Hopefully not a 2-0.
Last week I said
It won't be. Stop.
last week I said best series of the week was this one.
Yes.
So it has to be true.
It just has to be true.
It has to be 3 games. Also, tickets are on sale for the LCS Finals at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th to 14th. They are still on sale, so head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets today.
So yeah, you are right. This has to be the series. This is Emily's series of the week.
It's true.
Yeah. She dubbed this.
I don't know if we dubbed it my series of the week specifically, but it is. It's the one I told everyone to look out for.
Yeah.
And I'll start with Hambach, right? Because obviously when he came over, I was like, this is a guy who's going to play on the edge. He's incredibly aggressive. I think when Sentinels are winning, he is always like at the center of it. And I really love, like, obviously you just shouldn't give him Skarner. But also, this is what he had to say with his about his playstyle when we interviewed him last week.
Well, this was the NA Men interview that they had.
Oh, this is the NA Men interview.
Yeah.
When we, so this is about his like actual playstyle. What I think was really interesting in tandem with this is when we did talk to him about his playstyle, and he was like, I want to be a jungler. I don't care what other junglers think of me, right? Like, I don't care what other NA junglers think of me. It's whatever. What I care about is what laners think of me. I want laners to be afraid of me.
Yeah, I mean, even just within the quote that they had in Neyman, the fact that he's talking about how NA junglers have a heavy like farming style and all this stuff, and he's somebody that is always going to be pushing the limit. The idea of him, like, they feel like I'm a crazy jungler, and he just wants to be the one that is constantly looking for ganks within lanes, who's constantly threatening lanes, like cutting vision. It kind of reminds me of what River was amazing at.
Yep.
When the brother was playing here.
I also have to say,
I miss River.
They've won 4 games, 3 of them have been on Skarner.
Yeah,
his Skarner is crazy good.
Yeah.
I haven't necessarily loved him on his carry picks, but he carries with Skarner, which is the best thing to see.
Yeah. And we also had an interview with Jan yesterday, like last week. Not yesterday. The week goes by very quickly. Yeah, he just talks about Hambach a lot and very complimentary of him, and talking about how he's very helpful to have on a team as a ganking jungler. And it is, to your point, very scary to have a ganking jungler that's always looming, especially with a Skarner.
I just I loved hearing this from Jan just because this is exactly what Hambach wants, right? Like, he wants laners to be thinking about, is he going to be there? And like you brought up River, that he is kind of the jungler who is in NA that I think of the most when you think of, oh God, is he going to be in this brush, right?
Yeah.
Like, how far can our bot lane play forward if we're worried about Hambach coming down here and kind of disrupting it? And I also think Jose has been that for Team Liquid on the other side.
I feel like Jose would be fairly similar to the way Hambach plays.
Yes.
It was less focused in lock-in. I feel like it's been more focused so far in Spring Split, where Team Liquid has looked good. I think there was so much discussion about whether or not this team could reach their potential that we haven't given them the credit for what they've actually done on stage this year. They're 3-0. So predictions for this series, even if we feel like it's going to be a close series and Sentinels has played them tough last time, Sentinels beat them in lock-in tournament 2-1.
True.
That's with game 1 having Guardian Scion, which can't even count as a game.
Yeah.
Can't count that.
It did count, but
can it?
All
you can't
3
do
of
it.
us.
Oh, Raz, you're going 2-0.
And Raz is even 2-0.
Yeah.
Look, I made this clear. I think they're the best team right now in the league,
Okay.
and I think that Sentinels is a team that's like ramping up, but they're still in the middle of the ramp up. They're still 1-2.
Something is different for Team Liquid.
True.
Oh, I did notice something on screen. An extra person on stage. I think it's a dawn of a new era.
Is it?
Yes, when you visualize Team Liquid, a team like that's fighting constantly, scrapping constantly, what do they want? A leader. Who do they need? A bald-headed leader. And of course, in a dawn of a new era, it's Spawn's era. A very
I had no part in
chiseled
this.
beard.
What is this, Raz? What have you done?
Well, they've been having a little bit of struggles, okay, if you want to talk about online play, and in general, losing games here and there, wondering if they can get things right. And even though series-wise, it's been perfect, gameplay-wise, there's one very angry Australian that wants to see them play correctly, and it's the man that you're currently seeing on stage. You can already see the light glistening on his bald head.
The aura.
Yes. Yes. So I want to hear from the casters. What do you guys have to say about this?
It's like the lounge.
I can see the light glistening on his bald head too. Bald is OP.
There you go. Bald is beautiful, Kobe. That's
Bald
what they
is
say.
OP.
Let's hope the players are able to focus without being blinded by their coach.
I talked to Spawn.
Doubles as a weapon, you know?
I talked to Spawn when he got here, and he was mainly
about his bald head.
He was, and I was like, wow, that is really beautiful. He was talking about how he was so tired when he got here because his visa process. You know how for us, it's like, oh no, we have to like drive downtown LA. It like takes a couple hours or whatever, and then you have to wait in line. He had to fly across Australia to go to the visa appointment, then fly back 5 hours to the other side.
One visa in
and then
all of
fly all the way
Australia?
to LA, another 11 hours, and then he had to go into the show day immediately, then into practice, and so he's one tired Teletubby. Or he was. He was. Now he's fine.
I don't need a mental imagery of Spawn as a Teletubby.
Well, I mean,
I think he would make a great Teletubby.
I don't, all right, well, maybe if they lose today, the team can get him to wear a Teletubby suit for the next time.
Hey,
but
if they win, now that's a good luck charm, you know?
Yeah, okay.
The thing is, they already have been winning.
Those jackets are clean, though.
Yeah, I do like the jackets a lot. Those look cool.
I like those jackets.
But all right, everybody, welcome. It's Team Liquid going up against Sentinels. It's the last match of the week. I think this one looks like it absolutely should be the best matchup of the week, too.
Well, considering all the other ones were a little bit lopsided, then I agree with you.
Yes. Okay.
We're looking up here.
All right. Well, immediately, Team Liquid is looking at the jungle. They want to ban away the signature Skarner from Hambach. They're going to take that one off the table. Varus is also banned out, and then Sentinels respond by banning out the knock wave combo.
Yeah, no Karma ban just yet. You know, we are seeing a lot of Enchanter bans these days. Even the last series we were seeing, you know, first round Seraphine bans, which I think is kind of interesting because that is a little bit more atypical. So it was something that was added to the list. But it is going to be a Bard ban, so now Sentinels will be the ones that have to ban Karma unless they're willing to give it up, which is pretty rare these days.
Yeah, and I don't think they're gonna do it. Yeah, here we go. So Karma ban, you definitely still can go like other stuff into the Ashe Seraphine. You don't have to necessarily jump on first picking. And a lot of the coaches I've been talking to have like, oh yeah, each one has their special, you know, like I was hoping that they were gonna do it type of answer. So maybe Golden Glue has a special one. You could just go for another like Nautilus kill lane into it. With Bard and Karma both being banned out, that's what I usually jump to. But you can still do like Caitlyn Nico or something because Caitlyn range and sieging has been quite effective.
I was going to say, I also kind of like some teams are just, when Seraphine gets first pick, they just take away the Ashe. I actually kind of feel like the Ashe is more flexible with other champions than the Seraphine is, in my view, but it's obviously a personal opinion and different teams agree, you know, or disagree on it. Jarvan, Rumble, though, that is the answer. They're saying you're going to draft Ashe Seraphine. These champions do not have dashes. We will be diving you. That is our answer. So it is a clear game plan here from Sentinels.
And I think that if you are running this is a lot of hard engage, then a Nautilus lane would make sense. Put a lot of kill pressure there. You got the spicy hot pot, and you can make the bot lane spicy as well.
And on the other side, they're locking in the Pantheon with the Ashe Seraphine combo. I always like to see this trio just because the Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the Grand Starfall. You've also got the Hawk shots to make it easier to set up for Pantheon. Really good stuff.
Yeah, and the Pantheon could just go bot lane, point and click, and then all of a sudden your spicy lane on the bottom side might be spicy in a bad way for you. So they grab the Jhin early, which is definitely one of the AD carries. Flowers, it's one of the AD carries that can play well into the Ashe Seraphine.
There was more going on than the Jhin last game.
The Jhin solo killed the Vayne. Berserker was owning. There was other people owning too, but also the Jhin.
I can see the smile on your face. Not even you are taking that seriously.
Hey, he did great.
Okay,
They're just running it back what Lion played, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
It makes a lot of sense.
Mixing it up a little bit, so it's not obvious that they're copying.
Okay, it makes a lot of sense. You got the Jarvan Rumble dive, Jhin ultimate over the top. And the lane is fine. So now let's progress here into the solo lanes. Now, interesting, I mean, Morgan definitely very scary versus Impact just as an isolated lane. So I do value banning the Ambessa both for the players but also for the comps. When you have Ashe Seraphine, it seems like it creates a lot of space for Ambessa to work.
And we have seen the combinations of CC, Ashe Arrow into Seraphine ult and Ambessa ult. It's just like your carry basically doesn't get to move. It's very, very dangerous for the team fight, so I do like this protection ban.
The Anivia ban is kind of saying Sentinels need to ban out Ryze probably, or that's going to be the pick. Quid does love that champion, so that would be the potential ask. Instead, it is going to be a ban of Annie. So we'll see what their plan is going to be. Also curious to see if TL is going to focus any of the bans down on Huhi in the support role. Maybe because they think it's game one, he's just going to play an engaged champ and they don't really care. Like they're thinking it's all going to be kind of similar. If you wanted to target an engaged champ that is more lane dominant, I would say Nico. If you want to actually try to dominate in that 2v2, Nico I think is a pretty decent ban. More AoE damage, more AoE CC. That would kind of synergize with their comp. But of course you can play Nautilus, you can play Rakan, you can play all kinds of different champs down there. And Huhi is very adept on the engaged champ.
Yeah, I think the Nautilus is a really good ban here. That one is just kind of the easiest to look for those kills.
Yep.
And so it's a little bit more safety for Yeon and Core, but as you said, there's many other engaged supports that Huhi can go with. And the Anivia ban means that Ryze priority is up because Anivia is a very good answer into the Ryze mid lane. So let's see what the other answer is going to be for Quid, since they banned out the Anivia themselves and they were kind of speculating that this might happen.
Ooh,
here we go.
Another Yone.
The melee carries with the Ashe Seraphine is really, really nice. Ornn ultimate over the top. Again, massive, massive amounts of CC here. Huge team fight for TLAW. Very, very strong group potential they have.
And while I think Ryze is fine in the 1v1 against Yone, it just feels hard to play Ryze into this team composition. There's so much CC in your relatively short range. If you ever walk too far forward, all of a sudden you're flash stunned there by Pantheon, then the Encore comes through, then the Fate Seal comes through, then the Crystal Arrow comes through, then the Call of the Forge God comes through.
We get a Rumble support. Look at that. We got a last pick for the Zehen.
They're cooking.
So we are going to be cooking. The spicy hot pot is in the bottom lane already for when Jarvan comes. Okay.
This is pretty cool. When I've seen it, people are doing like a couple points E and trying to just do it as like a poke lane basically, and you're trying to hit like Electro Harpoon into a root. Kind of the combo that we saw later in the game from Dokla, with Berserker last game, but we'll see how it does actually in the 2v2.
Yeah, and again, since you're in the lane already from the beginning of the game, you get lots of value out of the equalizers early on the champions that don't have dashes. Low mobility for Ashe and for Seraphine, so they can definitely set up for Jarvan ganks fairly effectively. Rumble is a very high damage support. It is a little bit more risky with your positioning though, so Pantheon enemy jungle could be a deterrent, could be a factor here, especially because Jose has been very active and quite good this split.
It's also, from what I can see, this is the first time it's been played in any region this split in support. So no games have been played anywhere except top lane, actually, so far this split. This is something that has been played in the past, of course. Occasionally it's played in solo queue, but definitely not a... Yep, Keria. It's definitely not a popular pick by any means, and this split, first time seeing it. It is going to be hit or miss. I feel like if you get ahead, you can be really useful. But on these kind of picks, you are a melee damage carry in support. If you are losing, you are going to lose hard.
Exactly. You're going to be a cannon minion at that point. So the execution really needs to be there for the bottom lane duo. The other thing I'm going to be looking at here, impact on the Zehen. This champion, remember, you're not going to get the revive unless you're fully stacked on determination, and being able to stack that up can be very difficult with the amount of CC that you've already talked about. Fate Sealed, into the Encores, into the Crystal Arrows, into the Call of the Forge God. If you're just getting juggled around, you're never going to fill up the blood.
I completely agree. I think what he is hoping for, though, is probably if they're full sending it on the Ryze or the Jhin, then you're kind of counter-engaging, right? You're going back in and you're trying to fight through them and hitting this front line and being able to turn around that way. But you can be the one getting engaged on too and burst down, just like you're saying.
And that definitely would be a huge weakness. The burst is very annoying to deal with. All right, harpoon shots that hit. We're counting these for evaluation.
2.
There was one.
Of the Rumble support. So far, Huhi is smurfing.
Okay. Does he have another harpoon
2
about
for
to
2.
get locked and loaded?
2 for 3.
Okay, that's a whiff. All right.
There was too much pressure. We started talking about it.
He just fired a fourth one. I think it hit. The
3
camera
for 4.
jumped away
We'll count it.
right when it shot out.
Ooh, 4 for 5.
Okay.
But he dodged the Q.
You get more shots for that.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he tagged one on the side as the camera was panning away there.
Okay.
Jose, though, of course, he is clearing from bottom up towards top. So the Pantheon not going to have an early influence on that lane, and it's just up to Ash Seraphine. Just, try and farm here as you get harassed by the Harpoons and the Jhin.
Yep.
And you get pushed into your tower, and they are doing that fairly effectively so far. Does hit the drop of the beat onto Huhi.
Drop of the beat.
And he's dropping at HP.
Yup, that was a nice drop on the health bar there. As meanwhile, back in the mid lane, we'll take a look at the Dark Wings versus Quid matchup. But right now, we've also got Jat standing by for an interview with TL coach Spawn.
Thanks. We're just talking about the early jungle pathing. You feel good about the start of this game?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with that because obviously he tries to invade. Pantheon is a little bit slower than Jarvan, so now tempo lead's gone, so Pantheon should be pretty happy.
Sounds good. Also, it's been a minute. Welcome back. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good today. I actually had a really rough trip over here this time. I must be getting old because jet lag completely destroyed me, but I'm good today.
Now that you're on site with the team, what do you expect to change, be different? What do you need to improve on?
Nothing really changes when I'm here, I think. That's what I always say. People tell me otherwise, but I think our stage drafts have been pretty good lately. So, we'll just keep working on that and keep trying to hold our lead on first place, up there with Cloud9.
All right, last question. What needs to go well in this game for you guys to win?
I don't think anything. I think they gave us probably 4 of our 5 best champions, so hopefully we just play the game and win.
Support Rumble? Surprise?
I mean, everyone just tries to cheese us, apparently. Every single time there is a weird pick, it's against Team Liquid, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, thanks, Spawn. I'll let you get back to it. Back to the catchers.
Confident answer there from Spawn. We don't have to do anything special. Nothing has to go right. We got what we wanted.
And I think part of the reason for Hanbok spending that time to go for the invade, even though he doesn't get any camps or anything, again, he wants to get this vision ward. He wants to make sure that his Rumble Jhin lane that they're gambling on does have information and knows that Jose was clearing at least from bottom away towards that top side. And so he did leave behind that ward and did get that visual confirmation as they met up. It cost him a little bit of time, but it's not really bad at all. As you can see, he's right into his second clear anyway, just on time. So both junglers basically are mirrored. And now Hanbok knows, hey, I'm the one that's clearing towards bottom side. And so he can alert his bottom lane so they can play accordingly as well.
You can see up here in top lane, it's Morgan running the show on this Ornn. I'm really looking forward to seeing how much he can accomplish in the team fights with this. We know how scary of a team fighter it can be.
Yeah, and Morgan has already used his teleport, so Impact's just trying to hold the wave as much as he can. If he can prevent him from crashing this wave, trade as low as you can without dying, then you want to TP back. That is where things can get really good. But you have to be careful when you're getting this low to not actually die. But if you can prevent the wave from crashing, TP back in, sometimes you can actually get the Ornn stuck in lane.
Right now, Impact is really pushing Morgan back. The healing that Daejeon is able to get there with the grass proc alongside what's built into the kit is very effective at keeping that HP high enough to stay around. Huhi does get caught by the beat drop here yet again, and that's the majority of his health bar just gone. Scrap shield plus the flash to try to escape. Yon's ready to follow with a focus fire. First blood goes back over to Core JJ as Yon barely gets out, but Rahel makes sure it's an even trade.
Yeah, he gets him. He does end up having to burn the flash, and they are going to be +1 summoners, or +2 actually for Core JJ. His heal will be back up earlier since he had used it during lane phase. So they get the kill onto the Rumble support, but you're losing minions to the tower afterwards because AD carry got killed. On the side of Sentinels, they still get to Rahel. Rahel still gets a push in. But Yon does not get that extra farm.
Yeah, exactly. And the kill went to Seraphine, not to Ashe, whereas went to Jhin on the other side. So it actually turns out pretty good for them. As Huhi walks forward, this is the combo. You get the auto attack from the Ashe, which gives you the slow application. Then the double E gets a stun. They flash in, but look at the damage. When you overheat on Rumble, support, top, doesn't matter. You are going to do a lot of damage. He has the Ignite, turns, fights. Rahel flashes in, does get that kill back. And it's really good in the short term. The question is, can you use those sums to get more later?
OP.
It is OP, huh? It's very infrequently used, as we went over, at least this year. And not even super frequently in the previous year, but Huhi here, a lot of unique champions.
This is the first time he's playing Rumble. 0 career Rumble games so far, and he has the 3rd most unique champions played in Tier 1 across the whole world. I'm assuming that's what that says, so pretty impressive stuff that now he's adding yet another one to the pool.
Yeah, it is really cool, right? And he is a player who, if you're a newer fan, he's been playing support for so long, a lot of newer fans don't even realize he was a mid laner, right?
Yeah.
And that is going to give you the advantage, having a lot of those unique champs. because you have played across a lot of different eras and a lot of different roles.
So one thing that I'm going to be watching now, because Jose Deodo is level 6 and Yawn is just about there, like 90% EXP. I feel like one of the things people really like to do with this Pantheon Ashe combo, when Ashe takes her recall, you just fire the arrow down mid, especially against a champion like Ryze that doesn't have an easy way to try to react to it without having to spend flash. And then if you hit, it's just Grand Starfall plus Yone over the top. There's no way to get out.
I think it could be really strong, but I also think when Rumble has no flash and Jhin has no flash or cleanse, I feel like you could just almost point and click, go down bot, and have him join there, you know? No necessarily a reason to actually just risk doing that long-range shot, because you can just gank through lane, and I feel like it'll probably be pretty effective.
Let's see if Hambach can make anything happen around this mid lane. He does have to sweep out this ward placed down by TL, so no opportunity for the Jarvan to unleash the Cataclysm here just yet, but he will maintain control over the Dragon Pit here with a control ward. Huhi level 5, Rahel level 6. That Rumble very, very close to unlocking the ultimate, and I'm really curious how well they'll be able to use that to continue trying to win these fights with the OP Rumble support.
And Yawn has a Hawk Shot ready to use at the moment as well. Looks like they're going to go for the recall, but they could pop it over towards the Dragon as he does get his recall off, and the Dragon is started off here by Hambach. So there it goes. They're going to get alerted, but they're not going to do anything about it. It's just, oh yeah, they're on it. You have time to go cross-map here. Pantheon could get some grubs or something.
Yep. Impact's in a bit of a weird spot now. I was talking about it earlier, but one of the kind of weird dynamics sometimes about top lane is if you try to hold your TP to punish after the TP and then TP back and lane lock them, your teleport is so much delayed from the cooldown of where the Ornn is. So the Ornn TP'd back, and now Ornn has full prio in top lane because Impact's teleport wasn't back. So he just TP'd back with full health, bullied him out, and now Impact has to base, and you're losing a plate.
While down in bottom lane, Equalizer drops. Hambach shows up, but Yawn and Core JJ get themselves back to safety with the heal there from the Seraphine. Curtain Call doesn't accomplish a whole lot, so really Hambach's presence not paying off very big down the bot side.
Yeah, not much damage there. They just kind of walk over the edge of the Rumble ultimate, and Seraphine shielding did a lot of that. So that's 2 ultimates invested from Sentinels without gaining very much at all. Darkwings, though, has been able to, you know, get some decent trades on Daejeon, despite him being down in CS.
Yeah, and this is almost one more auto, and it's going to be a second plate for Morgan. Now he's up almost 400 gold against a Grasp Zehen. This is not even a Conqueror as a Hen that's going more for the scaling rune. So I think, you know, Impact tried to get a situation early where he could lane lock him. That didn't work, and then he completely ruined his tempo because he had the much later teleport cooldown. Morgan TP'd back, and now Impact's in a bit of a bad spot. You know, you're in this matchup where you're wanting to be, you know, bullying this Ornn. You're taking the Grasp to be able to scrap with him early. And Morgan has played it very, very well.
And the enemy team has so much CC that it could be very difficult, like for Impact to even stack his passive up for the team fights later. You can get CC locked, you can get bursted down, as we were mentioning earlier. So maybe the Jarvan here could turn. There's a ward for Morgan, so the ward is going to see Hambach. Morgan is still fine here. He's going to come down and just keep vision on Hambach, stop his recalls, harass him, make sure enemy jungle pressure is absorbed for as long as possible. And look at the minimap, even Yone gets a push up on mid. Pantheon's going for a wrap around towards bottom.
Let's see if Jose Deodo can accomplish what Hambach couldn't and make something happen down here in the bottom lane. Yawn and Core about to crash this wave. Huhi has 5 seconds left on the equalizer. Could be a big game changer in preventing a tower dive. As we will see Hambach heading out of the base down towards the bottom side. Jose Deodo just going to go ahead and back off. Discretion being the better part of valor on this one, and they're not going to send the tower dive.
Yeah, I think that is the right choice. If you dive there and Hambach shows up and you have the equalizer, that could be a complete disaster. So they don't find the angle to make the play.
And they just shot the Hawk Shot straight up there. We saw the Hawk Shot go through, so good information gathering first before you take any risks.
And it looks like a little sense of deja vu down here as Hambach tries to show up yet again. The equalizer doesn't do enough to stop the retreat of Yawn and Core, and they just kind of walk it off.
And that one, honestly, is on Rahel again. He missed the Deadly Flourish. If your Deadly Flourish is on point, at least you got a flash or something, right? Yeah. Because they're trying to set this up with Equalizer into Deadly Flourish, which allows Hambach to get in range for Flag and Drag. And if you get hit by one, you're going to get hit by all of it, right? And that's kind of what they're banking on. But when you drop the Equalizer and the Deadly Flourish misses, you look kind of silly. Like, it's just a wasted ultimate. They just walk it out and nothing happens.
Plus, without that equalizer around, that's just that much less care, that much less respect that Yeon and Core have to give towards Rumble support alongside this Jhin combo. Back up in the top side, though, didn't get to comment on it a moment ago when it first occurred, but that MasterCard power spike there from Morgan, completing the Thornmail when you're up against this pure physical enemy champion and a pure physical damage jungler, I feel like Morgan's just not afraid of anything Sentinels has to throw at him right now.
Maybe he'll be afraid of the support Rumble magic damage later, huh, Flowers?
Okay, maybe support Rumble will be the boogeyman in the closet to try to scare
he's going to sideline against him.
Yeah.
He's going to roast him up.
All right, that's going to be the answer for
Rue the day you underestimated the support Rumble.
All right, Morgan's going to have his himself tested once he comes face to face with that Rumble. But you know what? We might actually see them come face to face sooner than later because it's 60 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Morgan has his teleport ready to go. Impact has his as well. So if the teams want to fight over this one, we could get a much larger fight than we've seen so far in the game.
Yeah, we absolutely could. And I mean, both teams, as you said, are kind of ready to go. Everyone's got their summoners up. Everyone is online. So if we do have a fight, it'll be a very explosive one.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing on the side of TL. We have the Blade of the Ruin King already done for Quid on the Yone. That is, it is huge for him. And man, the ultis that they will bring to this fight. Now Kraken also done for Yeon. So, you know, everybody basically on the full item power spikes except for Impact. No Trinity Force, which is a fairly expensive one.
Yep. Or Impact still happen to juggle those Trinity pieces around as he tries to push Morgan back, get every little bit of damage that he can. Morgan still walking it off, but no, Jose Diodo getting caught here with the bot side. River, but Team Liquid's ready for the counterpunch. Quid goes in for the Fate Sealed. It's a 1-0 here at the very start as the Encore's looking to make it 2. He tries to flash away, but the Pantheon's ready to follow. Jose Diodo chasing him down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to guarantee it, and Team Liquid picks up a couple.
Yone, man, he got his Blade of the Ruin King dunk, and they could easily counter that play. Jose blocks so much as Pantheon. He has his flash, he uses directional immunity, backs off, and then Quid sees the angle, goes right in, uses the ulti, gets the kill, and that's a recipe for a free dragon. So here's another look. They're making the move towards mid. Jose, he goes in for the stun. Boom, he stopped. Look at how much damage is blocked by his directional immunity. And then he also flashes. And since you're fully committed in it, they're able to get the counter kill. Core then goes for the attempt at another one, and he was able to lock down the Rumble long enough that it's easy follow-up. And you're just seeing the luxury of having so much CC here. The effective...
Don't read those lips.
the effective... We're just going to gloss over that. The effective Yone ultimate, and then the effective ult flash from Core JJ, and then the Yeon, very easy, like point-blank Ash Arrow just to follow up and ensure that they're going to kill that Rumble. So really nicely kind of set up there and then responded by TL.
And it's not just that they got the kills on Hambach and Huhi. Both of them tried to flash to get themselves out and still died anyway. So it's that much more insult added to injury here as Sentinels find themselves 1,500 gold behind. Quid putting the pressure on the Impact up here in the top side as well. Yeah, you finally got your Trinity Force complete on the Zehen, but now you're dealing with Blade of the Ruin King with the upgraded Berserker Greaves Yone. It's just not a fun time for Impact.
And it's a Quid Yone. Quid has one of the highlight reels, one of the best LCS Quid highlight reels, Yone highlight reels that we have ever had. Also just interviewed Saint after their game, and he said Quid definitely has the best mechanics of any mid laner, so we'll see if those are on display at this Rift Herald fight.
Okay, Hambach wants to try to challenge for the Herald, but it's already going to get smote down by Jose Diodo. As he tries to make his exit now, Quid still hanging out over the wall, jumps in with a Soul Unbound. They want this damage onto Hambach, but it's Jose Diodo staying alive for now. Again, that directional immunity buying him so much time. Now Huhi is just left to die. Team Liquid can do no wrong in these river fights as Rahel's about to drop to Quid, but he has to back away a little bit further now. Quid finally gets shut down, but Rahel does die. Yes, Impact is going to get his resurrection, but they're just going to kill him again right after. It's a slaughter for TL.
Quid is ripping apart Sentinels, the entire team. Meanwhile, the Rise, bottom lane, ripping apart that tower. He does keep split pushing. He's split pushing down there. We're going to see the teleports come in, but look at this. Over the wall, they're looking for it. Quid immediately ease to follow and kind of protect Jose here. So even though they pull off their patented combo, the Jarvan ulti and the Rumble ultimate. Quid is pulling off his patented combo with the rest of the team here, you know, setting him up, giving him a lot of room to play in.
Oh no, Darkwing's just finding himself caught out down here. Jose Daejeon, it's just that easy for the Pantheon to get another one. 3-0-3. The jungle gap this game is massive.
It really is, and I mean, Darkwing stayed down there. He did get first tower, so that is something that they got, but dying off the back of that, and then Morgan gets tower right back on the top side. That is brutal, and I feel like I maybe learned something new in that replay, because it looked like the directional immunity was working on the Rumble's equalizer based on their positioning, which I didn't actually know that it worked on the dot if you're standing on it.
Yeah, as long as you point it at the champion, the champion that casted whatever it is.
It's a mind game.
Then it'll work.
I stare at you, your bomb doesn't hurt me.
I also would say, you know, some of the drawbacks here, if you have Ryze, which is like a very historic split push champion, and you don't have teleport, yeah, it is nice to have the extra movement, you know, and have double sums with Ghost and Flash, but relying on only Realm Warp for rotating around the map can also be a bit of a hindrance. And I think TLAW has this game right where they want it. It's basically they're super rich, and Jose can come flying out of the skies anywhere on the map. These towers are starting to go down, so there's not a lot of safe space for Sentinels anymore. The Grand Starfall can come down right on your head.
Grand Starfall, Enchanted Crystal Arrow to follow it up or set up for it. Morgan can bring in the Call of the Forge God from a long way away here too. We've only got 60 seconds until the next dragon spawns, so I guess if you're looking for silver linings for Sentinels, at least because they got one of these first Drakes, it's not like Team Liquid is going to be moving to Soul Point if they take this, because I feel like if you're Sentinels, you do not want a fair fight out in the open at an objective right now.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it is going to be really, really tough, but it's hard to think how you want to play this out, because you're not really stronger in sides. You're not stronger in 5v5. There's not a lot of things that are kind of working for them. You know, these extended fights can be pretty good for impact, but you get that passive bar all the way stacked up, and then Morgan just backs off and lets it expire.
Plus, if I'm counting like, oh, who loves extended fights, and you look across and the enemy team has Ashe, Seraphine, and Yoda,
it's like, okay.
It's like, ah, dang, we're fighting an uphill battle here. 4 people are going top for Morgan, though.
Okay.
Before the map went dark right now, I saw 4 Sentinels walking their way up, and Jin even kind of hovering that way too. I mean, Morgan, you cannot ask for more out of your Ornn pick, right? It's like, you got an Ornn pick into a Zehen, and you're even +3 CS. You basically, the enemy tower is already dead. You provide so much value. You're already upgrading your own item, and you can start to upgrade your teammates' items. So job very well done, sir.
He's exactly where he needs to be. Already hitting that point, like you're saying, where the upgraded items are coming through is just going to make this lead for TL that's already on paper super far ahead be even more so. Sentinels are quickly running out of any sort of recourse to deal with this, and now TL just doing what TL does once they're ahead. They invade the enemy jungle, they take away resources, they starve Sentinels out, and it's getting harder and harder for Sentinels to own anything on Summoner's Rift.
I mean, I feel like we've talked about it a lot ever since even this roster was formed, but the signing of both Quid and Jose Daejeon, these two together, have had a lot of really big performances for the team, even in some of the games where they were not successful. And so people obviously always looking for a lot out of these two. Quid last week, we were quite critical because he had a unexpectedly underperforming game, and it was quite surprising because he is usually so good, and it's nice to see immediately right back to business as usual for him.
Oh, and here comes the Wombo combo, Call of the Forge God into the Grand Starfall. Darkwings' Rise is just not participating in this first game, but Jose Daejeon's Pantheon is racking up kill after kill. 5-0-3 now, 8 out of 10 kill participation. The guy is just making play after play, and now with the enemy team's support and mid laner down, Team Liquid's just taking the opportunity to start up a 20-minute Baron, while Quid is in a 1v2 against Rahel and Hambach, and he's winning. Morgan shows up just to make sure that Sentinel stays as far away from the Baron pit as possible, and TL is going to get this one for free.
Yeah, I mean, this tells you everything you need to know about the game. There's 2 Sentinels wards on the 20-minute Baron, and they still can't go there.
Yeah, you just have to stay all the way away from it. Watch as the Baron dies, smoke down, 6,000 gold lead now for TL. It the night is getting very dark very quickly here for Sentinels.
Yeah, absolutely is. This is a tough one for Sentinels. They're going to have to find some pretty big picks, I think, to have any chance of doing something in this game. Feels like it has to be a fight where maybe you one-shot Yawn, if you catch him right off the bat and kill him, but the counter engage is so good and everyone else is so fed that I don't even know if it's going to matter at this point. But, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the mid-jungle for TL, like you were touching on, Kobe, because Quid obviously came in with super high expectations. He was like the hottest offseason aspect.
Yeah.
Whereas Jose, a lot of people were kind of disappointed. Well, we wanted Inspired. What is Jose doing here? Like, why is he showing up? But Jose has been incredible this split.
And now Sentinels are at least trying to get something, but Jose Daejeon is utterly undeterred. Darkwing's caught off on the side as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to lock up Impact. Darkwing's first to fall as Sentinels scatter. Impact and Huhi both still trying to escape, but Jose Daejeon finds one more stun, forces out a defensive Grim Deliverance. And the only thing Impact can deliver is himself to safety, but ever so barely. The whole jungle is owned by Team Liquid. The bottom lane tier 2 is going to get knocked down by Quid. The mid lane tier 2 is about to die to the rest of the team, and Sentinels just can't do anything.
Yeah, they're going to try, though.
Well, it better be one hell of a try, because you're running out of chances. Quid already grabs the kill there onto Huhi. It's a double for Quid before they even get Impact in there. And Yawn's just going to focus fire the Zehen. Jose Daejeon with the Grand Starfall 2 feet away as Impact tries to hide in the jungle, escaping the Team Liquid bounty hunters, but it's not going to happen. Jose Daejeon dominating Team Liquid on the victory march.
Impact was that meme of the pizza delivery coming to the apartment that's all on fire. he teleported in. Hey,
two guys are already dead. Everybody else is running away. Now the base is shattered. Jose Daejeon just WTF.
They're all just instantly flashing over after him. This game's already over, Flowers.
Yeah, this one's done. 23 minutes in, 14-2, 11,000 gold lead. I think Spawn was right on the money. Team Liquid got what they wanted. Everything went according to plan. Jose Daejeon jumping in, looking for yet another kill here with the Hambach, who manages to fly in only to die. Huhi gets ran down by Yawn with a focus fire. Darkwing's just trying to distract him from the Nexus, but he'll only serve to pad the stats. Team Liquid wins at 18-2.
Look at their cams. They won that game so hard, not a single TL player was even smiling. They're like,
just like
that
okay,
wasn't
bro.
even 24 minutes. That was a 23-minute victory.
Yeah, that was not even remotely close. Team Liquid, Jose Daejeon, man, that is my MVP 100%. I feel like he got so much done this game. He was the one who they tried to make plays on, but he always knew exactly how to time his shield, when he needs to flash away, how far he can play. Really impressive stuff from him and the whole squad.
And he's making a case for himself for MVP of the split. Lounge, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that one. I really do. Now, that being said, we're going to be hitting on the positives from Team Liquid. Emily's got one ready for us, but right now I'm going to be talking about the negatives. I'm a negative Nancy. We're going to talk about Sentinels a little bit because they came in with a really cool pick, and it's the Rumble option. And so immediately, as you would imagine, you hit level 6 as we get into the game. Level 6, level 6, level 7, Hambach pathing down. This is what we're trying to path towards and play around. The idea, the concept is clear. Path our jungle bot side, Rumble ulti, and get the Jhin W so we can then channel Jhin ulti and get either a flash or 100% a kill if the Jhin is accurate enough. Play the clip immediately. Huhi ulti does go down. And the follow-up seems to be ready from Sentinel's side. Jhin comes through. W, yes, you could say it's a dodge, a slight pivot, but it is a miss at the end of the day. They still channel the Jhin ulti to see if they can get something through, but ultimately this is a failure. You don't really get a flash, you don't get really anything from bot side, you get a heal, but overall, Yawn and Core JJ are healthy. Next time, they try one more time to see if they can get this right. One more time. And as Jarvan is pathing bot side, as you can see here, the main goal is to see if they can get this going. Rumble ulti is available, Jhin ulti is now available. And so they set up the same play. Huhi gets the control ward. This one is even more egregious, actually, from Rahel in particular, because if I slow it down just a little bit, yes, clear out the control ward. Now you have Jarvan in the area. W right through. If this was football, you get 3 points. If this is just basic League of Legends, you get absolutely nothing in this play. And so I love the idea but the execution didn't come through, and so the goal lead was just ballooning from Team Liquid side as they're getting a lot on the opposite side of the map. But as we talked about Team Liquid side, Emily has the other aspect of it, the positive.
The positive, and the positive starts with Jose Daejeon. In this current play, he's actually waiting in this brush right here. Seraphine and Ash are going to be able to join, but the two important players here are going to be Quid and Jose Daejeon as we run through the clip, because as Cast pointed out, he blocks so much damage. Pause here. With his Aegis Assault, and then he was actually able to flash out in this direction, which then allows Quid to come across all of this as we play through and clean up, and this is their first big major team fight win. It also allows Core on the back half of this to end up getting onto Huhi, where Jose also is able to help polish them off there. Pause here. Again, Jose Daejeon is going to be going in here. He's going to end up blocking so much damage, and it's this combo of the Pantheon and as we play through, and the Yone to really set up for so many of these plays. He just blocks so much damage there off of the Rumble Equalizer. And the big thing is that with him soaking up all this damage, it creates so much space for Quid to end up popping off, for Morgan to end up coming in here, but also for Yeon to be firing from the back line. So again, because he's just soaking up all this damage, able to get into the fight immediately, we were kind of looking at, okay, how are they going to play around these globals with him coming in with Grand Starfall? This is a little bit of a different way to look at team fighting with Pantheon, but I thought he did amazingly well as almost like a pseudo tank, so Quid could get in there.
Yeah. I guess I'm a hater. I wanted to shout out Core JJ for having.
Yeah, you are. I was about to say.
Seraphines are underappreciated, but I knew Jose was going to win. Deserving player of the game right there. Also, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. This was Emily's Series of the Week, so I'm still waiting for her to deliver.
Why do we name it
Emily, this is on you.
Game 2 is up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Welcome, everybody, and congratulations, Huhi, on winning your Week 3 Player of the Week. How you feeling, brother?
Thank you, thank you. I mean, it feels good. It feels good to win a Player of the Week again. It's been a long time, so I'm glad that I won it this time.
I'll give you rapid-fire questions. If you can't remember or if you don't want to answer a question, you can go next. Are you ready? 90 seconds on the clock for this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. What's your biggest fear in life?
Darkness.
We're banning Nocturne. What would be the Huhi World Skin? What champion?
My world skin, maybe, you know, like Acel, something that can have Acel too. Like
True.
Lulu can be good too.
One of these days, we're gonna get you to answer Bard.
A Bard.
Yeah, you're gonna have to play. You're gonna play that champion support.
Yeah.
He's gonna force it. Okay. What teammate are you trusting to survive in a zombie apocalypse?
I think Hanbak or Rahel.
Okay. Best and worst support in the LCS?
I'll say Vulcan.
Okay.
Vulcan, and the worst, I'm sorry, but maybe CEO.
Okay. Name a Valorant SEN player. Hey, you're on the organization. You better be up to snuff on this.
Cortez.
Boom!
There you go.
3 best teammates in your career?
The 3 best teammates. You know, Xmedia is kind of growing on me. Like we've been reconnecting, and he's not a bad guy. 3, huh? I'll give it to the OG Afromu.
Of course.
Like we were really close back then. I like River.
Okay, there we go, River.
River.
Much love and respect to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you keep in contact with any of them still?
Yeah, Xmedia is the only one.
Yeah.
Right now, I think. Yeah, I just see here and there like Afromus here and there, but like we don't really talk that much.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Hey, we grow apart with time, but I will say, just as a message for everybody out there, always keep in contact.
Yeah.
Message them. You never know, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, congratulations one more time. Thank you again for doing the interview.
Thank you.
Good luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody, to our last best of 3 of the weekend here with Team Liquid going up against Sentinels. Coming into this one, I think all of us were expecting this to be the matchup of the week, and game number 1 was the most one-sided game we've seen all weekend.
Because Emily told me that.
Yeah,
She said it's a match of the week, and then we got a 23-minute opener.
What are you doing?
SMH my head, Emily. All right, well, let's see if Sentinels can bring this back.
But Sentinels, according to Spawn, gave TL 4 of their 5 best champions.
Yeah.
So
intentionally,
with a
because
master stroke, fearless, exactly.
Yeah, just get rid of all of
They're
them.
all gone now.
Well, but
so how do you like that?
There's still 1 left, though. 4 out of 5 means 1 out of 5
Renekton, I'm assuming, maybe,
out there.
for Morgan. Who do you think was the one who was not his best?
I don't think Rumble is his favorite champion, but maybe it's Spawn's favorite for their team. I would agree with you, though. It might be Renekton.
Well, let's see if that's what they get, because Team Liquid is going right back into this with the same strategy they started off in draft in the previous one. They want to keep the Skarner away from Hambach. He is like the premier Skarner in LCS right now. Other side, we're going to see the Nocturne and the Jace banned out by Sentinels.
And if you're evaluating by like chat opinion, the sin of giving over Ashe Seraphine and then picking Jhin yourself,
jail.
It's like the
jail.
Most egregious
Off
of all
with your
sins.
head.
Yeah.
Under the jail.
Under the
jail.
Dungeon.
Under the jail. The graves that are dug below the jail.
Yup, down in the molten core of the earth. Golden Glow, I still love you, brother. But yeah, it's Jhin into Ashe Seraphine.
Okay,
It did not work.
For bottom lane, things that are still up, there are still more sins that can be committed. Varus and
the angle you're gonna look at.
Varus, Ezreal, you know, Karma is not banned this time around, so there's a lot more in the bottom lane.
Like you're saying, I mean, Varus is a perma ban generally, and
I like Karma
too.
Ezreal so much, though.
I think it's gonna be a trade, right? Like, surely you don't ban it now. You probably just go for a trade, take Karma for the Varus.
Okay, let's see. What do we got? Orianna, Akali also banned out. There's a couple mid laners targeted here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because I feel like at this point you have 2 Giga OPs that are always perma-banned. If you ban one, the other team just gets the other one for free, right? Like, you got to trade. So they are going to get the potential Karma Ezreal here, which is, I'm assuming, what they will take. And then we have to see what the pairing is going to be with the
You could do Karma and then grab your jungler instead here.
Yeah.
Because you obviously know they're not going to.
I just mean for the 2v2 event.
Yeah. You know they're not going to grab the Ezreal, so could do that.
Ezreal support.
I was about to facetiously make that joke.
Just wait until next season. Wait, next week even with the new season, you can have jungle Ezreals and you can have mid lane Ezreals next season. So maybe we're 1 week too early.
I still have a long-seated problem with jungle Ezreal because he ruins jungle items for actual
jerk.
Runeglaive, Spirit of Elder Lizard, everything is made for junglers. Ezreal just takes and he ruins it and makes the devs either nerf it or remove it.
I mean, I abused it every time that it was good. So.
Part of the problem.
You know what? The problem is too big, Flyers. If you don't become part of it, then you're just going to be on the receiving end. Anyways, they did exactly as I said.
Become part of the problems.
Exactly. Focus up, boys.
This is not life advice. Don't.
We got all kinds of life advice. Raz is like, yeah, everyone falls out of touch eventually. And Kobe's like, if people are causing problems, just cause problems too. It's easier than
You need to be part of the problem.
It is a lot easier than fixing it.
It's true. It's true.
Well, Jose Daejeon was a problem last game. And he's on the Xin this game. I feel like he's going to be a problem for Sentinels again.
Yeah. So they do the kind of expected opener here. You grab the Xin, which, as you're saying, can work really well when you have Karma powering it up. And so they'll probably just go for the Ezreal to round it out, but so Ezreal doesn't get banned in the next couple of bans from Sentinels.
Yeah.
Trundle is always a decent answer into Xin early on because you can win the duels, and your pillar is a very useful tool in picking off Xin in the mid game because he has no escapes, of course. That plus Bard makes me think Sentinels actually have a lot of pick potential here, so I kind of do like what they're cooking. Plus, it does dissuade Morgan from now going for a blind, pick on a tank or anything like that because you already have the Trundle. So it's kind of working on a couple of fronts here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I will say the Bard obviously is a strong laner, can be powerful, but when you already know that one of the carryals is Ezreal, like you know that Ezreal was going to be coming through once we saw the Karma, like that was just going to happen. And Quid is going to have the info that you are playing against a Bard, so he doesn't have to play a low mobility champion either. Bard, I always feel like, is so much more difficult to pilot when you're playing against two champions with dashes that are the ones you're trying to hit. It's just makes it way more difficult.
You're not getting that guaranteed value by firing off the Tempered Fate and demanding a flash as a response, at least. Going into our second half of the bans here, Sylas banned away on the Sentinel side, while Yorick is the ban for TL.
Well, another one of Morgan's strong champions is Gnar, or they could go full poke with a Jace. So the Yorick ban actually does protect against a couple of those top lane picks for Morgan. Jace was banned, never mind. So they don't need further protection against that, but the Gnar, could be an option for him because that's a very versatile champ, right? You know, it can side lane, it can play team fights as well, so.
All right, what's our last? Okay, the Annie banned away again. Remember, this was one of the second half bans in game number 1 as well. What's the last one going to be here for Sentinels alongside this Sylas?
Yeah, the Sylas is interesting to me. I'm just trying to think, is it just that Impact just wants to blind the Gnar? Like, that kind of has to be something like that because, generally you are thinking about the answers that Sylas is really, really scary into. Gnar, like you mentioned, things like Alistar, but obviously that's not this game. Things like Malphite, but I don't think Malphite really fits this game. So it kind of feels like Impact probably wants to play the Gnar, and that's kind of like my best guess. So, both the Jax and the Sylas ban are things that can be a little bit annoying for Gnar. And it's probably just going to be some sort of safe blind, but Morgan could even just take it himself, and then the Sylas ban ends up just helping.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because of they're the ones who banned the Yorick to set up. I think the Sylas is probably opening for mid lane there for Darkwings. Only really like Photon used it as the counter for top side.
There's just not a lot of mid lane matchups that I'm thinking about. Oh!
So Varus top. Varus swap.
Okay, Varus top for Impact, Caitlyn Bard bottom.
This is a really good pivot, honestly, because the Caitlyn Bard is quite good to the or can be good versus the Ezreal Karma. It depends on if you hit your skill shots.
I love TF here. I think that makes so much sense. If you go TF into the Varus, like have fun playing the side lane. And honestly, I mean, Impact, maybe I am being unfair because he has been playing so many different champions this year. He was most fearless player in lock-in. He's been playing a lot of different stuff in this split, but he's the top laner that I would think would be most, like, I would expect the least, excuse me, I would expect the least to play the Varus top. Like, it just does not feel like an Impact champion to me at all. I don't know, maybe he's going to totally prove me wrong, but I'm struggling to see Impact on an AD carry.
I also like this pivot though. So instead of going for the TF to do, TF ults of course for the side lanes to punish both the Varus and the Caitlyn Bard lane here, if you go a LeBlanc, it is another poke champion when you're looking at no point and click CC.
Yeah.
It is so hard to punish Quid later on in the game. It's like Impact has to be a sniper and just nail him with the Varus ultimate. Otherwise, you cannot do much against this LeBlanc poking you out and finding angles. And Quid did have a very good opening game here. Plus, it gives you a very good mid jungle with the Xin. So I kind of like this angle, actually, investing in the LeBlanc.
Plus, what you were talking about earlier, Isaac, you see the Bard on the enemy team, you play something immobile like a TF, the Tempered Fate is going to have greater efficacy against that. LeBlanc just distorts out of it every single time.
Yep, and when you're talking about the mid jungle, I'm immediately thinking, if I'm playing something like Trundle jungle and I'm trying to gank a LeBlanc, good luck.
Like, no.
You walk straight at him, you just get chained, he distorts over your pillar. The chain also follows Aurora across the veil. You know, you can actually land that through that little invisibility hop. So some pretty good interactions there. And also, just straight up, every single person except the Trundle is squishy. Super squishy. LeBlanc has 4 great targets this game.
I have to call out the opening all chat here because Impact, obviously a very long time Team Liquid former member, and Yawn here is immediately spamming in chat, XD all caps, Impact, you're a changed man. Ha ha ha, what's up? Obviously referring to the Varus. There is history here as far as when Impact was on the team with Yawn, him trying to get him to play top lane Varus or something.
So the chat we are showing, it's very different than what it's happening because it's saying open as though like, it makes it seem like he's saying open.
The next line.
It's open-minded. Yeah, he's saying he's open-minded. So it's very different than just like open, we lost. You know?
I thought that's what I interpreted.
That's what open generally means when you see it in solo queue is like open nexus, but he's saying he's open-minded.
That's an unfortunate cutoff of the chat lines. There were 3 more lines after that. So Impact, this is the history that we are talking about, and his record versus Team Liquid.
Yep, as well as, you know, his record on Team Liquid, almost 65%. It was with them, obviously, through a lot of their success, this massive title run that they had, the back-to-back-to-back-to-back. And against TL, has done pretty well considering how dominant they are, but is a little bit below that 50-50.
And the most surprising part about that last stats is his record versus TL after getting kicked is the positive one. 2-1. Sentinels, of course, did get the upset and won the first time around. This is a champion pool thing you are alluding to, though, quite early on, where Impact has played a significant amount of champions, but not necessarily the main tanks that people think of. I will say, though, Shen is a classic Impact tank. And, of course, the Galio up there as well.
Yeah, I mean, those are the 3 champions that I think, if you asked people other than Impact, because I know when I talk to him, he doesn't really view himself as a tank player. He just views himself as like a meta player, right? He'll play whatever he thinks is strong. But we will get back to that because we have Raz standing by with Golden Glue.
Oh, don't you worry, guys. We're continuing the conversation. I have Golden Glue right next to me, and we're going to be talking about the Impact Varus top lane. He's a new man. He's a changed man, is he?
Yeah, you know, we're very open-minded, dude. You know, like Hongdae guy. That's us in draft today.
Is that a saying, by the way? Because he typed that in the chat just now.
Yeah, it's a saying. You haven't heard it? You're not chronically online enough, then. Yeah.
Apparently not. You're going up against 2 coaches that you know very well. Spawn, who's just in the country, and also your former assistant coach. Is there any banter, anything, any kind of conversation you guys had coming into this?
No, I got to see them before the game, and we chatted a little bit. But it's all fun and games. You know, they're kind of teasing about all our flex picks, and then I was just talking about to them how it didn't work out for us last game. So, yeah, they're good guys, and I love to play and compete against them.
All right, sweet. Just last question before we go. Is there anything that you want to see different from the last game to this one?
I hope we don't get rolled like we did last game, man. That was a stomp. I think we had like a lot of control in mid-bottom, and we didn't really translate it into much. I think this game we have a bit spicy lanes, right? We have Vayne into Nara, and the mid-match was also spicy. So I hope to see that we track their jungle. Uh-oh, Zinzao's wrapping around top as we speak. I was going to say track their jungle well and we don't die to ganks, but...
Let's see how it goes. Take it away, Grayson.
Is he fine? He's fine. He has burned 2 suns. Oh my god, he didn't flash. Oh my god.
There's the response to that one. I'm going to send this one straight to the casters. I appreciate it, Grayson. You can go back to the room. There it is.
I think we need to cut out the part of that interview after we have another gank here, though, Flowers.
Yeah, Hambach showing up, trying to gank Quid. The distortion gets him away initially. The chain just roots Hambach up. Quid does have to flash at least, so they will get the summoner spell out of the LeBlanc there. But one thing that I did want to mention real quick as well, talking about summoner spells, Impact has exhaust on the Varus.
Well,
so
he did have it.
Yeah, he had exhaust. He used exhaust, and now
he died, and he used flash and died also. So
I love the fact that Jose targeted him early, because non-teleport top laner getting punished early, it's just nightmare mode instantly.
Yeah, it is really, really tough. Of course, not as bad this season because you have home guards and all that, but still brutal, and Morgan got the kill.
Did the fact that he has exhaust bait himself into thinking I can live without flashing because I will exhaust this guy? Might actually be part of the problem, because as Golden Glue is saying, oh, he didn't flash early, and then he still flashed late, Flowers.
Yeah.
That's double bad. My favorite part about the interview, though, is we need to cut out the little insert of the question. Raz says, any last words, Golden Glue?
Uh-oh. Well, any last words? He has to flash away, barely stays alive on his Bard, as now it's another 1v1 up here on the top side. Morgan is quickly going to make it an unfair fight, though. Impact still trying to get away. There's your win becomes lightning, but it doesn't hit the target. So Impact lives this time, but, you know, he's got to hoof it all the way back once he recalls.
Any last words, Golden Glue? I hope we don't get rolled. That's the end of the quote.
Yeah, that was the best possible
I hope
response.
we don't get rolled.
I mean, that immediately into watching the hope fade from his eyes as his top laner
He's like, is he fine? He
can just use both summoners. Oh, he didn't flash.
Okay.
The double, oh my god, at the end of it too was just...
Being a coach isn't stressful at all.
Yeah, Raz, please go check on Golden Glue. We got to make sure he's okay. Quid's under a little bit of threat here from Dark Wings as he goes between worlds, but Core JJ is ready to show up, making sure his mid laner stays safe here.
Narrator, they did get rolled.
Yeah, this is already a 1,000
In game number one, the rolling is still a process of rolling here, okay?
They're getting momentum.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, we've got control over this topside river and Scuttle Crab here for Team Liquid. Impact wants to walk down. Jose Diodo is going to see the Varus immediately. Finds the third talent strike there on the Hambach. The Trundle doesn't have an ulti to keep himself tanky. Jose Diodo gets the kill. He's still alive, but he does finally fall. He hanging around, but does not want to stick around all the way for this one, as Impact is trapped in the grub pit as a lone Varus. He is not getting out of this one.
The rolling continues.
Yep, that snowball's getting bigger. We'll put it like that.
The rolling will continue until morale improves. This is not going great for the Sentinel Force.
They've been rolled, but they haven't been smoked yet.
Debatable after game one. Was 23 minutes.
Let's take another look at this topside rolling.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Impact comes down, but they know he has no flash. They try to go in. They use the Chains of Corruption. They're hoping, hey, maybe we can burst down Jose. But the fact that Core is here early buys so much time with the Mantra Inspires, with the shields coming out, makes it just way too hard for them to be able to take him down.
And I had to say, as funny as the story is, the TL side of this, Flowers, you are enjoying this. Your eyes are so big.
Once you start doing the thing where you push your own cheeks up and do like the blowfish face, you know that you're just like, you're on another planet right now. Despair has consumed this man's soul.
I think I might have started to get numb to the Golden Glue reactions.
They're never going to get old for me, man. There's your wallet from Morgan. Exhaust thrown out by Impact to try to keep himself protected enough to survive this. Morgan's going to miss the boulder toss there. Steps right on up, does get rooted. Morgan is low. Oh. It's actually the 1v1 win there for Impact, but this is the fourth if you count the the topside river fight time that Jose Daejeon has showed up. He knows there's an enemy top lane AD carry, and he is Xin Zhao. The assignment is understood and accepted. Sentinel's going to go ahead and begin the dragon themselves, at least, as Quid goes aggressive here towards Darkwing, is going to find that second Chains of Corruption. Flash Wood becomes lightning, but it misses. Jose Daejeon doesn't quite have the distance, and Darkwings gets away.
Ooh, just barely short on that one.
Yeah, bot lane now. Problems for Core JJ and Team Liquid as Sentinels manages to pick up a kill.
Problems for Core, solutions for Sentinels, perhaps.
Nice sidestep there by Daejeon, getting out of the way of the Tempered Fate just in time. Even in the 1v2, he is undeterred. True Shot Barrage collides with Rahel, but not enough damage for Daejeon to try to finish this one.
Yeah, he was really trying to grab him with the binding there, but he got 2 minions, and so Daejeon is able to Arcane Shift forward, get some damage done. Jose is back.
Here it is again.
By the way, Impact is for sure counting the number of times that he's going top. Every top laner keeps a tally of every jungler every time they show their faces up here. Now he has no flash.
This is bullying the elderly.
No, this. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when I played normals or flex queue with you, and you're like, "Hey man, can we get a gank top? This guy's already been here 5 times."
He keeps a tally, does he?
I'm like, "Don't worry, we got dragon."
Yeah, I can count the ganks because I can't count the minions I'm getting, because I'm not getting any.
It is worth being said, though, Sentinels, trying to salvage something here on the bottom side of the map, getting the kill on bottom side, getting the dragon on bottom side, focusing towards their mid game.
All right, Impact's going to get this wave shoved in at least, as they did have Hambach shadowing to make sure it wasn't just another Jose Daejeon party.
And Huhi roam along with Hambach.
Ooh, finding Jose Daejeon here in the jungle. Even though that third talent strike did get the knockup onto Hambach, there's no way for Jose to get away. And this is what we're talking about. Trundle can be so effective against these diver-type champions, as Darkwing's now under the pressure from Quid. Meanwhile, topside, it's Morgan finally on the receiving end of the gank squad. Hambach's going to pick up another one, and Sentinels take the kill lead.
And you know what makes Trundle really effective? When he's got a Bard roaming with him, because all of a sudden you can go through walls. You have a stun on your team right next to you. Huhi here, the veteran, one of the many veterans on the team, making a big difference with some Bard roam timers for the team to go help out Hambach and deal with Jose's assault on the top side. Now he's back bottom end.
Yeah, Huhi wrapping around there with a magical journey as Rahel tries to get away, and Daejeon is just going aggro, goes on the magical journey to get himself back away, but he's caught by the Tempered Fate as Hambach shows up on the left side flank, and Daejeon is out of there. Darkwings takes the kill as Core JJ is slowed down by the pillar, ace in the hole from downtown to set it up. Huhi's gonna grab the kill. Gentlemen, the game is back to dead even.
Huhi has unrolled the Sentinels here. When we have Bard, you usually want to start creating plays, creating chaos like this, but one of the best things is to go attack enemy jungle and then do a quick reset and do another play. Bard is one of the best champions at doing that because you can immediately recall, go to another magical journey, and look at the magical journey that Daejeon went on. He was like super deep, then flash forward to go put the pressure on Rahel, still gets caught up here, and Huhi is just kind of creating a lot here out of nothing for Sentinels. Making some plays, roaming around, that's what you have to do on this champion. And so you go to your Trundle and you really just open up so many possibilities for what that champion usually cannot do with a lot of the extra CC and a lot of extra mobility afforded to you, has got Sentinels right back to parity here in the mid game. And since they got the early dragon in payment for the topside focus, Jose though.
Yep, Jose Daejeon has found another AD carry to chase down, but Rahel manages to escape, does have to spend the flash to do it.
Yeah, exactly. The other AD carry, he's got hands. We're going to try this AD carry on for Sass.
We're going to mess with this guy a little bit now. Daejeon has to back up here in mid lane as he does show up. Make sure that Ezreal doesn't play too audaciously.
Yeah, I mean, Hambach, despite the amazing start for Jose, where it felt like he's gank, Hambach has the same amount of kills, more assists. He's right there in gold and has the Triforce completed. So Hambach is doing really, really well. And Impact, with a little bit of help from his team and some good individual plays, has gotten right back into this game.
Yeah, Hambach's also ahead on 1 in Animal Snackies, so that much closer to getting the fully upgraded Smite.
That's when Jose says, yeah, but that was support diff. That's our favorite phrase. As junglers, everybody else on the map always cries jungler diff, but junglers, we cry support diff.
I'm with you, buddy. It's not my fault. It's his.
as Impact now under pressure yet again. Jose Deodo once more looking to visit the top lane, finds the wind become lightning on this one. Core JJ backing him up with the Mantra empowered Inner Flame. Jose Deodo exhausted now by that Varus, and Morgan can't get involved fast enough. So Impact does survive, but again, that's going to cost his exhaust. It's going to force him back, and you can just see the difference here. Morgan's up over 20 farm.
Did Jose's Q3 expire there or something? It looked like when he flashed back in, I assumed he was flashing back in to actually try to knock him up, but didn't have anything there. So I'm kind of curious as to what happened, because that seemed like if you don't have your Q knock up ready, that seemed like a random flash to me.
Well, hopefully we'll get to take a look at it in the replay and see if that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, Kobe's investigating. We got him on the case.
All right, Detective Kobe will figure out whether or not that was the truth, as Impact now under pressure from Quid. The LeBlanc looking for these AD carries yet again. This is what we mentioned in draft. This pick is so powerful against 4 squishies. And I mentioned that, Morgan's up over 20 farm in the top lane. Quid is up 145 to 113 in mid. The solo lanes are very far ahead on the TL side.
I mean, Quid is doing really well in the 1v1. I do think it's a pretty difficult one for Aurora, and Quid is obviously very strong. TP coming in.
Yeah, Core JJ sidestepping the Tempered Fate, keeping it alive for now, but Dark Wings has arrived. Core taking a ton of burst here, barely walks away, but the Between Worlds takes him out.
It looks like, so he charges in, and instead of autoing, he casts the ult, and then the Varus was too far out of range. So the Q expires later. He still had it. He charged in and then immediately casted ult.
That's a couple mechanical misplays from Jose, which is pretty rare. He's been so on point this season. The W flash that missed in mid lane, flashing in and going for the ult before the Q, so then Varus gets out of range in top lane. So that's a couple little things that could have gotten them some kills potentially, but TL is still doing pretty well, up 700 gold. But Sentinels took what looked like, we were joking about it because it looked like the game is completely over in the first couple minutes. Sentinels has 2 dragons and is only down 500 gold, so honestly doing a great job.
All right, Jose and Quid looking to make the move onto Darkwings here. The Aurora nearly completely out of mana, but he does have Hambach nearby to protect him. Team Liquid still going to acquire the first turret for themselves, though, knocking down the tier 1 in bottom lane. We've got Rift Herald now on the map here, too. 15 minutes and just about 30 seconds on the clock, and you can see Huhi prowling around in the top side jungle, trying to maintain control over this area, making sure that if they can't control it entirely themselves, they can at least contest it.
Okay, we've got a new addendum for Jose. He still doesn't get it, but he only got 2 auto attacks off anyway, so he was just exhaust slowed, so he couldn't get in range.
The last auto.
So just couldn't get the last one.
Fair enough.
Exhaust slow is good enough.
Team Liquid is going to go ahead and start up the Herald for themselves. Huhi and Hambach hanging around. The Trundle not anywhere close to hitting level 11 here just yet, as Impact gets rooted up by Quid. Morgan tosses in a boulder. The Ignite down onto the Varus, and Quid picks up an easy one there. This is a rough game for Impact, and the tier 1 turret is about to fall at the same time. Jose's taking the Herald at the same time. This is a bad time for Sentinels.
I mean, this is the game that every top laner is going to be linking to their teammates when they are playing against a ranged top lane. They're like, hey guys, this is how you do it. Because when you're playing against Varus in an isolated 1v1, you really can't do much in a lot of matchups. It's very hard to win, even if you have a gold advantage, as we saw Morgan get solo killed in a 1v2, even when Impact was behind. But they are punishing him, and Huhi in trouble.
Yeah, Huhi forced to use the flash there. He was barding a little too hard.
I mean, he's been working overtime this game. I mean, he's been trying his hardest, trying to create plays to get them to, back into the game, and he's the only one still with a gold lead after it because of that, and grabbing a couple of the last hits. But it's really, really hard at this point with the map so overwhelmingly in Team Liquid favor.
Yeah.
TLS has all of their outer towers, and you have lost both side lane towers, so you just have so much less room to work with. And since Varus, like, you never get safer later. You have no flash right now for Impact, and being down so much gold, he's trying to push out, and then he hovers him a little bit, but still there's not a lot of safety on the map for Sentinels, so they're going to try and create something mid instead.
He fires off the Tempered Fate, but Yon just sidesteps it, confident there. Quid finally shows up here, finds a big chunk of damage under the Hell. Half HP, all that's left there on the Caitlyn. I also always keep my eye out for Battle Heralds in these bottom side river fights in the second half of the 10-minute to 20-minute era. So let's see if that's what we get, or if they're just going to use it here.
As we do have, oh no, it's another potential kill. Huhi tries to get away, but no, Morgan picks that one up. Team Liquid, they might be down in kills, but they're up over 3,000 gold. The Herald's gonna guarantee they take out the final tier 1 turret. Jose fishes for a little bit more, but no wind becomes lightning on that one. But it's Team Liquid controlling the enemy jungle yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we checked in on it, and last time I mentioned it, it was like 600, 700, 500. It was kind of bouncing around that range. Now it's 3.6K, and TL are just playing the map really, really well. They're constantly pushing out side lanes, which is always their first step. They're forcing Sentinels to respond to those side lanes, and then they're either catching people in transition or overloading one side and getting picks. They're just playing the map so well.
Yeah, if we come back to this last pick LeBlanc that they went for, with a lot of priority on side lanes and being able to push these early and having the towers down, there's a lot of fog of war for Quid to hide in and look for people in transition between objectives. Plus, again, with the team comps, you don't have an easy way to punish LeBlanc when she goes in to poke people. So Quid now with 2 items, 5 stacks on his Dark Seal, even though all the camping and all the focus, was towards the top lane and getting Morgan ahead, and him being a very powerful split pusher and being able to team fight is critical. You also really have to worry about the other solo laner here. The LeBlanc has a lot of free room to play with, I feel like, in this game, and he's added the Proto Belt for even more mobility.
Yeah.
To get more angles at trying to harass either of these AD carries.
More mobility and more damage, just adding that extra little bit on top of your burst combo. Morgan hops out of the Tempered Fate there. Nice reaction to avoid getting potentially caught by Huhi's Bard. 10 seconds until our next Drake spawns. Sentinels has controlled both of them so far, but now they unfortunately find themselves in a position where, once again, just like game number 1, you don't want to take a fair fight in open ground.
No, you really don't. And I mean, Huhi has been playing a really good game. He's been kind of everywhere. He's involved in every one but one of their kills. But it's so hard to hit these Tempered Fates. Everyone has mobility. Everyone has dashes. You could maybe hit a Karma or something, but fully sending it on a Karma is not going to win you a fight when everyone's around. And Ezreal can shift. LeBlanc has double distort. Gnar can hop.
Okay, Rahel again just under pressure here in the mid lane. Chunk down to about 1/4. Impact hanging around on the side. Meanwhile, Jose Diodo has worked his way into the fight. Darkwing's gonna come try to join here with a TP. As Sentinels, they can't get Impact out right when it looks like he might have got away. The True Shot Barrage finishes him off. It is a 1-5 game for Impact on the top lane, Varus. This is just absolute bullying as Hambach steps forward. Jose Diodo a little bit too far up. He just positions way too aggressively. And now Sentinels wants to find a little bit more. Between worlds, drops from Darkwings. Yawn about to die, and the kill comes through for Huhi as Team Liquid finally gets punished.
Yeah, I mean, they punish mid. They're losing their side lanes, but you have to, make a play somewhere. And that is a very good pillar from Hambach. Again, the Trundle pick into the Xin pick. It goes twofold if you can. Wait a second, going side lane now. Morgan is fed, but he's going to have to deal with 4 members of Sentinels.
Yup, here comes the TP just to guarantee it. Rahel and Huhi cutting off the escape. Morgan reverts into Mini Gnar. They want to make sure they give this kill to Rahel if they can. And Morgan had just used his teleport to get into that position, so another great punish from Sentinels.
Sentinels always have really good mental. Even when they are losing in the early game, we've had comms listen in from Huhi, hey, it doesn't matter. Still look for the team fight, and they're fighting their way back into it. They just chopped off 2,000 gold from the gold lead that TL had by making a pick mid, then just rotating over to the side lane, picking off the super fed Gnar as well. Really nice stuff here to remain tenacious and still trying to fight their way back in.
Yeah, and it's going to come down, I feel like, to, can TL just continue spreading the map, finding these picks? Because Sentinels does have a pretty powerful 5v5, yes, there is a lot of burst, yes, there's a lot of poke on the TL side, but there's tons of consistent damage on Sentinels' team with this double AD carry. If you don't actually, get a kill early or chunk them out early, Rahel is getting strong. Impact is still going to do a lot of damage here on the Varus, despite the fact that he has been put down quite a lot. So you do have to be careful about how you play it out in these 5v5s.
Yeah, Caitlyn with the Hex Optics plus Infinity Edge Power Spike is nothing to scoff at. If they try to go for Rahel and can't take him down in time, he'll be able to fire back very effectively as Morgan makes his way into the enemy jungle yet again. Forces Hambach back here a little bit with the boomerang as Yawn and Core push up mid. They've got Jose and Quid waiting off in the wings just in case Sentinels tries to make a collapse play on the TL bot lane duo. The tier 2 turret is standing still for Sentinels, but not by much.
Yeah, And we'll see how much longer they can defend that. 2 minutes until this next dragon. Jose could be in some trouble.
Yeah, Jose caught by the pillar, uses the ulti defensively to knock the Trundle back away from him. Jose is going to be just fine on this one. Remember that in game number 1, TL was on the Nexus right now. So Sentinels putting up a much better fight here in the second one. Team Liquid's mid laner now in some danger. Quid! Just another blunder. I feel like this mid game for TL has had so many sloppy mistakes from a lot of different players.
I completely agree. I mean, left and right, they're kind of getting caught. And, you know, insult to injury, you're at 1 HP and you're flashing and you're going to die anyway. So Quid wastes the flash, gets picked. I mean, Morgan got killed on top side, you know, after kind of an overstay, after a pick where Jose stepped into the tower range in mid lane.
Yeah.
It has been a series of bad plays here for TL. And yes, they do still have a slight gold lead, but Sentinels is up a dragon and is getting a lot of kills. I mean, they are up 5 kills here, and that's not everything, but it's showing the TL is getting picked a lot.
And Kobe, you said it earlier, that gold lead evaporated by over 2,000. Remember that TL was just about 3.5K up? Yep. They're barely 1,000 ahead, not even 1,000 ahead anymore. This could still very easily go Sentinel's way. Yes, Morgan is still very far ahead of Impact. TL has focused this top lane, Varus, a lot, but jungle and both bot lane roles are ahead on the Sentinel side.
Yeah, I mean, the gold graph tells the story here. A couple of mountains there and some comeback points for Sentinels. Let's see if we can focus on the next dragon. It's under 50 seconds already, so can start to get over there, get your vision set up. If you get the vision set up early, then all of a sudden Bard picks or LeBlanc poke, you know, whichever team does get the early setup is going to have a huge advantage, since we've seen a lot of picks recently, and looks like it is going to be Sentinels there first. So TL will have to be checking into Sentinels territory.
Okay, Quid's going to rush towards the brush here. Morgan already in this bottom side river.
Flank from Aurora, possibly. He was pushing on bottom side, though, so TL should know there's an Aurora somewhere on the bottom side of the map.
Look at all the emphasis on move speed here for Sentinels. They have Trailblazer on Huhi, they have Deadman's on the Trundle. They know there's not really any hard engage for TL, so it's about, you know, being able to engage, disengage, kite out.
Yep, I love the Deadman's on Trundle. I feel like this adds so much effective power to the champion. Quid hanging around the backside of the Dragon Pit here, looking for his opportunity. Maybe jump in, find some poke, but Tribrush is not going to have any targets for that LeBlanc, as the rest of TL controls the top side of the river, the entrance towards mid lane. Hosdiodo going to go ahead, start the Drake up now. Morgan has most of his Narbar charged, and you know Team Liquid will be looking to fight with that once it's ready to go. Chains of Corruption flies wide. That's a pretty important ulti to miss, so TL is going to take control over the Drake. Sentinels will walk away without a fight.
Yeah, swing and a miss there. They try and make a little pick. They're like, ah, well, they're probably split right now. Some on Dragon. We could maybe go for the Gnar, but once that misses, as you say, they don't have a lot to work with, so back off. Definitely give this one over while TL are positioned well, and that's just going to bring us to, you know, 2-2 on Dragons here at Flowers, so we'll see how much TL can get done from here forward, having given up a decent amount of their lead.
And I think one of the interesting parts about this game is just how low engaged both compositions are, right? Like, sometimes you'll see one team not have a whole lot of go buttons, but yeah. This time around, it's like, okay, so your main engage on the TL side is Morgan jumping in with the Gnar. On the Sentinel side, yeah, you've got Tempered Fate, but again, every time he fires it, you just get this, where whoever's the target hops out.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, obviously, you're hoping on the Bard, you're hoping on Chains of Corruption, but it's very low engage, and that does mean it's so much down to how you're actually executing with that engage. If you mess up, you can get punished very, very heavily here in Quid, setting up on the side.
Yeah, the tier 2 turret falls immediately. Hambach takes a chunk of damage. Rahel, ooh, that powered up Mystic Shot stings.
Yeah, the poke damage, again, we keep coming back to this, but the poke from the LeBlanc and the poke from the Ezreal, because there's not a lot of good, easy ways to punish, is going to leave a lasting effect. That's just another tower, though. It doesn't completely break it here for Sentinels. They still have some more chances at making picks of their own. Huhi right back out onto the map, trying to clear some vision, make some pockets of vision to work with.
Okay, again, just a couple of skill shots flying back and forth, but no ways to engage. Huhi takes a chunk of damage. Ace in the hole blocked by Hosdiodo, as it was aimed at Yawn. Sentinels falling back now, but keep your eyes on the right side of the fight as Morgan jumps in with a Mega Gnar, but he doesn't get anything that he wants
Firing back now from the Sentinels side. They find a little bit of chunk onto Josedeodo, but its Impact is about to die first. Sentinels trying to get themselves away as Jose barely lives thanks to the ulti. Both sides taking a beating, but neither one loses a man.
Ooh, they don't lose any lives, but flash on Aurora, flash on the Caitlyn, flash on the Varus, all used right there. So now all these Sentinels carries are going to be very, very conservative with their movement. 3 flashes all linked up, all down, though if they can find a pick, they can't quite take out any of the members of TL in the aftermath. But those things, you're taking that down. Those are 5-minute timers. Dragon's only 2.5 minutes here.
Yep, and Morgan didn't have to spend his flash to actually get any of that. So now you're going into a fight where Morgan has flash, Quid has flash, Jose has flash. Oh, and Huhi has a quick trip back to the base.
Yeah, it's a fast recall.
Flash.
Yeah,
he's
got his flash.
Just
That
that
is
he
life.
can use once he's alive.
Yeah, if he would have flashed away after LeBlanc already jumped on him, I would have rage quit on that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Baron has no flash and is getting focused down by TL.
Yep, your Fed Bard is no longer in the picture. Darkwing's going to find himself getting caught by Quid here. Chains of Corruption does proc. True Shot Barrage flies out, but Darkwings has a nice sidestep, but Sentinels can't do anything about this. Team Liquid's going to go ahead, secure themselves the Baron. Sentinels will try to get something elsewhere in the meantime. They've got Impact in the bottom lane tier 2, but Hambach and Rahel pushing the mid lane tier 2 now in some danger. Morgan just gets headshot, and that's a problem. Well fought from Sentinels as Rahel and Hambach get themselves away. They regroup with Impact, and they punch TL in the mouth.
Yeah, I mean, Rahel is really strong right now. He already has his LDR done, so he's on 3 items. He has the C44 Hex Optics. He has his IE and the LDR. That's about as high damage as you're going to get of a build. You walk in there pretty confidently as Morgan. You get Trundle ulted. All of a sudden, you are paper for this play. But here is that initial pick that was a little bit back.
So this is how they start the fight out. You know, some poke traded, and it's really about this teleport on the other side. Morgan here in the Fog of War, boom, goes over. Look at all these flashes that are used by the carries of Sentinels as they disengage. Of course, Jose here pops the ultimate once he gets really low to avoid any further damage right there. And the Trundle ult was on him. So the ticks of Trundle ultimate,
I think that to me has to be a reaction to Morgan getting one shot, not to that fight.
Yeah.
So I think that's a reaction to a different play would be my guess. I could be wrong, but that's what that seemed like because they seem mind blown at how fast Morgan died, which kind of makes sense.
That was big damage for sure.
Oh no, producer said it was to that play. So I'm not sure why he was so mind blown by that.
I think they wanted more out of it. Maybe they thought, oh, with this flank, maybe they're going to
get a lot.
We'll have to look at the. We'd have to look at it and review it again to see.
Well, right now, Sentinels is in the gold lead themselves, even though Team Liquid has the Baron, and now Quid may just die, has to distort backwards to get away over the trap line. Meanwhile, the entire time, you've got Darkwing split pushing in the top lane, looking to take it tier 2. TL's got Baron, Sentinels are the ones getting turrets.
Yeah, I mean, that is the Chains of Corruption landing and the amount of damage they can put out. TL will move themselves to Soul Point here, though, and Cloud Soul would be very powerful in a game like this with such little hard CC available. But Sentinels is at a point where, you know, Trundle can just ult whoever walks in, and your double AD carries hit that person will get shredded. Of course, you have the Crescent Guard to try to keep yourself safe, but that only lasts so long, and Rahel now has the Rapid Fire. Darkwing's just completed the Death Cap. They are getting very strong on this Sentinel side.
Yep. Caitlyn crits 100% of the time now. Like, this champion cannot be ignored, cannot be disrespected. Rahel has the ability to carry here, and I just got to go back again to so long ago. Hold on. He was about 3/4 of his HP there. When Team Liquid was 3,500 gold ahead 15 minutes ago, and it was just blunder into blunder into blunder. Just felt like they were playing disrespectfully, felt like they weren't really locked in, felt like they were playing like they had already won. And clearly, they had not.
And you can't do that against Sentinels. Again, this team, I feel like they're always, still in the game until you destroy their Nexus. They're always looking to stay controlled, always looking for just one more team fight, just one angle to get back in. And they have so many veteran players on the team. Lots of these players, have been in losing scenarios before. So until you finish them off, you can't get lax, and you can't give them any windows because they will look to punish. They'll punish you for it and find gold here. And now they've got lots of damage because of it.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, we had that play. We showed it a number of times. This was from a previous series where Huhi had this calm that we were replaying where he's saying, hey, Like, they were way down this game. He's like, this game is just one fight. We just need
7,000
one fight.
gold.
And they were down 7,000 gold, and they won that game. So, you know, they definitely are a team that keeps their eye on the prize. They are not going to just fold up and die if you do get an early lead.
But
okay, Sentinels still playing defensively, still playing respectfully, playing with a 1,000 gold lead now. And 3 minutes is that Dragon Soul that you were talking about, Azael. I feel like that is going to be a very big deal if Team Liquid can secure it. Tempered Fate from Huhi there once again, just going to be dashed out by Quid. So Sentinels still can't find a whole lot of picks, but Yawn just eats a lot of damage there from Rahel.
And that's going to be the heal forced on Core JJ, so they do get that out. And these carries are strong. Impact obviously still down a ton of gold, but we saw how fast Morgan can die, and it is scary when you are running in as that Gnar. You do not have a lot of safety. If you do not nail that engage, you're going to get burst down very, very quickly by this comp.
Impact might be behind, but he's got his Hexplate plus his Dusk and Dawn, and he's got Seeker's Arm Guard. They have been dogpiling Impact this game, and now he has the anti-dogpile item. This might be the bamboozle Sentinels needs.
And honestly, it's very good for Sentinels if anything does get used on him, because Rahel here is the one that's really the AD carry and is really going to carry the 4 items with having the rapid fire as Quid goes for.
Yeah, Quid jumps in, but he really doesn't get a whole lot out of it. True Shot Barrage also arrives late to the scene, so Yawn won't be able to add any additional damage on top.
Trundle ultimate used here to keep track of him as well. The cooldown's not super duper long, you know, this late into the game though, since he's got 3 ranks into it, so probably won't be any fight before that thing does come back up. Should be fine.
Yeah, Baron's in 30, Dragon in 130 here, and TL is going to be looking for that 4 Cloud Dragon Soul, which is a ton of move speed here, especially since they would have all 4 of the clouds to get it.
And I feel like it's so hard to actually kill Hambach for TL now. He's got Spirit Visage. He's going to heal so much from the ulti. He's level 16 now, so he's got the final level of the Subjugate. The only heal cut on the enemy team, unless I'm just missing something, and I don't think I am, is Quid's Ignite, and you don't want to use Ignite on Trundle. Quid needs to find those squishy targets, unleash the full burst, try to get one of those one-shots. I feel like Hambach's in a really good spot. Even though the jungle gold is pretty much dead even, he can do a lot here.
He can. They have a lot of scaling power, a lot of consistent damage, and Morgan might be caught.
Yeah, he's got most of his Gnar bar, so he should be able to at least fight back a little bit here, try to get away. Chains of Corruption again, just not finding the target, so Morgan escapes.
Movement from Morgan here. So many dodges. Gets away from 2 members. Nicely done. Didn't have to use his flash or anything.
25 seconds left until the Dragon, and Quid just lost his passive, got chunked down to 1/3 HP, has to take a recall now. Hambach gonna step around the corner, he interrupts him. Hambach gets a chunk. Quid is down to 10% health now. 15 seconds until the Drake spawns. Tempered Fate again, not gonna find a target though.
Yeah, they're gonna lose positioning, and you can see that double soul laners from Sentinel stayed bot, pushing that in. They're gonna be able to take the mid tier 2, they take the bot tier 2, and Quid is still not back in base.
Yeah, he's taking these greedy recalls instead of stepping a little bit further back, and now that's twice that Hambach has been able to interrupt him. Quid is only just now regenerating that HP, and it's total control over the bot side river for Sentinels.
And TL are sitting on a ward over there. So he's going to go harass them while they get Dragon number 3. A banger. This one has turned into quite the banger.
This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted this series to be. This is the match of the week.
On our tilt proof for Impact and shot calling for Huhi.
Yep, I agree with that.
Those are my honors this game. And then like big damage for Rahel. That's a new honor. I'm putting it in the game.
Right-clicking.
It's just a muscle emoji.
Yeah. Big damage.
Yeah, there we go. Big damage for him.
Tons
you can
of damage.
see he's got the BF sorted inventory. Yeah, the Freak Award. Well, also we've got the Hourglass fully completed now for Impact, so the Varus that much more capable of surviving as Huhi face checks the brush there, does find Quid waiting on him, but Quid has to get out.
And the damage output just got bigger. He got a full Bloodthirster here for Rahel, so he's going to have a shield on top of it.
And critically, the poke starts mattering a lot less once you have that BT, right? And really, TL is pretty dependent upon LeBlanc and Ezreal poking people down before the fight. I don't think fights where you just go in with both teams at full health are going to look good for TL unless you get you know, a 3-man Gnar ult into the wall or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you're just running straight at them when they're full, it's going to be so hard. The consistent damage is just so high now.
Okay, Quid goes in for the burst on Darkwings, chunks a third of his HP away, but Darkwings isn't in any lethal danger. And this Aurora, we've been talking so much about Rahel's damage, but Darkwings has death cap now, right? Like, this Aurora is not something that can also be ignored. I feel like Sentinels have really done such a good job fighting back after TL made those early mid-game mistakes. And I'm really excited for 3.5 minutes from now when we get the guaranteed Dragon Soul fight, because I feel like that's the full send moment.
Completely agree. It's going to be such an important fight. And often this late in the game, I mean, we're almost 40 minutes in, right? So sometimes you have a fight and it just gets one-sided and then the soul doesn't even matter because the game's going to end. Because if you get wiped 40 minutes in, they can just walk it down and kill your Nexus. So if it is a one-sided fight, that could absolutely decide the game right there. And it would be a bit of a tilter for TL to lose a game like this that they had
100%.
Such an incredible start on.
It felt like this game was completely locked in for TL until those mistakes, and now they're having to fight tooth and nail just to make sure they can try to stay here with Sentinels. As Josediodo going to get caught by the pillar, takes a little bit of burst damage. Josediodo jumps back in, going after Rahel, who sidesteps the True Shot Barrage, keeps himself at about half HP for now.
Actually, very good result from a pick, you know, for Jose. He does spend his flash, and he gets Rahel's flash.
Yeah, now Rahel's in danger. Quid goes in. He fires back. They can't get the kill on the Caitlyn. And now Team Liquid's going in, looking for the 4v3. They want the pick on the Darkwings, and they find it. Morgan's got the kill. Team Liquid wants to get even more. Morgan follows Huhi and Hambach through the magical journey. The rest of TL seeing what they can accomplish here. Sentinel's still hanging around the area, but it's 50 seconds until Darkwings respawns.
That is a long time with him dead. I mean, Rahel played that very well, just getting so many autos down to heal back up.
Okay, Hambach now making sure that he doesn't get caught. Yon does so much damage here. So Sentinels falling back, still 2 minutes on the clock until that dragon spawns, so it's not like they can try to take that, and Team Liquid's going to go ahead and begin the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to begin it. I don't think Sentinels have anything they can actually do about it. It's so hard for them with no Aurora. They would just be marching into their death, so they're going to give it up.
Giving up that Baron, TL is going to have control on the map, and that's going to give them much better positioning around this soul in 130. You know, all the waves are going to be pushing in their direction. And this fight that started out with looking like it was Rahel that's in trouble ends with Darkwings dying. And Sentinels end up having to make the tough call to give that Baron. That being said, at least they pushed out some waves, so it's not like a wave is at their base with that Baron up. And they do have, you know, these double AD carries. They can try their best to clear out these waves and delay things.
And man. Oh, I was just going to say, you can see the last item now being built in Rahel's inventory, going for the Hex Drinker to build into the Maw of Malmortius. He knows Quid is looking for him, and as long as he doesn't die to the LeBlanc, he can turn around and 3-shot Quid.
Yeah, he knows the whole TL team is looking for him, Jose included. I thought he played that really well. Morgan, though, jumps.
Yeah, Morgan's trying to escape, but it's Sentinels who have found their way into the enemy jungle. Morgan eating a ton of damage here as Impact gets a chance for a little bit of revenge. Morgan is caught. Morgan is dropped. Team Liquid trying to get something back, but they can't quite find it. Josediodo bound to the wall, there with the magical binding. That is such a big pick. It is 55 seconds on Morgan's death timer, 25 seconds on the Dragon Soul. Team Liquid with Baron marching down mid, trying to pull Sentinels away.
Yeah, they're spam pinging towards that middle inhibitor tower, but Sentinels are back here now, and TL have to be careful. They're still down a man.
Sentinels maintaining that position towards the bottom side river. 10 seconds until the Dragon Soul. Darkwings hopping away. Huhi firing back with the Cosmic Binding. Doesn't find a whole lot. Impact, the only one left near the mid lane, as Team Liquid are going to continue their push down mid. They know that they can't fight a man down into preset Caitlyn traps, so Cloud Soul is going to go the way of Sentinels, but their mid lane inhibitor turret will fall as the price.
Okay, base open, but so much extra move speed. And they can utilize it really, really effectively, too, with the range and the damage output that they have. We saw last time, like, nobody is tanky at all, especially when Trundle is there. Like, they caught Morgan on the bot side, Trundle ult on him, boom, he's just as squishy as anybody else. It's all about making these very quick plays, and you can tell the tension rising so high. Golden Glue is deep in his jacket now.
He's got the jacket pulled up over his face.
Man, I have to say that I keep coming back to that clutch play. Wait a second, though. We're going to have another clutch play.
Is this the clutch? Huhi tries to escape. Quid's got him ignited. Huhi's still alive for now thanks to the Caretaker's Shrine, but no, he falls. Quid with the pick.
That is a big pick there. Impact, though, so much move speed, able to walk it out thanks to the Cloud Soul. He just popped his ult, got that burst of move speed, is able to get out of there. Darkwings is pushing on that top side, but TL might just try to force the issue.
Yeah, TL is saying, we're the ones who get to demand an answer. We're the ones who found the pick. Darkwings still only just now pushing past the river, trying to get that wave shoved up. Gonna go ahead and take his recall, because TL has made their way into the Sentinel's base. Daejeon takes a massive hit from Rahel. That was one auto?
Yeah, one auto through BT shield.
Yeah, that's nasty work. This Caitlyn is causing some problems as Darkwings. Got to be a little bit respectful of Quid here as the LeBlanc jumps in over the wall. Mid lane inhibitor now taken down. Team Liquid got that one. They're trying to have multiple points of pressure here with Morgan in the bottom lane, but Sentinels has regrouped enough. Huhi has respawned. TL has to retreat.
It's so tense right now. This is incredible. The time to death when someone gets picked is like 0.03 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, you saw Daejeon's health there. If Rahel does that auto attack on Karma, on LeBlanc, on Ezreal, and anyone else hits them, they just die.
Yeah.
One auto and something else from Darkwings, you're dead from full instantly.
Lore accurate Caitlyn. That is a high caliber rifle. She is not taking any prisoners on this one. Sentinels in the enemy jungle yet again. Remember, this is where they found that last pick onto Morgan. TL knows it. They've got to be respectful, slowly moving forward, trying to take out some of the vision. Wind becomes lightning to check the brush, and Sentinels will now back away.
And meanwhile, on the other side, to lead up to that siege, we had Quid 100-0ing Huhi there and using the Ignite and getting the entirety of the kill without other people adding damage even. So on eggshells, both teams here. Who's going to get the next pick?
1 minute and 40 seconds until Baron, 3 minutes and 15 until the Elder Dragon. I actually think if Sentinels gets Elder Dragon, Quid just can one auto and kill somebody.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a chance.
Like if you get a headshot crit on like Core JJ, I'm pretty sure you just kill him in one auto with an Elder, but we'll see. Team Liquid backing away from now. Hamba? Nope, not going to be able to trap anybody with that pillar. Quid can just distort away from it yet again.
The Bard is at 670 move speed.
Oh no, Impact, he gets caught. Josedioto jumps in. Impact about to die. He sidesteps away from the True Shot Barrage, buys himself a little bit of time here with the Zhonya's Hourglass. Daejeon mistimes the Mystic Shot. Impact staying alive for now, but Morgan finally finishes the job. Now Darkwings has to try to get away, but he's at death's door. Team Liquid, they find the pick they're looking for. They get Impact, but what more can they take now?
They're going to try to potentially just go down mid here. It is a long death timer, 50 seconds, and Impact will have no flash. Do they catch him?
Oh, if that catch would have landed, I think that's the end of the game guaranteed right there. Sentinels, though, has to defend. They still have the mid lane inhibitor down.
You guys think we can do anything with this, Baron?
And that's the question, and they're not feeling confident to end, and the Baron timing isn't great. Yes, it will be up before Impact is up, but he will be able to get over there pretty quick with all their move speed. So thankfully for Sentinels, not a game-ending play. Obviously, misstep there from Impact is punished and won't have flash for the next one, but Quid and Jose both used their flash as well.
Yeah, in order to get that kill. So you have no flash on Impact or Darkwings. It's kind of mirrored here with Jose and Quid both investing theirs. It was another good kind of pick from Jose, though, wrapping around the Raptor pit there to find Impact. And now at Baron, going to go for it again. Nice little ward from Sentinels in the Banana Brush. Does give them a lot of info to work with.
A lot of extra knowledge. Daejeon just lost 3/4 of his HP to an auto attack from Rahel. Darkwings chunks out Morgan in a nice pillar. Might just lock up the Gnar. Tempered Fate keeps him in place. And now Sentinels is trying to full commit. They take out the enemy top laner. And Huhi even gets himself away. Rahel's on a rampage. Daejeon's on the run. Core JJ and the rest of Team Liquid have to try to get out of this one. Impact's revenge is swift. He finds Daejeon in the jungle. And now Sentinels can move up and take the Baron with their 5v3 status. And Daejeon is not even going to respawn until the Elder is already on the map. Sentinels are guaranteed to have control and priority.
This is huge! Now with the Baron, they should be able to push in towards TL's base. I mean, all TL can really do right now, you see, Jose's trying to take away blue buff, a little bit of enemy jungle, but you have to be so quick with these plays, and it just was a little chunk of damage from Darkwings into a pillar that allows for the follow-up damage. Look at this, Darkwings hovering, goes invisible on Aurora, sees Morgan in mini form, little chunk from him. Boom, you got the headshot into pillar, into Caitlyn ultimate, into Bard ultimate, into trap. And so he's not going to be able to get out of that one. And Huhi survives there. really good pick from Sentinels. Everybody has to be firing so quickly.
And now you have to make a difficult choice here as TL, as Quid could be in some trouble.
Yeah, Hosei now found. Hambak and Huhi looking to lock up this Xin Zhao, but there's no extra damage around 4 Sentinels. Tempered Fate gonna keep both junglers rooted up. Hosei is down as the Elder Dragon has already spawned. This is a freebie now for Sentinels.
Bard ults into Caitlyn traps. You're not getting out of there, man. That is just too easy. They get the kill. Jose down. No smite for TL. And Sentinels. So much hard work they have put into this 47.5-minute game. And they've got both of the end game buffs at their disposal to end this game.
And 40 seconds still until Hosei is back alive. Darkwings and Huhi getting things pushed up in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Hambak, Impact, and Rahel have the bottom wave ready to crash into the turret alongside it. Team Liquid, still 25 seconds until Jose is back. Bottom lane Inhibitor turret already destroyed. Inhibitor now the next target. Sentinels still have the Baron for another 90 seconds. That Elder Dragon is about to melt some health bars. Health bar, the first Nexus turret is going to drop before anything else, though, as Yawn, just about to die here, gets back into the fountain, but no, the execution is there. Impact goes on a killing spree. Sentinels is just about to take the Nexus. They fought back hard, they punished Team Liquid's mistakes, and Sentinels takes game 2.
In one of the longest games of the split, we were joking about this one seeming like it was over about 5 minutes in, but about 45 minutes later, Sentinels are the one knocking down the TL Nexus.
What a show. Sentinels fight back. The tenacity of this team cannot be understated. Team Liquid is going to want those mid-game mistakes back yesterday. My MVP for this one has got to be Huhi on the Bard. He made so much happen, created so much space. Lounge, walk us through it.
There is a lot to talk about here.
Emily's match of the week delivering.
Yeah,
it's
I feel vindicated. It's my match of the week. So I am going to start, we're gonna reel all the way back to 13 minutes. And that's where I'm gonna start going over this kind of set play, because I feel like a lot of the time we talk about Sentinels responding to TL mistakes. However, this was a nice set play for them after basically Quid had pushed this lane out. TL had gotten a pick here much earlier. And Rahel and Huhi are pushing this down. Now what Huhi is going to do is after they get this wave in, he's going to roam up. He's going to place a few wards in TL's jungle, and this actually ends up being really important for setting up the next fight, because as we can see, this is what TL sees right now. Not much. I'm going to go back to all just because this particular ward that Huhi just placed on the backside is going to become very, very important as we speed it up a little bit. And so here you go. Core and Jose are going to walk over this ward. So during this entire fight for vision that TL are trying to get in, Sentinels see them, and now we look at the TP coming in from Darkwings on the Aurora. So even though the Bard ult misses, Darkwings is able to get Core JJ, and then they immediately turn on to the Drake, and this was their second Drake of the game. The reason why I think this is so important is because, again, TL did make a lot of mistakes, but I thought this was a really nice set play from Sentinels, playing off of their tempo, Huhi getting down vision. Raz is kicking me out to do.
Get out of here! A set play in this game?
Good!
Who cares?
I liked it!
Look, we need to see some of the action, some of the hype, because the fact that we got to a stage like this, where Sentinels are fighting back, and hell yes, it's all about Rahel. Look how fed he is at this stage of the game. Like, I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter if you have 22,000 gold, right? But like in general, you are full build Caitlyn. And so, I'll just rewind it just a little bit, because the chunk that he sees on Morgan here as they group around mid is very important, and it's all about Darkwings here. That sets it up. First of all, just hide this. Boof. Boom. Gets immediate chunk on Morgan. And so they just immediately headshot, Trundle Pillar, go straight on top of Bard ulti. I was a little bit concerned because as you can see, the beast is about to come out. But do they care? Do they even? No. He is so unbelievably fed that they can chase this through. And that's the concern here. And like, I will say, it got to this insane end game state where it's all about Rahel. And then early on, how you get to this point, yes, that set play that you're talking about, but let's get active. Huhi And Hambach immediately, and it's based off the vision that they have off Jose Deodo. I want to say they know that he's on this side of the map because he tries to go for this gank. He's like, you know what? I feasted on Impact a few times in this lane. 3 kills, we can go for more. Impact does flash early this time, thanks to Golden Glue's chagrin there. Maybe the energy went towards him. So it's like, wait a minute. Here comes Hambach. Here comes Bard. The good cop, bad cop energy comes straight through. They tag Jose Deodo early. They take him to the grave. And you think that's over, right? Because you see, Rahel, who's homeless here, can't really farm this wave up, but now that the wave is coming in, he needs access. Guess who's gonna give him access? Good cop, bad cop. Trundle's on the way, Bard's on the way, because Jan and Core JJ think they can bully Rahel coming back into the lane. That is not true. As they try, they're way too far behind the turret, and they immediately get chunked down. So, in my opinion, even though Rahel got a whole chunk of that gold, it was the cop duo, the
Support
Huhi
jungle
and Hambach
synergy. I'm
that
telling
ended
you.
up being able to drag them back into this
Support jungle is so important right now.
Yes.
48
And you see it there.
minutes though.
Oh my God.
That is a sick
With
gold
the
graph.
up and down
that
gold
is an
graph,
LPL gold graph.
43,000 damage by Rahel, who's 3-0 on Caitlyn in 2026. But you can see just such a long game with the damage taken stats from Impact dying over and over again. He has a ridiculous propensity to get slammed after leaving TL and still win the game.
Yeah.
I feel like this happens all the time.
This is a trend.
It happens all the time.
He's playing Varus like a tank. Damage taken is like he's still Scion.
Damage on kills as well ended up being Rahel favorite. So even though Jan did just as much damage as Rahel, only 4,000 of Jan's damage ending the kills, but Rahel and Huhi were the finishers, so to speak. So Rahel, 3-0 on Caitlyn. I want to get to player of the game to see who won it, because we had a split vote on the desk. It ends up being Huhi with 4 for 6, with Raz and I going for Rahel. We were just impressed by the late game damage.
Yeah.
Everyone else was a support appreciator for the last week's player of the week.
It's always the combination of like the two that set you up, Huhi and Hambach.
Yeah.
And then when Rahel has the gold, he's going to send you home. So I fell into that trap there. I did.
Impact player of the game. Come on, chat.
Wow.
Top gap for sure. Right?
Really, chat?
Right?
Really, chat?
Yeah, they think so.
All right.
They think so. They love
Can we
being
change
there.
that?
It's not our vote.
Yeah, I'm asking them to change their vote, and so it gets a little lower.
So, I mean, on a real note, though, this is the way Sentinels is able to elevate themselves, because even if they lose early games, we know that they're crafty.
Yeah.
I still say so many of their wins are with Rahel on Kaisa or Caitlyn, or Hambach just on Skarner.
True.
So Impact's the one who plays, I think, still the most champions of anybody else in the LCS. So we'll see. We'll see what he plays next game.
He's definitely still most fearless. He got it in Split 1. He's going to get it for this entire series as he's playing.
Seriously.
I mean, it's crazy. It's actually insane. So my final thought is thank you, Emily, for the match of the week.
Yeah.
I doubted you, and I was wrong. I admit.
Thank you. That's big of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, before our last game of the day, here's some more Missing Ping featuring a player from our last game, Darkwings.
Everyone's bigger than you, Emily.
If I can't use auto attacks or damaging spells, what else can deal damage to the dragon? I'm thinking Blitzcrank has his passive. I think that might work. I'm gonna try Blitzcrank for now. The Jungle Pet passive scales off like HP and like AD and AP. I could stack Heartsteel off of some dummies, maybe. Just gonna go around ulting all the minions for the HP. Oh, this is so slow. When I'm starting the dragon, I think I need to have a target dummy nearby. So when I hit it, it'll aggro the dragon with like my ulti passive maybe? I feel like that should work, but if that doesn't work, it's cooked. I think I'm at max. I do one last round of Heartsteel, and then I'm gonna start. All right, aggro the Scuttle Crab. Oh no. Oh wait, I have Sunfire. What am I doing? All right, and there it is.
바웨이 진짜 고죠 얘들아. 근데 우리 지금 많이 줬고. 나 이거 궁 쓸게 한번.
야.
We can kill him. Anti-peer. I'm coming. 이즈의 side. 이즈 no flash. 나 이즈 계속 갈게 이거.
이즈 노플이야, 이즈 노플.
나 쭉 볼게. 갔어.
Burn. They fought back hard, they punished Team Liquid's mistakes, and Sentinels takes game 2. Welcome back, everybody. Quick reminder for you, tickets for the LCS Spring Finals at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th through 14th are still on sale. You can head over to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code right now to purchase your tickets today. I always love our road shows. Hope to see y'all there. And I hope that our Game 3 lives up to what Game 2 just did. Game 1 was stomperific. Just absolutely two boots, standing on top of Sentinels, just burying them down like those old-timey guys that used to stomp them and make grape juice, right? Like, that was just real bad. And then Game 2 looked like it was gonna be the same way until TL blundered some choices in the mid-game and just gave it away. Sentinels got their opportunity to punish. They did. Nobody could engage. We scaled until 50 minutes, and Caitlyn one-shot people.
Strong mental for Sentinels. Never, ever give up. And I'm kind of with the fans as far as honor impact for Tilt Proof, okay? And that's why he got so many fan votes. Tilt Proof right there. You can't shake this man. Gank him 20 times. Come again. Come to my lane.
Make it 21.
Yeah, come again. See what happens.
Yeah, see what happens.
You'll kill me, but then I'll win.
We'll win the game anyway.
In 40 minutes.
I've already got 5 deaths. I don't care about 6.
Brother, that's more fingers than I got on my hand. I can't count that high.
Yeah, can't even
it's all the
count it
same
anymore.
after 5.
Also, didn't even give you that much money anymore. You know?
Yeah, imagine sending 3
wasting
people
your time,
top
dummy.
for a cannon minion's worth of gold. That's not a good move. All right, we're back into our draft for the final time here in this series. Team Liquid has elected to go for last pick, so Sentinels will play from the red side as their choice. TL is going to continue just first banning Skarner this entire time. They do not want to deal with that from Hambach. Orianna also banned away. Other side, Jason Nocturne taken out by Sen.
So, assuming that Varus still gets banned, or he was already played top, so we don't have to ban him anymore. So
he's banned.
Honestly,
he's gone.
I think it is just Yunara Lulu time then. Yunara Lulu's kind of godlike. We already have Ashe, Jhin, Caitlyn, and Ezreal.
I'd rather have Corki Nami than
Varus
Yunara
all
Lulu.
out.
I mean,
you still like that as a lane. I mean, it is good for the individual, but like with the way that we just saw these 80 carries.
I'm a Yunara Lulu hater.
Dude,
I think
same here.
There
Good to
you
meet
go.
you, brother.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome
to the club. I mean, I think it can work, but I feel like you have to play your lane really well to not just get dunked. And I think, we've seen Berserker and Isles look good on it. We haven't seen a lot of other people look good on it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know, hey, if you can get through that lane phase, if you can get even, you're going to take over in the fights. You can be really strong, but a lot of those lanes go bad.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian combos have been getting more popular too. Lucian Milio, or obviously you could still go Lucian Nami, even though she has a new partner with Corki. So you could just go Corkis and Lucians instead. Don't necessarily have to go hyper carry, but if you've got a nice beefy tank in front of you, that helps a good place to start out. Sion, whenever Trundle is already fearlessly banned out, feels really good just to slam as a blind, because honestly, I don't care. If you pick Renekton into it, sounds great to me. I'm going to be a big beefy front line for my team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Impact blind the Renekton wants to take it away from Morgan, and it's kind of like the reverse roles from, I think, what a lot of people would characterize these players as, because a lot of people talk about Morgan as, oh, he's this amazing carry guy, he's a great laner, but it's Impact that has played Zehen, Varus, and now Renekton, and we've got Ornn, Gnar, and Sion, which is kind of like Mr. Weak Side generally in League.
And I feel like in North America, whenever I see Renekton versus Sion, Kobe, I am right there with you. Give me the Sion side of that every single time. I feel like it's pretty rare that we see the Renektons build up a meaningful enough lead to make up for the fact that you're against a dude who just eats free health, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Annie gonna also be locked in here on the Team Liquid side. Response from Sentinels, they'll pick the Galio.
All right, tank up the Annie damage here
and look for some disengage for your team. I wonder what kind of divers they want to pair with it. Vi is definitely a diver that's up and available.
It feels very Hambaki.
It does feel. It's tied for most played with Skarner. So
there we go.
Yep.
Now it's going to pass Skarner.
It's always interesting when players like excel on a couple champions and they feel wildly different. You know, Skarner to me feels like such a different kind of style of champion than a Vi or that sort of thing. So it's always cool when players can excel in multiple types.
Just got to have the right vibes, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Team
vibes.
Liquid. I didn't actually mean to do that.
Welcome back, Freak.
No, I didn't.
That's enough.
He's
back.
I didn't mean to do that. Okay, we get the dog for Team Liquid. All right, Jose Diodo, let's see what you got.
I actually love this into Vi. Obviously, having a go untargetable is very, very useful, but it just feels like you always have so much freedom. And when your mid laner is already Annie here, Jose, I think, is set up for success. I think the Neferi response to a Vi and a Galio looks real good.
Yeah, it does feel really, really nice. The question to me is, who is the Neferi going to be diving on? Because right now, there's
those last two picks right there.
Exactly, right? But those last two picks have the ability to go something that can answer it, right? You know, because what I see from TL, you're showing Annie, you're showing Neferi. I feel like champions like Xayah could be pretty effective, where you are relatively safe. You could potentially absorb that dive. But the same can be said for the other side. So Xayah is going to get banned out because it feels like it's a great answer to honestly what both comps are drafting.
All right, no Xayah, no Nautilus in this one either. So Team Liquid's going to get rid of that hard engage. We've already got more engage on both sides than we had in the last game, though.
I also think it's even more fearsome on the TL side, because Yannick Orjay's, Xayah, and Rakan, holy, that induces fear. They have had a lot of success with those two. Mega hard carry on that combination, and they do ban out the Lulu, so the Yunar Lulu combo is broken.
Now I'm kind of thinking Kai'Sa really rising in priority, because you can play alongside dive. If you can't play a safe AD carry that can kind of just peel back, you can play alongside dive. So that makes me think about champions like potentially Sivir and Kai'Sa, you know, ways to either follow up on the dive or enable the dive. But I'll be interested to see where they go, as there are quite a few bot lane bans. Renata, another great ban. If you're going to play hard commit dive, Renata answers that so effectively. TL, I also feel like, I don't know, for some reason I'm kind of feeling that they could be going towards Kalista and that sort of angle, because that's another aggressive one and something that they are really good at, but without seeing anything in the enemy bot lane, I don't know if it would be the angle.
Yeah, it feels kind of risky.
Yeah, I kind of am on board with Kai'Sa, since Xayah's banned out, which is usually you know, like a trade that people do see. The Lucian combos we were talking about earlier gaining a lot of popularity. The Milio and the Nambi are both available, so
I think I like Milio more here. Honestly, it's probably going to depend on the bot lane matchup, but against Vi, Renekton, Galio, like, you're going to have something to cleanse, whether it's the AoE taunt. You can AoE cleanse the taunt.
Yeah.
And the Renekton stun, a lot of dive here. You can knock back the Renekton on the slice and dice and be able to actually really stop that with the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. So it is going to be Kai'Sa for one of them, so Rahel is going to be the one grabbing the Kai'Sa. Does feel pretty synergistic, but depending on what Huhi grabs, I mean, especially if Huhi's just like, okay, we want to play engage, I'll go recon or something along those lines, and we'll go full dive. I do think Milio goes pretty hard.
All right, Huhi, what's it going to be? Our standout player, at least my standout player from game number 2.
He's been
with the
great
bars.
this split.
Like he's just
engaged. If he's engaged, it usually goes well for them. I know he's a big shot caller. Rakan definitely just pile on the engage.
fits the bill.
Rakan, Galio, and Vi. It's a very quintessential dive comp here.
Now the question is, do you want to go Nami and try to stomp the lane, or do you want to go Milio and try to answer the composition? Because I feel like compositionally, Milio is better, but I think in the 2v2, Nami is better, and you're playing against a very weak early 2v2. Kai'Sa, Rakan are trash.
Ooh,
Poppy is I actually like this really.
The combo breaker, there's so many dashes here.
Yeah, you can stop Renekton, you can stop Vi, you can stop Galio, you can stop Rakan, you can stop
Kai'Sa ult.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You could have.
You could have.
Could have been 5 for 5 on.
That could have been a thing.
Instead, I could press E with Imperial Mandate.
Hey, that's pretty powerful.
That's pretty cool too, right, guys?
I can electrocute you.
I still think it's crazy.
You say it's an electric pick.
Lucian's
I would
one of
not.
our
No, I would not.
Fair.
only characters with a canonical wife, and he never lanes with his wife.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
He only lanes with a fish instead.
Yeah. And sometimes he lanes with the guy who has his wife in the lantern.
Yeah, that's honestly the most messed up thing. Is
Yeah.
Thresh is a better lane partner for him.
I mean, stand up for yourself. This guy has your wife's soul in his lantern, and you're just hanging out with him?
Well, at least
When's the last time you saw a Lucian Thresh?
A long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
But that used to be the classic, right? That was a classic
We didn't
lane.
specify that you see it recently.
Okay.
Those were the
Where's the trust?
Lucian level 2 power spike days, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my God. He's going to get level 2 and he's going to dash at you.
Oh, no.
There's nothing you can do.
I think that's what this Lucian with a Nami on his back is going to do.
Holy. Let's talk about it. Level 2 power
Oh, it's an
spike,
airy
baby.
Nami, not electric.
Okay.
Fair.
Going for the airy.
A little breezy down there.
What the hell?
Isn't
Okay.
It's the last game of the day, you know?
It's the last game of the week.
Whole series, you know? Give me a little
Previous
freedom
game
here.
was 50 minutes long with 0 engage and everybody had 7 items. So let's have fun with this last one of the weekend here at the LCS. Team Liquid versus Sentinels. Team Liquid so far, oh boy, hold on. Darkwings losing half his HP already. Electrocute procs. Darkwings, he flashes away and Nami's auto kills him in the air anyway. That is absolutely horrible for Darkwings.
You know what? Still not as bad as the start of last game. They can come back from this.
I mean, if you're saying just the level 1, though.
No, level 1 is worse overall. You know?
Yeah, the first, where's the timestamp on the 55 seconds or whatever?
I'm taking some liberty with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? You don't have to
I
have
am.
equal parts that you're judging against. That's fair enough, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could get worse, but, you know, I'm predicting that in the next 5 minutes
There's
it
still
won't be
time,
as
buddy.
bad.
As far as the first, 50 seconds go, that's pretty dang bad.
This was kind of a crazy walk-in, to be honest. We have Kai'Sa, Rakan, Galio. Like, what is our level 1 doing? I guess they just didn't think that they would be stacked. That's the only explanation I have, is that they're saying, oh, your bot lane is going to be bot. We're going to walk in, maybe find Quid and get a chunk. That's the only explanation I really have, because, you know, a lot of times people are not stacking defensively anymore, so they get punished. Pretty huge punish there.
Okay, so nice early start there for the Team Liquid side. Unfortunately, the kill did go to Core JJ, so not exactly where you want it.
So I actually do want to kind of go over possible reasons for why they would do that, because to me, a lot of it revolves around the jungle matchup. Nefiri can invade Vi and is very good at it, can put a lot of pressure, and we've seen it happen several times actually. Contracts do a lot. Back when Nefiri first came to prominence, and especially against Vi, you can really punish on like red buff invades and stuff like that. So it is theoretically, you know, very valuable to get early vision and track Nefiri and try and you know, figure out the starts and stuff like that. So that's my guess, is it is for jungle matchup.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, just want to give a little shout out to Impact, who just won his 450th LCS game in the last game. Only 12 players have played that many games in LCS history. He has won that many games in LCS history.
And one of the other players that has played that many is Core JJ, who is now currently playing his 500th LCS game. Both of these guys have been in the LCS for so long. They are some of the most experienced players that we have here in the league. So kind of crazy that they're both hitting these milestones in this series.
Since people played Thresh Lucian down in that bot lane, Kobe.
There you go.
Yeah,
500 games ago.
We've got even more players that have played tons of games in here too. Hui's number is going to be way up there. It's probably not a nice even, number, so he doesn't get a.
Well, you know what the wild part is? Back then, Core might have been the one playing the Lucian in the Lucian Thresh, because he started out on Dignitas as an AD carry.
And then he
against Hui Aurelion Soul or something maybe.
Then he goes to Korea, he wins the World Championship, and he comes back. Just went to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber of Support gameplay. Up top side, though, Morgan is clearly not struggling versus Impact's Renekton at all. Impact forced to flash away 1v1 against a Scion at level 4. That is not ideal. Morgan now trying to interrupt the recall there of Impact, and just look at all these minions getting eaten up by the turret. Luckily, the cannon is going to absorb most of the pressure, so Impact can get in there and pick most of these up himself. But this top lane is already looking like it's going to hurt.
Azael, I would like to extend our timing window past the 50 seconds. Up to 4 minutes here, and it's over 1,000 gold lead already.
Hey, but Impact hasn't died 5 times, has he?
Not yet. He has no flash. That is the first step.
Okay, no flash on the Lizard. Can Scion punish it appropriately? Impact is making sure he keeps his teleports matched with Morgan this time. No waiting around.
Yep.
So we've got that teleport parity.
Yep, just going right back. And
last time we were making jokes about how lopsided the early game was too.
No jokes on this guy.
Sentinels came back. Yeah. No jokes allowed.
I mean, that's not our fault. That's Team Liquid's fault. It was not fair in the early game. Then Team Liquid just walked into some turrets and stuff.
It's not us, it's them.
Yeah. It's never our fault. We're the jungler.
Exactly. Just like every League of Legends player thinks in solo queue. It's not us. It's them. My teammates. They're the ones who are wrong. I did nothing wrong by blind picking Kale and dying 6 times in this lane.
I saw one of the most self-aware reviews for League of Legends I've ever seen the other day, where a guy was like, after 9,000 hours in this game, I finally realized there are not 9 idiots in every game, but 10.
That's good.
There you go, brother.
That's good, man.
Sentinels was looking potentially for a play onto Morgan here, but a nice use of the ulti there from the Scion to make sure that the wave is cleared away, and there's no chance for Sentinels to make anything happen.
Yep, and Impact taking quite a bit of damage here, but does have the Dominus, so it would be hard for Morgan to finish him off, and Impact going to be able to crash the wave. Did hear from the producers that Hui has 629 games played in LCS history, so quite a lot. He has been around for a very long time, including some of my LCS highlights, thinking back to the CLG era, him making a run with that team, playing that old version of ASOL and stuff was really cool.
You're going to get a bunch of Peppa Cry in the Twitch chat reminiscing on these good old times, man. I love those times. That was some fantastic stuff. It's crazy how long some of these players, so many of these players have been playing. The longevity of the careers here is some impressive stuff. But Jose Daejeon now going to try to steal away the blue buff. Jose seems to really like the play to take the enemy blue whenever you have the opportunity to do so. The rest of Team Liquid's ready to back him up, but a TP coming in now. Sentinel's ready to try to fight back as immediately, that's a lot of burst on Dark Wings. The Galio out of position there, wanted to see if maybe he could find some sort of a flank to set up for Sentinels to punish, but no, it's TL just taking the blue and taking the extra kill for free.
Yeah, good CC combo there. Jose has the level lead, so he went in for the counter jungle, this Nefiri versus Vi. You can create a lot of space, and then the CC combo as Darkwings walked up, really good from TL, of course, and now it's a 2,000 gold lead, and you're really just kind of losing pressure all over. I foresee some more jungle invades coming their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be pretty hard for Sentinels, but definitely, don't want to count them out. They played from, honestly, a pretty similar deficit last game and did end up winning that game. Very different situation, of course. I feel like this game, their scaling options are a lot worse. They do, of course, have good playmaking. They have great engage, but I do think it's TL. You're expecting them to stay a lot more locked in. I feel like they got pretty fast and loose after they stomped game 1. Game 2, they got a big lead. I thought they got kind of messy. And you have to think that Spawn would be telling them, none of that, boys.
Spawn was probably telling them some stuff that we can't repeat on the show. Well, that seems like it was probably a pretty frustrating experience. But Team Liquid off to another great start here in this one. Kobe, what do you think? Is it more impressive to have the 1,000 lead at 4 minutes that you mentioned, or the 2,000 lead at 7 minutes?
I like the 4-minute one. That was a pretty good break point. Okay. Honestly, they're about equal to me, especially if you throw in a dragon for me flowers.
Pretty cool numbers.
Okay, sure. I'll toss a dragon in there. Why not? All right.
They're pretty similar. Like the graph is up and to the right.
Yep, pretty much. All right. So 2,000 gold lead plus the dragon here for Team Liquid. Sentinels is going to get a consolation prize, and that consolation prize is purple and ugly. The Void Grubs picked up by Hambach here. He'll grab the first 2. Sometimes we see players just leave the 3rd one, but not this time around. Hambach will secure all 3 for Sentinels.
But don't worry, Sentinels fans. Top gap, 8 gold.
20
8 gold.
28 gold.
28
42 gold.
I was sweating there because it got down to 8. I was like, oh.
Yeah. I was getting a little bit nervous for him.
Okay.
But nothing to be worried about now.
Nothing in this entire game to be worried about. All good.
You've maintained the 70 gold lead top lane, and everything is fine.
I appreciate your ability to just say this garbage with a perfectly straight face.
The thing is, dude,
that's my job.
It never gets old.
Dive comps don't have like a lot of fallback patterns. It's usually like more dive, or like you pivot to just try and make picks, which is another way of like diving someone that doesn't have other people around them.
I'm ahead, so I think I'm going to dive. We're behind, so we're going to have to make some picks and look for a dive.
Yeah, guys, it's time to dive.
We'll dive isolated people.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go in.
Yeah.
That's how we're going to play this one. Impact did pop the Dominus up there and got like a slice and some of the dot onto Morgan, but really not a whole lot of damage. Morgan, however, doesn't have a lot of resources to work with here. Less than half HP, virtually no mana, only 85 in the tank. So Impact still has control over the wave and this top side. 1 minute until our second Drake of the game spawns. Yon and Core JJ checking in on this Lucian Nami, because going back to what you were talking about in draft, Isaac, this is the support option that's supposed to allow you to slam the lane. And the lane is being slammed. 93 to 69 in farm, 800 gold lead for Yon.
Yeah, it's looking good down there. And as much as, you know, you wouldn't have wanted Core to be the one who actually gets that first blood that he was able to pick up, he's still going to get a super fast mandate, and that makes Yon more powerful. So in this case, it's a little bit more okay. And when you get that spike, when Yon is on one item, when Core completes his mandate, they are going to be really chunking them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's really okay. I think it's even quite good, because I count that as Lucian extra damage, you know? I'm definitely with you. A mandate is like another Yon item here. So,
I know you got extra money, but your money's also my money.
Yeah.
And there it is, Imperial Mandate, 10.5 minutes into the game. And alongside Yon also completing his Hex Optics right there.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. And Rahel and Huhi definitely not yet at their item completions. It's going to be a while, so TL cannot be contested here. That is fast 2 dragons.
Yeah, Hex Optics versus Rectrix and a Hearthbound Axe. It's not that comparable. Hambach jumps in. Core JJ going to be the target here. Rahel putting a lot of burst down onto the Nami. The Drake is slain, but it costs Core JJ.
It has a lot of ultimates. All right, they made sure that Core JJ is super duper dead. And Team Liquid make the call. Yeah, all right. You just go off to the side. You die over there while we take the dragon. All good, buddy.
Yep, and Core didn't even flash, so honestly not a big deal. It is a little bit of gold there for Sentinels, but Morgan being pretty annoying here as he's just kind of walking between the towers, you know, clearing out a wave, and now going to be able to take his recall.
Does get interrupted there by Hambach, so going to lose a little bit of tempo, but honestly shouldn't be super worried about anything. I mean, he's still got most of his health, most of his mana. Yon going forward here, seeing if he can put a little bit more pressure onto Huhi and Rahel as they force their opponents, all the way back underneath the tier 1 turret. Darkwing's trying to get these snappy trades onto Quid.
You know what the funniest part to me?
What's that?
With all of that excessive force that was used to kill Core JJ, Huhi got the last hit.
Yeah, that's kind of
the money went on to the Rakan, and Rakan, money on Rakan doesn't necessarily. Well, here we go as they get pushed out.
Yeah, the culling just firing off there. Huhi taking a lot of the damage from it as TL is again in the enemy jungle, prowling around for blue buffs. You can see Quid and Hozadioto both wearing those, feeling good about controlling this quadrant of the rift.
Yeah, and Hambach and Darkwings were hanging out on that blast cone, thinking about, can we take a fight? But realistically, without your ultimates, there's not a good chance that you would win it. Yeon and Core are just so much stronger on that bot side, so they're just going to have to wait. I mean, Sentinel's composition really is based around we all press R, we hard engage, we kill someone, and if that works, great. You have a chance in the team fight.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. They can think about going in without ults as much as they want, as long as they don't actually do it. That's the important part. You can think about it all day long. Daydream to your heart's content. Just don't press the button. Don't hit that blast cone.
Don't let the invasive thoughts win.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
I cannot be held accountable for what I was thinking, only what I am doing.
Let him go in one ear and out the other ear.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it in your mind. Do not allow it to manifest.
Obviously, we saw what happens when they do use all of them, as they for sure killed Core JJ last time. Obviously, it'd be better if you can get multiple people in the Gallia ult engage like that rival spot. That's how you're going to be able to chain success. But top side, they're going after the tank.
Yep, they want a full send onto Morgan this time, and they get their man. Hambach takes the kill. Impact commits for it to start it up, and it's
their defense teleport. They want to catch this wave, so teleporting in.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Impact arrives. Yeah, he'll take a little damage, but he can just instantly put all of his abilities into the wave, clear it out, and force Yeon and Core back.
Yeah, we'll have to back off now, though, because Jose is down there, and Impact has no dominus. So I think if he walks back up, I think he could die on this wave potentially, but Jose has gone mid, so I don't know if TL really wants to fully play for it.
Core JJ is at least going to force Impact back. The Aqua Prison doesn't find the target as Darkwings and Hambach retreat away from the Team Liquid Tier 1 turret. Jose and Quid still hanging around here. Yeon and Core making sure Impact can't get anywhere close. There's your culling, but Impact gets enough distance with the slice. Meanwhile, back over on the other side of the fight, it's Team Liquid trying to make a move. Jose Diodo getting away here with the call of the pack, but the Sentinels dive. They commit on their target, and they find it yet again. Sentinels will take the kill lead, but they're still down 2,500 gold as TL takes the first turret bottom.
And that is just Yeon's gold lead, basically. I mean, Yeon is up over 2,000 gold. And he's been getting a ton of first strike gold as well. Has basically a kill's worth of first strike gold already into the game. Has gotten that tower. He's on 2 full items with that early mandate there and the Oblivion Orb. So Nami is going to be buffing him up. He is ridiculously strong at this point.
Yeah, Sentinels, they're doing what they kind of have to do, though. Send multiple people, go get that kill. And they do get the kill on the top side. They get a kill here onto the Nefiri as well. A little bit of gold. The punishment, though, is just means Yeon already was going to be a very large problem, but once you rotate the Lucian into mid lane, the mid lane priority gives you so much control over these neutral objectives, and with bot side tower down, Yeon's able to get further money off of mid, keep this pressure up onto Sentinels, onto Rahel, kind of keep them bottled up, and you're on a pretty early timer for Dragon Soul, because Dragon number 3, the Soul Point, is only 25 seconds away, and you should be able to get mid push really easily. Mid lane control with this Fed Lucian Nami, it's 2 items already, so you get rapid fire Hex Optics damage, poke damage down, and that sets you up for very easy Dragon control.
And you saw when Yeon stepped up, those guns might as well just be crust busters for the turret. He shot 2 plates worth.
Busters.
Yeah.
You heard the man.
He shot 2 plates worth of crust off with 1 auto attack, man.
That's why they call it double tap. 2 plates.
He's keeping it all nice.
They might as well be crust busters.
It's nice and tidy. Yeon know the target. Dashes away as Huhi and Hambach were trying to find the pick on that Fed carry, but they won't quite get it. Jose Diodo and Core JJ making sure Yeon stays protected. Darkwings goes for a taunt, but Jose Diodo dodges it with the call of the pack. Rift Herald charges into the mid lane turret, takes out 2 more of the plates, but can't get anything further. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Impact using the Dominus to try to maintain control of the wave against Morgan. Neither one of the top laners has their teleport to join up for a fight on this other side of the map.
Yeah, Hui did have to spend the quickness, but critically, Yeon has no flash now, right? And that is going to be pretty dangerous for him if they want to fight for this, and that's why I think TL is a little bit hesitant.
Okay, TL though, now they're ready to find their kill. Huhi tries to get away, and he does do so as Quid falls. Rahel taking the kill on that one. Yeon continuing to try to dash forward and do some more DPS, but he can't quite find the chance. Darkwings wanted to go for the Justice Punch, and they turn it right back around as a double kill for Rahel's Kaisa. Jose Diodo can't finish the kill into Darkwings, and Team Liquid thought they might have had a moment there, but Sentinels turned it around.
They're doing it again. They're fighting back. Sentinels, pick after pick after pick. And that one, too, they move up to interrupt the Justice Punch on the backswing, but he just gets knocked up.
Tempo is good, guys. We can get Dragon. This Dragon is good.
And I wasn't sure. Like, do you think he was trying to block the Justice Punch, or do you think he was trying to predict the bubble? Because I wasn't sure if he was looking for a flash bubble or intending to get with the Justice Punch, but he does get tagged by it. Quid, they knew he was in this brush, so they just walk in, they spot him. He is so separated from his team that, yes, he gets a little bit of damage down, drops the Tibbers, but he gets knocked down in a hurry. Yeon can't really commit. And then this is where they're looking for this flash, and I kind of thought it was for a flash bubble based on where he puts the Q. So I think he was trying to predict on the Justice Punch where it would land, but ends up getting tagged by the back of the Justice Punch and just gets burst down by Rahel. So Core ends up kind of donating a freebie over to Rahel, who all of a sudden was, gifted 2 kills.
Yeah, so remember that that 2,500 gold lead we were talking about? Not even 1K anymore now for TL. They are still in the lead, but they're down in kills 2-5. Their soul stack has been stopped critically. Because Ocean Soul, when you have Scion on your team, is such a nightmare for the enemies to deal with, right? It's so hard to kill him. Sentinels now, once again, having to deal with Jose Deodo trying to invade the jungle.
Especially, I mean, this is a 4 melee team here, essentially, for Sentinels. Rakan basically is melee, and this is an unending spare rush for Morgan, which I think is really smart against a team that is this short range. You are going to be standing in the middle of them and really making things difficult.
Galio teleport for a flank.
Okay, Sentinel's going to look for it here. Darkwing's coming up from below the lane, but he won't find the opportunity to enter before he is marked by Team Liquid, by Morgan.
Good awareness here by TL, pulling off, peeling back to make sure they're safe. They don't get a flank, don't get the guaranteed engage there for Sentinels. And Hambach was just back in base. He got his Black Cleaver completed. He's walking to the fight.
Okay, TL want to take their fight here, but who he's still at about half HP, getting himself back for now. Tier 1 turret still standing is huge as Darkwings and Impact try to jump in and get something done. Impact gets focused down and killed at the very start. Who he's going to fall now to? It's a double kill back to Jose Deodo, and he is just resetting all day long. 3 for 1 for TL plus the Tier 1 turret.
Impact ran in so confidently there and just got deleted. Sentinels do get 2 back at the end of the day as they finish off that zombie Scion. But, as they go forward here, Rahel's already a little bit low, Hui's already a little bit low, and then Impact just pops the ult, decides, hey, we're going to actually try to look for a play here. But the problem is Hambach is not there at the same time. As he's going in, Hambach has no Q. He had already spent it. Just now it comes back up, and Impact's already dead. They do use the ult from Darkwings to try to buy some time, but Jose gets in the back line, finishes off Huhi, who is low, and Rahel and Hambach just can't really do much.
Nice. So good. Wait, can I grade one more against? I'm
And now he has his IE. He did, in fact, get it. Greeted it, got the money. IE completed 3 item spike for Lucian now. He's a full IE, a very expensive 3rd item ahead at the moment.
This is a very, very strong Lucian at this point. 1-0-4 has been a part of every single kill that Team Liquid has acquired so far here in game number 3. And remember, you can see it on the top of your screen. Team Liquid's 3-0. They have not lost a series so far in Spring. Sentinels could rock the boat a little bit here if they can actually take a game off of them, but it's TL saying, all right, time for a Baron sneak. Will Sentinels even know what's going on here? Scryer's Bloom is going to sneak
I think that ward gave it away.
Yeah, the ward over the wall. Why else would you place that if you're not trying to sneak a Baron, do something here? Darkwings will punch
He has no ward. He has no ward of his own. They don't know.
You see Core JJ now at low HP, but they're not going to be able to do anything about this. Team Liquid's Gambit pays off. They'll sneak the Baron at 21.
Yeah, it looked like they saw them place that ward, so I thought that gave it up, but Darkwings had no ward available to actually drop himself, and they just weren't suspicious.
Now Huhi finds himself dealing with the dog yet again. Just jumps back over the wall, stays safe.
I think because the ward was recently there and then it just got revealed by the Scryers, but also, they weren't in position really to do anything about it because they had just reset. You had, Hambach was on Wolves and stuff. And so that's a nice rush for TL,
Wow,
recognizing their timer window.
Now the top lane Tier 1 turret about to drop. Team Liquid will easily secure that one. They're up about 3,000 gold here yet again. They want to get the kill onto Darkwings as Jose Deodo jumps in with a Hound's Pursuit. He finds himself a killing spree. And with Darkwings dead for the next 40 seconds, with the Red Bull Baron power play still armed and ready for TL for the next 2 minutes, they're going to take even more.
Yeah, Darkwings a bit overextended there. I mean, no one was answering Impact down on the bot side, so that might have tipped him off a bit, but thought he might have been able to stay safe with the phase rush. And procs the phase rush, flashes, still dies.
Now Hambach trying to jump in after Morgan here, but you're not even going to do anything. He can just farm the wave in your face. And Hambach and Rahel, there's nothing they can say about it.
The information that was gathered, so I was really, really suspicious of what caused TL to make that call to go for the rush on Baron.
Okay.
The information that was gathered was Hambach was seen by Morgan doing TL's Krugs. And this is something that Hambach actually did versus C9 when they were in a good spot to win that game too. He was up by Krugs. He was doing their Krugs when the Soul was about to come up in a few seconds. So keep watch of your Krugs when you're playing against Hambach.
Yeah, we have. There's always things like this throughout
3,000
history.
elo. I'll keep that in mind.
I just went back to look at the mini map, and they immediately moved to the Baron right after Morgan saw him there.
Impact popping the dominance nice and early, ready to try to charge the Fury gauge up. Huhi looking for maybe an angle for a flank here. Sentinels have control over the Dragon Pit right now, but Team Liquid moving forward. Impact going to be the target here at the very start. Ocean Drake taken by Jose Diodo as Sentinels have to try to full escape now. There's your immediate jump in. Jose Diodo starting the fight, looking after Dark Wings. Meanwhile, Rahel has to try to stay alive as he and Hambach are at death's door. Rahel goes on a killing spree. Quid falls. Sentinels doing a great job fighting back right now, honestly. Double grand entrance knockup coming out from Huhi, but he still falls. Jose Diodo here with a double kill. Quid might have died, but it's a 3-for-1 for TL.
And I'm back on the Krugs.
He's
Is he going to get found?
Krugs.
Back to the scene of the crime.
Achilles had his heel and Hambach has his Krugs.
It's double jeopardy. You can't get charged for the same crime twice.
Yeah, they already have the Baron also,
Yeah.
so like, they can't go get that.
Oh man, this fight pretty crazy. Impact was already so low at the start, so TL just confidently engages. I mean, you're going in right onto Darkwings. Great peels from Huhi to keep Rahel alive, plus the Galio ultimate comes through. Rahel is able to take down Quid, but Jan is on the other side. Rahel is almost killed off by the Tibbers, and without him available, with Impact so low on health, they didn't really have any extended damage.
카이사 너 플래시.
the instant.
Just gotta get it out.
Yeah.
Get it out, lock
Just-
back in.
Yup, immediately. Right back into marking time. All right, Team Liquid, 6,000 gold lead now. They have Soul Point. 3.5 minutes from now, they will be able to earn an Ocean Soul for themselves unless Sentinels can find another punish, find another angle. Guardian Angel for Jose Diodo, too. 6-1-2 on this Nefiri. This dude's scary, man.
He certainly is, and you get so much extra freedom here with the Nefiri. We do have like an attempt at split push. Look at both solo lanes right now, both side lanes being pushed out by Sentinels. They're saying, you know what? You're going to get our mid inhibitor tower no matter what. We can't really stop you, but we'll try and get gold in payment.
Plus, that tower's not even that cool. We don't even care.
No, it's the front door.
Yeah.
Maybe the house looks better when the front door's open.
Exactly.
Man, what house have you ever seen it looks better without a front door?
Well,
I think castles look cooler when the drawbridge is down.
That's different from a
Got
house.
him.
Got it.
That is not
it's a medieval house.
Flowers? He just got your ass.
No, a castle is not a house.
They look way cooler,
they
bro.
had houses back in medieval
house.
times. They were just like
Just a house for rich
peasant
people.
cottages.
Big house.
It's a king's house.
You guys, no, this is
Just because you don't have a cool castle, you don't have to get mad about
Where's
it.
your castle?
Yeah, pipe down, peasant.
Yeah. Just raise up the drawbridge.
None of us have a
mute 'em.
castle.
Also, to their
That
credit,
you know of.
to their credit, Sentinels, you know, you're not going to be able to win that, so you want to get paid, right? You got to go scrounge up some money in the side lanes while they're destroying your front door.
Okay, so
Go
they're,
pick up some pennies in there.
they're destroying the front door, and Sentinels are pulling the copper wire out of side lanes. I don't know how well that's gonna work out, man.
Hey, it could be like
in this economy, you got to take what you can get, brother.
Okay, well,
Beggars can't be choosers.
maybe they can get the Baron here in 30 seconds. It's going to respawn. Remember the first time?
Oh, hell yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, that's really good.
Now you're offering up Barons?
Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff available on the market. Everything must go. Sentinels, they will take the tier 1 turret up there in the top side. Morgan's the only guy they can see right now. You don't want to full send on the Scion. Even if you got the full send team, don't full send on the Scion.
Okay.
Okay?
With the approach to the Baron, the worst thing you could do SDL is just everybody group up and stand inside it, and then you get full engaged on, and you do this giant wombo combo. So you gotta mark any sort of Sentinels approach here. You have plenty of ways to do poke damage. You have plenty of ways to turn. You do not need to make this risky at all for yourselves. You have GA on Jose, so like your team fight, if you get the fight, it should really effortlessly be a win for you. Just don't like go for the flip or just don't fully commit to anything. So they can just push out mid and top, take over the vision control first, make it really dark for Sentinels to approach, and then you can start to get these small cooldowns out of them. Sentinels, though, they've got Impact split pushing. He's got his teleport ready, and they're going to start the first attempt here. Sentinels going to draw.
They have no words. Who he's going bot?
Wait, that thing melts, actually.
Yeah, and I think it's important that Team Liquid does this now instead
It's gone.
of waiting any
It is
longer.
gone. It is gone. Sentinels don't even have Hambach buy it to go for a steal, so they are sacrificing it, and they're picking up pennies again.
And now we have the Soul spawning in 10 seconds.
Yeah, but it's like not even timed well for Sentinels. They can't even rush Soul. It's not even a trade, right? You're just giving it, and now might be giving your mid.
No, Darkwings, he's caught in the Aqua Prison as he tries to escape using the ulti, and Hosei just does tons of damage to this guy. Decimating Smash isn't going to find the knock up there on Darkwings, who uses the flash to escape. Sentinel's now trying to regroup, but your mid laner has no ult, no flash,
Making a pick on Quid.
25% HP. Quid's the target here as Rahel flies into the Killer Instinct, and Quid is picked off. This could be the angle that Sentinels needs, but Hosei is already on the Dragon with the rest of TL. Huhi and Darkwings aren't going to be able to do anything to stop this themselves. Hambach flashes over the wall. He wants to try to contest it, but no, the Ocean Soul is already going to be claimed by Team Liquid. Sentinels looking to see if there's anything they might be able to find here, but they've got to respect this TL frontline now. A charm comes in from Huhi as he tries to escape now, barely keeping himself alive. Darkwings also barely holding on. Impact about to be knocked down first, and Yeon goes on a killing spree. Decimating Smash not going to find a target here for the knockup as Hosei goes over the wall. He wants to put that last little bit into the health bar of Darkwings, and he will do just that. Team Liquid, they'll get the Soul, they'll win themselves the fight. Yeah, they might have lost Quid, but they get to kill 3 after taking the objective.
Exactly, even though it's 5-on-4, there's no ults on Sentinels. They use Vi ult, they use Kai'Sa ult, and TL looking to end.
Yep, TL's going straight for the throat on this one. Hosei godlike now with the extra kill onto Rahel. Quid has respawned. He has his teleport to be able to join the rest of the team, uses it immediately. TL has the 5v1 for the next 10 seconds. Sentinels fought back. They made it tough for Team Liquid. They won that second game. They were keeping it close back and forth here in the third one, but TL will ultimately prevail. They will remain undefeated through these first 4 weeks of Spring Split, going up to 4-0.
Stomp in game 1, pretty stompy in game 3. Some oopsie-daisies in game 2, but TL do get it done here. Sentinel's definitely making him work for it, but this game, so much it felt like about Hosei and Yeon able to open up massive advantages for themselves and really just snowball that to the victory.
I feel like Yeon Lucian almost always delivers.
Yeah, Yeon Lucian is one of the... Lucian's one of the champions where in NA, we've had kind of a rough relationship with him in the past. Not everybody's always performed on it. Yeon gets the thumbs up. I think Yeon is a certified Lucian expert here, and Team Liquid going to claim the win off of that one. I think, honestly, I still got to give my player of the game to Hosei Deodo. I just feel like the Nefiri was so effective. He was able to get so much done.
He's got the dog in him.
Yeah, he's got that dog in him.
Hosei has just been having an incredible split. I feel like he really is challenging right now for best jungler in the league. Obviously, Inspired has just kind of been wearing that crown for a while, undisputed. I feel like Hosei is giving them a real run for their money, and I'm excited to see the battles between those two players throughout this split because I think he's really in the running, a legitimate candidate to win MVP. And we have an interview here. Emily is going to be standing by with the man himself. Let's see what he thinks.
Let's do it.
Hello, I'm here with victorious Team Liquid jungler Hosei Deodo after a kind of a banger of a series. So talk me through that. What went wrong? What went right? What happened?
I think game 2 we made a lot of mistakes, just disrespecting like enemy turns and stuff. I think third game a bit of mistakes, but not so many, like just like 1 or 2 that were many less than second game. I think we gave them a lot of time to scale to the Varus and the Kaelin, and that's why we lost the second game. But overall, I think the third game wasn't that bad. I think we got everything that we wanted in early game, and yeah, I think it was overall fine. I died one time like a noob, but besides that, it's fine.
I love that you pulled out the Nefiri because it's something I see a lot of from like my favorite LPL and LCK junglers, right? And you had talked to me about wanting to be more aggressive early, especially wanting to play this kind of LPL style. So talk me through this pick and kind of how you feel like Team Liquid is doing on that front.
I mean, most of the picks that we take on stage are like normal, I guess. I think the Nafiri is a good answer into their 3 top side, like they pick 3 millis, and I think it's a very good option. And it's also like one of my best champs, even if I don't play that much. It's kind of funny, but I have like 2-3 games in competitive, but it's like one of my best champs. So yeah, I think it was good angle for this game. We had a lot of like good options too. It's not like we only had Nafiri, so I'm happy to pull it off. It's always a pick that I enjoy playing. It's a very fun champ. You kill one and then you start dashing, so it's funny.
Yeah, we saw that in some of those team fights. Looked really, really fun. And then also, congratulations, first of all, you're player of the game for this game. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And then secondly, something that Yang kind of brought up last week was Spawn finally being on site. How much of a difference does it make? Because it's kind of almost become a meme at this point, right? Whether he's here physically or not here. So just talk to me about what it is like having him here at the training facility and then in-game.
Well, I think what changes the most is the atmosphere. He's more like tryhard in a sense. Like if we like int in scrims or something, it's like so mad. Like guys, this is unacceptable. We cannot do this. So it's like we cannot have too much fun now. But because when you see him on the camera, it's more funny. You know, it's like somebody talking like that. But when he's in person, it's more like mandatory. You know, you feel like more pressure to do well. So yeah, I think it's funny. I still think it's not like as bad as they say. He's kind of funny, so yeah.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for taking time to catch up. Congrats on player of the game and also for the win. And we will toss it to the lounge to close out the day.
That's one of his best champions. Yeah. Doesn't get to play it though.
Yep.
Yeah, Nafiri, we're going to see more Nafiri. LPL is spamming it. I think it's slow to arrive in the LCS. We're going to see more Nafiri.
You know how like in an NBA press conference, the players will go on stage and they'll be like, they'll say something, hopefully to get the public behind them around like maybe seeing change. Hey, maybe the ball should just be in my hand more. It's like maybe I should get more Nafiri games in.
Yeah, maybe I'm just really good at Nafiri.
Yeah, maybe.
I want to normalize asking players what their best champions are.
I do like that.
I just want to hear from their own mouths. Like, because for what it's worth, you're not giving anything away anymore. Like,
yes.
Okay, my best champion is Zin. Great. Now we're going to know it's a high prio jungler.
And you might get something surprising where we all believed B-Boy's like favorite champion was Ezreal.
But it's not.
And he just hates Ezreal.
Yeah.
And then that just became a story. It was like, yeah, he just hates Ezreal, but he plays it because the coach asked him to play it.
Yeah. This was the match of the week. Emily's match of the week.
That's true.
I'm curious what Emily's match of the week is next week. But here's the players of the game from today. Inspired Saint, Jose, Huhi, and Jose Deodo once again.
It's a lot of glasses adjustment, but that's just because one man's looking very stylish.
Because we didn't use an alternate Jose photo. We
didn't.
Doubled up on the same Jose photo.
We did. Maybe it's because the other photos aren't looking good for him, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe just this side. This is a very good photo. So yeah, congratulations to Jose in particular for getting 2 player of the game. Huhi, who was the player of the week last week, getting player of the game this week. I just feel like he's been really honing in.
He is.
Him and Hambach have been very, very well connected. So this could have easily just turned into a win for them and they would have found themselves in a better position. Sadly, they're in a really bad position in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, happens.
Yeah.
We got plenty of weeks left. Here's your Samsung OLED players for this week, week 4 of the LCS. Castle, fastest to 100 CS. My eyes always go top left first before I get to scan the rest of it. Potentially, I should look at this before we run it. But FBI with the fastest kill, 480 carry. If Core today didn't get that last hit in this game 3, it would have been like a 50-seconder.
It would have been.
But that's just for the 80 carries.
Yeah. And meanwhile, looking at Zinni, 921 to 1045. He is the Rocket Belt picker of the week.
I know.
Yeah.
We should call it fastest Rocket Belt completion.
Oh, he got it fast, I'm sure.
Rename.
Sure, he got it very quick.
I believe APA also built a Rocket Belt. That might have been the slowest Rocket Belt completion.
Yeah, that one's a dock on your Rocket Belt completion, which is going to be on your permanent record.
Come on, APA, do better. Okay, Samsung OLED Power Players is done for this week 4, and we have a very close vote in Player of the Week.
It was.
In fact, this was a vote that was tie-broken by our stats man, Leo the Chosen. So if you agree or disagree, let him know.
Let him know.
Player of the Week right here, Jose Deodo. The Pantheon game, totally dominant, 23-minute win.
Yes.
The Nafiri game.
His best pick.
One of his best champions. He didn't say best. One of.
I thought he said best.
Early game on Zen, he did very well to put Impact in a hole, but was just unable to finish that game 3. So in a sense, he had 3 dominant early games.
True.
Which none of the other players could have done this week because they only played 2 games.
And I think when people came into this year, I know when people came into this year and they saw this team, they thought, yes, this is Quid's team or this is Yeon's team, and the other one's going to be supplemental, like Jose Deodo is going to be connecting to the... No, this is Jose's team! This man, so far this split, has just been such a dominant carry for his squad. When Yeon was down, when he wasn't playing consistently, it was Jose that was putting him on his back. When Quid was down last week, not playing super consistently at all, it was Jose putting him on his back. Yeah. So I feel like the story so far, as Dale mentioned on cast, but of course, like the casters have been really pushing it. Like in terms of who's the early mid-split MVP, it is just Jose Deodo in my mind.
You might be right.
Yeah.
I need to think about this. I'm going to do a player pyramid for next week.
Oh,
An
I like
MVP
that.
pyramid.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah. Top 2, 3
yeah.
in a pyramid. Anyway, here's the standings.
Let's do it.
Team Liquid, as expected, since they have yet to play Lion, Cloud9 are 4-0. Cloud9, 4-0. Lion, 3-1, but they lost to Cloud9. So those three have only beaten each other and are undefeated against everybody else. FlyQuest in 4th, a bunch of 1-3s, and then Dignitas still looking for that last win.
Let's look at those 1-3s. Sentinel, Shopify in disguise. And I think people have very clear ideas of where Sentinel should be.
5 game wins for them, but only 1 match win.
That's
that
just
hurts.
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That's all that is. That's just heartbreaking. And you look at that and you're like, please, could we get a best of 1? Now everybody in the fans booing once again. But like, Sentinels are looking at it and being like, we just can't finish in the game 3 in a series. But this is what next week is going to look like. Saturday and Sunday. Pretty crazy.
Lion, I got a tagline for this one. Worst of the best versus best of the worst.
Ah, yes, that's a good one.
It's pretty good.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Sentinels will drag another 10K deficit into a game 3 and then lose that series. I can already see it right now. But yeah, overall, I think Fly versus Shopify Rebellion, I feel like I always poke Shopify Rebellion with a stick. And I'm like, please show me something, because like you see bits and pieces. Contracts and Zinni looking great.
If you're struggling in fantasy, then if you pick players on Fly and Shopify, I think you'll continue to struggle in fantasy. Because I'm so scared of that game.
Yeah.
If you're trying to figure out who's actually going to be able to score. You'd think FlyQuest might have turned a corner, and Shopify had a really bad week, but they're also up against C9.
Yeah.
Picking the power levels of these teams, I have overthought the crap out of it.
Yes.
Because I was, at the start of the split, I said, okay, these 3 teams are at the top, those 3 teams are at the top.
Yes.
And for some reason, I was thinking Dignitas, Shopify, DSG were all going to make these surges because they'd shown flashes, and they just haven't. I feel like we're regressing back to our preseason expectations.
Sentinels reminds me of one of those shows that have like a really rewarding character arc that ends season 1 perfectly, and then resets all of that in season 2, and you have to start from 0. I've canceled shows like that for less.
Fargo, Beef. Okay,
Yep.
that's it for us. We'll be rating Double of Stream, so make sure to say hi to Double of, who also co-streamed. You can ask him about the games. We'll be back next week, Saturday at 4 p.m., 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus Dig, as Emily has failed her assassination attempt, and now will be punished.
Duck!
With
the mug.
I have flash.
I'm ulting Wukong. Yeah, trying to zone the rest. They can't really go in now.
Just take him, we can dive. Lungi. Wukong. Slow.
Yeah,
I can
kill
kill
her. Here.
Double 3 seconds.
Only Vayne. Looking full. He's down.
All Lions start to finish. Berserker with an incredible game. Saint with an incredible game. And Lion, slow and steady, will finish this one off.
Yeah, diving and go.
Dive input. Go. Body in it.
No exhaust, back up. Torres, 1 HP. Nothing. Proceed again. I have ult, nothing. 1 HP. Not bad. I'm coming. Proceed again. That's it.
Nice.
Not bad.
They were keeping it close back and forth here in the third one, but TL will ultimately prevail. They will remain undefeated through these first 4 weeks of Spring Split, going up to 4-0.